Chapter 1, Confessing in Front of the Whole Class. Jiangdu City, Jiangdu University. A classroom. We set the radius of the large circle as R1 and the radius of the small circle as R2. According to the theorem of intersecting chords, we can derive the following equation. On the podium, Mr. Zhang Yu is intently explaining a geometry problem. The chalk in his hand dances on the blackboard, and a string of incomprehensible formulas and symbols are written on the blackboard like hieroglyphics. Under the podium, the students are half asleep and dreaming. Of course, it was mainly Su Zhang's classmate, Wang, who was dreaming. His head was lightly resting on the desk, his eyes closed, and a satisfied smile on his lips. Hum. A slight snore came from Wang Ziyang's nose. Su Zhang was speechless, and wanted to kill his classmate. We are just saying that although Mr. Shang's lectures are indeed boring, sleeping is understandable. But is it too much to snore? The point is, you're snoring and it's affecting my sleep. Yes, Su Zhang is also one of those who sleep. Zhang Yu is a very strict teacher. In his class, few people dare to sleep, and if they are caught, they will lose points. But when he sleeps, Zhang Yu doesn't care much. Because Su Zhang's grades were so good, he was admitted to Jiangdu University as the top student in Jiangdu City. He was already far ahead of everyone else in the basic courses at university. His test scores were also the best in the school, and Mr. Zhang was so proud of him that he couldn't even think of letting him sleep. Children are growing, and lack of sleep is not? Just as Su Zhang was covering his ears and trying to force himself to sleep, a voice rang in his head. Ding, congratulations, the host has triggered the system and started the novice mission. Please wait, the task is being selected. Su Zhang suddenly looked up. The drowsiness that had been building up because of the class instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a pair of eyes that were bright and full of anticipation. System? He was ecstatic. This is the golden finger that often appears in those online novels, right? Su Zhang had read many online novels and knew what the appearance of a system meant. What about cultivating immortals, slaying demons with a single sword, and the rise of a young hero? These scenes that only existed in his imagination are now happening to him. Is it finally my turn? He. Su Zhang whispered, although I don't know what task the system will give me, I can't wait to start my extraordinary life. After waiting for a while, Su Zhang finally heard the voice of the system again. Novice mission selection complete. Please confess your love to a member of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. The task is completed successfully and you will receive a novice reward. Special reminder, if the novice task fails, the host will die immediately. The countdown has begun, 30, 29, 28. Su Zhang? What's going on? Are you serious about this newbie mission? No, is your system serious? No. Where the hell do I have time to worry about whether you're serious or not? The voice in his head sounded like a death countdown. By the time Su Zhang reacted, more than half of the 30 seconds had passed. Bang! Su Zhang stood up and looked around for a target. This action immediately attracted the attention of the entire class. Wang Ziyang, his classmate, opened his eyes dazedly. Lao Su, what are you doing? Mr. Zhang was a little upset that his lecture had been interrupted, but as soon as he saw that it was Su Zhang who had stood up, he immediately calmed down. He kept reminding himself, this is the best student in the whole school, so he should be treated with tolerance and kindness. Then he revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. Su Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Before he could finish, Su Zhang walked straight to the front row and faced a girl, looking solemn. 9, 8, 7, 6. Anru, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? As soon as Su Zhang finished speaking, the entire classroom froze. Mr. Zhang? The whole class? Congratulations, host, you have completed the novice task and received the novice reward. Please follow up and start it yourself. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in Su Zhang's mind, but he had no time to pay attention, because at this moment, the focus of the entire class was on him and Enro. In the silence, only Enro was slightly surprised, and she immediately asked, what do you like about me? Su Zhang suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He had only wanted to complete the task and had not really prepared an answer to this question. He gritted his teeth, looked down involuntarily, and stammered, I like your legs, very white? How the hell do I know what I like about you? All Su Jiang knew was that Enro was the least likely person in the class to accept his confession, so he deliberately chose her. There was no other reason, because Su Jiang was indeed very popular at school, with excellent grades and a handsome appearance, which made him the ideal candidate in the hearts of many girls. Su Jiang was afraid that if he chose a girl at random and she accepted him, he would not be able to handle the consequences later. Although Enro was the most popular girl in the class and had a good reputation. But Su Jiang remembered someone saying that Enro didn't seem to be interested in boys, so if he was rejected, he could avoid the embarrassment and trouble that would follow. He could always apologize to her later. And the key point is that Enro's legs are really white. Every time he saw her wearing a short skirt or shorts, even Su Jiang would unconsciously take a few more looks. As soon as Su Jiang said that, the whole class fell into a shocked silence, and then the students began to whisper. Brother Su is awesome. Shit, Su Jiang actually likes Enro, no wonder he ignores those girls. I'm impressed that he confessed in front of the whole class. Stop talking, Lao Zhang's face is already as black as that. Sure enough, Zhang's face had become extremely ugly. He frowned tightly, as if he wanted to devour Su Jiang alive, and shouted angrily. Su Jiang, get the hell out of here. This roar was like thunder, silencing the entire class. Su Jiang was also startled by this sudden roar. He froze for a few seconds, then ran out of the classroom with his head down. He was as good as a little chicken. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, he heard an afterthought from Mr. Zhang, you guys study on your own. Bang! The classroom door slammed shut, and it was clear that Mr. Zhang was going to have a one-on-one chat with Su Jiang. Without the teacher, the classroom exploded. The students' discussions were one after another, all discussing Su Jiang's amazing operation. Su Jiang really went all out this time, confessing in front of the whole class. It was so exciting. Yes, this can be considered Jiangda news, and it is estimated that it will spread throughout the school. Will Enro agree? I think she has a crush on Su Jiang too. It's hard to say. Enro usually seems aloof, and she may not necessarily like Su Jiang. Enro sat in her seat, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with her. She tilted her head slightly and looked out the window. The sunlight shone on her face, reflecting her beautiful features, and a smile crept onto her lips. Her legs are very white, she said softly to herself, her voice revealing a hint of teasing. Ha, tonight you'll see that my legs aren't just white, they can also kick. Chapter 2, now that it's come to this, let's go to bed. Pop. A crisp clap echoed through the silent office. Su Jiang, have you gone crazy? Do you think that good grades can get you away with anything? In the office, Mr. Zhang was shaking with anger, pointing at Su Jiang and looking at him with a look of hatred. In the past, Su Jiang would only occasionally doze off in class, and Lao Zhang would always turn a blind eye to it. But today's incident is completely different in nature. To put it mildly, it is disrespect for the teacher, and to put it more seriously, it is contempt for school rules and regulations, and it promotes an unhealthy trend. Once this incident reaches the ears of the leaders, it will be difficult to explain, and he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Su Jiang lowered his head, standing in front of Lao Zhang like a good little chicken. Old Zhang, please listen to my explanation. What did you call me? Ahem. Mr. Zhang. Su Jiang secretly slapped himself on the mouth. He was used to calling him that, and it just came out naturally. There is actually a reason for this. Well, the reason is, Su Jiang's brain was working at full speed, and he didn't know what excuse to use to get out of this situation. I can't tell Zhang about the system, can I? He couldn't think of any excuse to make up a story, so he simply decided to go all the way and grit his teeth. The reason is that I want to fall in love. Ha? Old Zhang was dumbfounded. You've been holding it in for so long, and you're only able to come up with that? You've confessed in front of the whole class, how could I not know you want to fall in love? Phew. Zhang took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, trying to calm his agitated emotions. He couldn't be angry. It wasn't worth it if it made him sick. It was just a student's mistake. He still had a responsibility to guide him back on the right path. Su Jiang watched Zhang breathing deeply, his eyes full of anxiety and unease, and tentatively asked, "You don't believe me?" Pop. The breath that Zhang had just calmed down was suddenly disturbed again, and he widened his eyes. I don't believe it? I dare not believe it. Alas, Su Jiang, I understand that it is normal for boys your age to have some adolescent feelings. But, you confessed in front of so many people, do you have any regard for me? Do you have any regard for the school's rules? He paused and continued, moreover, you are now in your freshman year, and your academic performance is crucial to your future employment. Lao Zhang began to rant again. He always uses this technique to pressure freshmen. Teacher, I think my grades are fine. What about Anru? She was second in the school in the preliminary exam. Su Jiang calmly responded. Lao Zhan was suddenly speechless and didn't think of this for a moment. Mad, how come you two have such good grades? Su Jiang's good grades are entirely due to the fact that he studied day and night before, and in order to relax early, he finished all the knowledge of his freshman year in advance. Judging from Su Jiang and Enro's current grades, they are fully capable of getting the highest scholarship in the final exam. And Su Jiang is very talented in math, and many teachers want to take him to competitions. In short, you should apologize to Enro and write a 3,000-word self-criticism for me. I'll also call your parents about this. Upon hearing this punishment, Su Jiang nodded slightly to show his agreement. As he expected, the school would not punish him severely. He was admitted to Jiangnan University as the top student in the college entrance exam. As long as it is not a matter of principle, the leaders of Jiangda University will basically turn a blind eye to it. Get out! Old Zhang waved to get rid of people. He was annoyed by Su Jiang now and had to calm himself down for a while. Su Jiang obediently walked out of the office and returned to the classroom. He pushed open the door, ignored the stares of others, and went straight to Enro, bowing deeply. I'm sorry, Enro. I was rude just now. Please forget what happened. Enro blinked her beautiful eyes, her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a nice smile. It's okay, Su Jiang. You're dead anyway tonight. After receiving Anru's forgiveness, Su Jiang let out a sigh of relief. The trouble caused by the novice mission of the Hanbai system should be over. All that was left was a 3,000-word self-criticism. As for Zhang's suggestion to call his family, Su Jiang wasn't worried at all. Judging from the fun-loving personality of his parents, he guessed that they would probably ask him if the girl had said yes. At the same time, Lao Zhang also followed in, probably because he had calmed down in a short time and came back to class. Since there are still 10 minutes left, I will finish this question. It may drag on for a few minutes, so please bear with me. When I heard that the class would be extended, there was a chorus of groans from the students. In high school, it was fine to extend the class, but in college, it was actually extended. As soon as Su Jiang returned to his seat, he saw Wang Xiang giving him a thumbs up. He turned his head and met his admiring gaze. Old Su, you're awesome. You really know how to pick them. The group is now exploding. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows on hearing this, quietly took out his phone from under the table and opened the group chat for his class. Sure enough, a few of the students who were not paying attention in class were chatting in the group. Do you know what nickname they gave you? They just called you Brother Legs in the group chat. When you said that Anru's legs were white, the whole group exploded. You are truly a model for us. Wang Xiang was still talking non-stop, but Su Jiang didn't want to listen anymore. He covered his forehead and let out a sigh. His reputation was over. Hopefully, the system's rewards will give me some comfort. System, activate novice rewards. Novice rewards are on. Congratulations, host, for obtaining advanced skills, gun mastery. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about firearms flooded into Su Jiang's mind, causing him to frown involuntarily. After a long time, Su Jiang finally digested this knowledge. Now, he knew everything about various guns and ammunition, and could even use them skillfully. But, what am I going to do with this? Where is my foundation pill? Where is my sword that splits the sky? Nowadays, Jiangdu is such a peaceful and warm place in a harmonious society. What can I do with your gun mastery? Su Jiang was really impressed. Can this system give me something useful? System, can we exchange this skill? No. Do we have any skills like the one that opens the sky with a single sword? No. Then how can I not be the host? The system will automatically be deactivated when the host dies. Fuck you. Su Jiang was cursing inside at this moment, but the system basically ignored him. With such a lousy skill, do I have to risk my life for it? Su Jiang remembered that if he did not complete the task within 30 seconds, he would be killed by the system. He almost peed his pants at the time. In the end, he got a gun mastery that was useless. What a waste! Seeing that the system didn't respond to him, Lao Zhan was still lecturing on the broken topic from the podium. Su Jiang became more and more angry, so he simply put his hands down and his head up. Since it's already like this, let's sleep first. Chapter 3 Then, I was kidnapped. 7:50 p.m. There are 10 minutes left before the end of the evening study session for freshmen at Jiangdu University. Yes, you heard it right. First-year students still have evening study sessions. This is a unique feature of Jiangdu University. Su Jiang had already finished the homework for the advanced mathematics class assigned by the teacher today without any effort. Then, in the usual pleading voice of Wang Xiang, he casually handed the homework to him. Thank you, brother Legs, you are so strong. After thanking him, Wang Xiang immediately picked up his pen and started copying the homework with a flourish. Hearing the nickname Brother Legs, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. In just one afternoon, the name had spread like wildfire. Basically, most people know that this afternoon, a freshman in the math department confessed in class. It even attracted a large crowd of onlookers, and some were even spreading rumors about him and Enro. Su Jiang and Enro were a perfect match, and they had agreed a long time ago to work hard together and meet at the top. The first and second in the whole school are in a relationship, it's so sweet. It is said that Su Jiang lost a bet and did this. Anyway, for a while, there were all kinds of outrageous rumors, and Su Jiang had long since become accustomed to such school rumors. School rumors are like falling leaves in the wind. Whether they are true or not is not the point. The point is to get the news out first. However, when Su Jiang thought about the trouble and impact this incident might have on Enro, she felt a little guilty. I should apologize to her over dinner sometime. So he thought. However, he had another extremely important matter that concerned his life and death. He took out his phone, opened Taobao, looked for a merchant, filtered the prices, and contacted customer service. Su Jiang, how much does it cost to write a 3,000-word self-criticism? Customer service, dear, what is the review about? Su Jiang, I confessed to a girl in my class in front of the teacher during class, and I want to write a review about it. Customer service? Customer service, dear, 50 yuan, delivered in one day in Jiangdu City. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Xiang. I'll give you 10 yuan to write a 3,000-word self-criticism. 10 yuan? Are you trying to get rid of me? Wang Xiang copied the exam paper and replied without looking up, at least 30. 15. 20. Deal. Su Jiang immediately handed over 20 yuan to Wang Xiang. Customer service, hello, are you there? If you are fine with the price, you can place an order. Su Jiang, I'm sorry, I was just asking about the price and checking the market. Customer service? No, you're sick. Su Jiang closed the Taobao app, and it was exactly 8 o'clock. Class is over, everyone go home. The bell rang to end the evening study session, and the teacher in charge of the evening study session gave the order, and the students began to pack up their books and prepare to leave. Su Jiang quickly stood up, put his bag on one shoulder, and was the first to leave the classroom. He didn't live in the dormitory, but rented a room off campus. His parents live in their hometown, and although they are not rich, they are still a well-off family and lead a comfortable life. Su Jiang didn't know that when he stepped out of the door, Enro looked at his back, ground her teeth, and had a little bit of anticipation in her eyes. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Su Jiang walked down the street with a yawn, his pace unsteady and his eyes half open. He had not slept well the night before. Even if he had slept well, he would still look like he hadn't slept. This was his normal state. He was still thinking about why the system suddenly stopped responding. No matter how he called out, the system didn't respond at all. It seems that there is no way to communicate with the system unless it issues a task. Of course, it may have been able to communicate before, but after I scolded it with a string of expletives, it became unresponsive. But even if you take a step back, is the system itself not at fault? To be honest, if it weren't for the knowledge of firearms, Su Jiang would have suspected that he was dreaming. Su Jiang was immersed in his thoughts when suddenly, everything went dark and an unknown object quickly covered his head. He felt a burst of panic, and before he could react, he felt several strong hands tightly controlling his body. These hands skillfully tied him up, and then he was lifted up by a huge force. Su Jiang instantly realized that he had been kidnapped. What are you doing? This is the warm and harmonious city of Jiangdu, a society ruled by law. Have you thought about the consequences of what you're doing? It's not too late to stop. I can pretend I never saw you. Pop! He cried out in pain as he was slapped hard on the butt. Damn, this kid talks a lot of nonsense. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take him to the young lady. From an unseen angle, two burly men in black clothes carried him to the car and sped off with the accelerator. Su Jiang was completely disheartened, and his whole body was controlled, so he couldn't move at all. It's over. I'm going to lose my kidneys. Maybe my corneas will go too. What about it? Let's discuss it. Can we only remove one kidney? Also, can we use anesthesia? I'm afraid of the pain. Black man? Did this kid misunderstand something? Does he think we're going to sell his kidneys? That's a bit far-fetched. Would a normal person negotiate with a kidnapper like that? Don't worry about it. Let's see how the young lady deals with him. We've arrived. Su Jiang felt the car stop, and then he was carried out of the car again. He didn't know where he was going. Pat. Su Jiang was roughly thrown to the ground. He felt dizzy, then felt someone approaching, and a faint fragrance lingered on his nose. Then, the hood covering his eyes was quickly removed, and Su Jiang shook his head, trying to make his vision clear. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar and good-looking face, which was definitely an impressive face for him today. Anru? At this moment, Anru was looking at him with a smile on her face, but for Su Jiang at this moment, the smile made him feel a little uneasy. On either side of her stood two burly men in black suits, expressionless, with a hint of arrogance in their eyes. They are definitely members of the underworld. Recalling the young lady they had just heard them call, Su Jiang immediately had a bad feeling. Anru smiled, extended her hand, lifted Su Jiang's chin, and leaned in close to him, breathing in the fragrance of orchid. Su Jiang, are you curious why you are here? Anru's voice broke the silence, and her tone was tinged with a hint of playfulness. Let me introduce myself. I am Anru, a member of the Jiangdu City Gang, the In family. Gudong. Su Jiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Su Jiang, you really know how to pick the right person to confess to. You picked a nuclear level 1. A gangster family, miss. Who the hell would have known? If I had known your identity, I wouldn't have liked you even if I liked Prince Yang. What? It's all a misunderstanding. Su Jiang gave a smile that was even uglier than a cry. He knew that today might be a bad day. If he doesn't appease this old lady today, he might not even make it out of here alive. Chapter 4, I really like your legs. Misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Because of you, my reputation is starting to suffer. They even spread the rumor that you and I were childhood sweethearts. Anru snorted, her voice tinged with a hint of coldness. She ground her teeth, and Su Jiang found her in this state strangely cute. Weren't you very brave this afternoon? Anru asked, her face moving closer to Su Jiang. Su Jiang smiled awkwardly and tried to explain, well, I was a bit impulsive this afternoon, but that was also because. Aren't you brave? Anru didn't wait for Su Jiang to finish speaking, and continued to question him. I just. You even dared to say you liked my legs. Anru suddenly raised her voice, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I'm asking you if my legs are white, do you still dare to speak? Ding. The host has triggered a task. Please answer the question according to your heart, or you will be punished. Ding. Where is your Trojan horse? Can you not mess with me at this time? Su Jiang was going crazy inside. This brain-damaged system. I don't ask you to help me in my time of need, but don't you dare add fuel to the fire. Su Jiang struggled for a long time, thinking that he might be punished by the system or even be eliminated. So he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and followed his heart. Why are you afraid to speak? Didn't you? Anru, your legs are really white and very beautiful. I really like your legs. After saying this, Su Jiang felt as if his face was on fire. He had never felt so ashamed and embarrassed. Even if he was usually brazen, he felt that he was too ashamed to face people at this moment. Ah, it's better to die. Su Jiang's eyes were completely devoid of light. There are thousands of ways to die, but he chose to die socially. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the intermediate skill, Fighting Mastery. In an instant, a large number of fighting techniques and fighting methods flooded into Su Jiang's mind, clear and detailed, as if he had practiced them countless times. At this moment, Su Jiang was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could now easily untie the ropes that bound him. He was about to make a move when he suddenly looked up and saw An-Ro with a blush on her face, looking at him with a look of shame and indignation. The two black bodyguards next to him were also stunned by his words, and even secretly gave him a thumbs up. Su Jiang? No, why are you giving me the thumbs up? Are you a triad family so abstract? Su Jiang did not know that although An-Ro was a favored daughter in the family, she was also a mischievous little devil. No one in the An family, from top to bottom, dared to provoke An-Ro. If you provoke her, you will have to suffer her various little retaliations for a long time afterwards, and it is impossible to guard against them. Even the head of the family and the young master have a hard time with An-Ro, which is of course a sign of how much they love her. Now that Su Jiang has made his remarks, the two black-clad bodyguards can only say, "Good luck, little brother." Originally, An-Ro only planned to bring them to scare Su Jiang a little, so that he would know to be afraid. But now that Su Jiang has said this, it's settled. The young lady will never let this kid go. He's dead. You, shameless, filthy, idiot, scumbag. An-Ro's face turned red, her voice trembling, and she pointed angrily at Su Jiang and scolded him. For the first time in her life, she had been talked about so bluntly about her legs, which made her feel extremely humiliated and angry. Su Jiang felt humiliated, and she felt even more humiliated. Fortunately, there was no one else here. If Su Jiang had said this in the classroom during the day, she would have died of embarrassment on the spot. Die, you dirty rascal! An-Ro shouted angrily, lifted her foot and kicked Su Jiang, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction in this kick. However, at this point, Su Jiang had already untied the rope that bound him, and he calmly dodged An-Ro's attack. An-Ro did not expect Su Jiang to be able to move freely. She had used all her strength in that kick, full of resentment. After the kick missed, her center of gravity was suddenly unstable, and her body swayed a few times, and she was about to fall to the ground. Help! Missy, be careful! The two bodyguards had originally thought that Su Jiang was still tied up and unable to move, so they didn't pay too much attention to his movements. But when they saw Su Jiang easily untie the ropes and dodge An-Ro's attack, they were both shocked and didn't react for a moment. By the time they wanted to go forward to protect An-Ro, it was already too late. What made them even more terrified was that there were sharp scissors on the ground where An-Ro was about to fall. If An-Ro really smashed into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. An-Ro also realized the danger approaching at this moment, her eyes full of panic, but she could no longer control her body movement, and could only watch helplessly as she got closer and closer to the ground, the scissors growing larger and larger in her pupils. She was filled with despair, and could only helplessly close her eyes. Pop! The next second, the pain that Anu had imagined did not appear, and instead, she felt a soft and warm embrace. There was also a faint smell of smoke and laundry, which made her sniffle and sniff a few more times. Slowly raising her head, she saw Su Jiang's somewhat helpless eyes. Are you okay? Su Jiang's voice was concerned, and his large hand firmly supported An-Ro's waist to ensure that she would not fall. An-Ro blinked, looked at Su Jiang blankly, then flushed and whispered, "Thank you, thank you." What quick reflexes! I didn't even see the kid's movements clearly, his reflexes are amazing. When they saw that An-Ro was standing there unharmed, the two bodyguards let out a sigh of relief and a look of relief appeared on their faces. However, the shock in their hearts did not dissipate, but instead deepened because of the shock of the scene just now. Recalling Su Jiang's actions just now, he had quickly untied the ropes, then deftly dodged An-Ro's flying kick, and then quickly moved in front of An-Ro, leaning slightly forward and catching her as she was about to fall. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. As bodyguards for the An family, they had seen their fair share of action, but they didn't think they could have reacted like Su Jiang just now. They couldn't even untie the rope. No one else knows, but they know themselves. The knot they tied was very complicated. If they made a mistake in one step, the knot would be impossible to untie. So even if they personally untied the rope, it would take a lot of effort, and they definitely couldn't do it as quickly as Su Jiang. The two of them thought the same thing at the same time. This young man is no ordinary person. Su Jiang didn't care about them so much. His heart was beating fast, and his attention was completely focused on the fragile existence in his arms. He gently hugged Enro, feeling the faint fragrance and warmth from her body, and looking at Enro's beautiful, charming eyes. Su Jiang swallowed. Su Jiang had never held a girl's hand before. This sudden sense of intimacy made him a little overwhelmed, but also felt extraordinarily beautiful. So this is what it feels like to be embraced? No wonder that kid Wang Xiang is in love every day. This feeling of accelerated heartbeat is indeed somewhat fascinating. The two of them just looked at each other, not knowing how many seconds had passed. Ahem, miss, are you okay? The bodyguard couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was a man of the world and immediately sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. The young lady is in the midst of puberty, and if things go on like this, something bad might happen. So he immediately spoke up to warn her. Ha? Oh, I'm fine. Anru immediately reacted, pushed Su Jiang away, and took a few steps back, feeling a little reluctant. Well, since you just saved me, I'll let you go this time. You should leave quickly. Enro looked around, but dared not make eye contact with Su Jiang. Su Jiang blinked, but did not move. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If I let you go, you should leave quickly. Do you really want to eat swan meat with a toad? The bodyguard was unhappy. Why don't you want to leave? Enro's face turned even redder. Could it be that he wanted to stay with her a little longer? No, I'm not leaving. Su Jiang sighed with a helpless look on his face. You tied me up, I don't know where this is, where can I go, I don't even know how to get out. You should send me back. Enro and the bodyguard suddenly realized what had happened and forgot about it for a moment. Chapter 5, Settling in, and Mingjie. Meanwhile, in the depths of a luxurious club in Jiangdu City. The lighting is dim and mysterious, and there is a tense atmosphere in the air. Click. Click. The faint sound of a lighter is particularly piercing in the silent space. On the sofa, a handsome man sits upright. He is wearing a black coat, which is high quality and shiny, and his deep eyes are frightening. Behind him, a row of black-clad thugs stood in neat rows, dressed in sharp suits, wearing sunglasses, expressionless, and with straight backs. In front of the man, a middle-aged man is kneeling on the ground. His clothes are stained red with blood, and his face still bears the marks of the beating. He trembled and begged in a hoarse voice, "Please, Mr. N, please spare me. I was really careless and inadvertently leaked the news of the operation. I didn't know that the Lin family would take the opportunity to attack us. Master N." The man's teeth were chattering and his speech was slurred. His eyes were full of fear, as if the young master in front of him was a monster. Shit. And Mingjie continued to play with the lighter in his hand, looking at the man with a blank expression. Old Chen, you are an old man of the Yin family. I really want to believe you when something like this happens. Even if you accidentally leaked our news, we lost more than 20 brothers this time. How do you explain that? What about their families? If we hadn't noticed the problem in time, I might have fallen into the Lin family's trap. Tell me, how do we settle this? And Mingjie's voice was neither high nor low, but like a sharp sword, pressing him step by step, piercing deep into his heart. Every word was like a hammer striking Chen's heart, leaving him unable to escape or resist. A crisp sound of a clatter was heard, and a dagger with a cold gleam was thrown in front of Chen. And Mingjie's eyes were cold and frosty, without the slightest hint of warmth. He quietly stared at Lao Chen. Chen stared at the dagger, took a deep breath, and then closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Please, and Shao, for all the years I have worked so hard for the Yin family, let my family live. I'm sorry for what I've done to the Yin family. I'll take my own life as punishment. After saying this, he picked up the dagger on the ground with trembling hands and was about to put it to his own neck. However, at the moment when the dagger was about to touch his skin, a figure suddenly appeared next to him and tightly grasped his hand. Li Kai. Brother Kai? Old Chen recognized the man as Li Kai, the Yin family's top enforcer. Rumor has it that he is a master of martial arts and traditional kung fu, and has an extremely important position in the Yin family. Li Kai's contribution is a large part of the reason why the Yin family has such influence today. But why did he stop me from killing myself? That's enough, old Chen. And Mingjie stood up and smiled. I just wanted to see if you had really betrayed the Yin family. I checked the leak, and it was indeed the Lin family's brilliant tactics, which were hard to defend against. But you need to be tested as well. It seems that you are still a member of the Yin family, so there is no reason for us to let you die. The Yin family would never harm their own family. Old Chen was moved to tears at the news. The Yin family is still the one he knows. Among the 3 families in Jiangdu City, only the Yin family truly lives up to its reputation for being loyal and righteous. As long as you join the Yin family, your family. The Yin family will never point a gun at its own family. This was the slogan when the Yin family was first established, and it is also the foundation of the Yin family to this day. Therefore, compared to other families, the members of the Yin family get along better and are more united. Old Chen, let's go to the hospital for a treatment. Sorry, I was a bit too harsh this time. And Mingjie walked over to Chen and knelt down to help him up. Chen's eyes were filled with tears, and he said in a choked voice, "It's okay, and Xiao. I understand. This time it was my fault, and I've caused trouble for the Yin family. When news of a leak like this gets out, it is certain that no one in the family will survive. But in the Yin family, he can live." After Chen left, and Mingjie turned around and quickly and orderly directed the people present to begin cleaning up the scene. The bloodstains on the floor and the scattered items were all picked up and wiped clean until the original neatness was restored. Li Kai quietly walked up to Mingjie. He lit a cigarette too, and the light smoke wafted between the two of them. The two of them walked to the window side by side, looked out at the night sky, and began to converse in low voices. "What are you going to do about the Lin family?" Li Kai asked. "That bastard Lin Hui has screwed me over this time. I have to get revenge. But if we fight with the Lin family, aren't we afraid that the Feng family will take advantage of the situation?" On hearing this, and Mingjie also frowned. The 3 major families of Jiangdu City, my family, the Lin family, and the Feng family, are now just marginal families. The only 2 families that have a real chance of becoming the leading family are us and the Feng family. The Lin family is still a bit lacking in terms of resources, and it's really not worth it for us to fight with them. And Mingjie rested his hand on the window and tapped it lightly, as if in deep thought. After a long time, he finally spoke. In a month, the 3 families will compete for the opportunity to become the leading family. We will wait until then to take revenge. In the meantime, let's be quiet for a while. I'll go back and ask my father what he thinks. You should also take this time to clean up our area and leave no small vermin from the Lin and Feng families. Li Kai nodded, and he was used to doing this kind of thing, so he was very good at it. At this moment, the phone rang, and Mingjie frowned. Who would be calling his private number at this hour? He took out his phone and looked at it. His face changed and he quickly answered the call. "Hello? Mr. Zhang?" "Yes, I'm Mingjie and Ro's brother. Has something happened to the little girl at school?" "Aha! What?" And Mingjie's eyes widened. His sister had been confessed to in front of the whole class? What kind of crazy bastard would do that? And Mingjie's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I know about this. I'll take care of it, don't worry." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for taking care of Ro at school." After hanging up the phone, and Mingjie's whole atmosphere became a little colder. "Oldly, put the cleanup aside for now and find me someone." "Who?" "His name is Su Jiang, and Ro's classmate. Do you want him alive or dead?" "Keep him alive and bring him to me." "Okay." Li agreed to do it. It was just a student, so it was a waste of talent for him. Chapter 6. I can't possibly like him. "I'm not saying anything about you, but why did you have to kidnap me and bring me to this remote place? And that hood you put over my head, how long has it been since it was washed? It stinks. You gangsters really work rough." On the back seat, Su Jiang was complaining non-stop. And Ro sat next to him, helplessly covering her ears. The 2 bodyguards sitting in the front row, who were supposed to be serious, were now covered in black lines. "I really want to kill this kid." "Forget it, just bear it. The young lady won't let us do it." The young lady wouldn't really do anything to this kid. Shut your damn mouth. Is this something we can talk about? He then looked carefully in the rearview mirror, afraid that Anru would hear what they were saying. He was relieved when Anru was still frowning and covering her ears, not noticing their conversation. If Anru heard this, she would definitely hold it against them, and their days in the Yin family would not be easy. Well, we don't have to rush. Don't speed or run red lights. Oh, by the way, can we stop at Zhong Street? I want to buy some cold noodles. I used to think it was too far away, so I didn't bother to go. It's a good thing you're driving me. Shut up. Anru shouted. She really couldn't stand it anymore. How can there be such a chatterbox? She had just started to like him, but now she was just depressed. I'm such a beautiful woman sitting next to you, and you don't even look at me, just thinking about eating cold noodles? I'll roast you, you believe me? She didn't know that Su Jiang was not looking at her, but was clearly afraid to look at her. The rather ambiguous scene just now was still lingering in her mind, and her heart was still pounding. Su Jiang could only relieve her inner unease by muttering to herself. From now on, you are not allowed to speak, you are not allowed to direct them to drive, and you are not allowed to eat cold noodles. And Rome was fuming, grinding her silver teeth, as if she would bite Su Jiang if he dared to object in the next second. Su Jiang, hearing her yell, shrunk his neck and dared not speak. Miss. We're almost at Zhong Street, should we stop? Asked the dumb bodyguard. Stop your big head. Don't stop. And Ro was so angry that she was about to die. How could the bodyguard arranged by her family be so stupid? So, Su Jiang sat in the car, looking through the window as he watched himself pass by the grilled cold noodles. Hey, forget it, brother cold noodles, we just don't have the same fate. A sigh of disappointment. After driving for a while, the car gradually entered Su Jiang's community. Brother Su, where exactly is your home? Brother Su? The bodyguard saw that no one was answering, and turned back with a puzzled look. Su Jiang innocently blinked his eyes and turned to look at Enro. Enro froze for a moment, then realized that she had just told him not to speak. This sentence can be answered. After saying that, she angrily stamped on Su Jiang's foot. She was so angry she could die. How could there be such a stupid person? Not only is he a rascal, he's also stupid and silly. She had just been excited by his presence, but now she realized she was crazy. Sigh. After being stepped on by Enro, Su Jiang let out a gasp. This little girl's kicks are really fierce, and she doesn't hold back at all. What? Big brother, you can just let me off here. Get off here, and you'll be home in 2 minutes. Before getting off the bus, Su Jiang did not forget to say hello to Enro. Thank you for bringing me back, missin'. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Click. After that, Su Jiang slammed the car door and sped off. Enro looked at Su Jiang's back with her arms folded, lost in thought. He's quite tall, and his looks are to my taste. Enro muttered to herself, then immediately reacted, patting her own little head. What was she thinking? She couldn't possibly have feelings for this clumsy guy, could she? No, I definitely won't fall for this shameless rascal. She was so distracted that she didn't even realize when she arrived home. As soon as she entered the living room, Enro felt a warm and peaceful atmosphere. She looked around and saw her brother, and Mingjie, in his comfortable home clothes, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. And Mingjie heard the footsteps and turned to see Enro, who had just entered the door. He smiled gently. You're back? Dinner will be ready in a minute. He continued to work while saying this. Anru nodded and ran upstairs to her room. She walked to the bed and jumped lightly onto the soft bed. For some reason, her mind was filled with Su Jiang's helpless face, which was now extremely clear in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Damn it! Bastard! Shameless! Scoundrel! Enro took the cute rabbit pillow next to her and used it as Su Jiang, punching it over and over. Downstairs, and Mingjie no longer had his gentle smile. He was listening to the two bodyguards report while cooking. Then we followed Mrs. Instructions and sent Brother Su back. After the bodyguard finished speaking, he looked at Mingjie carefully. Although the Yin family was still headed by the family head in Xinjiang on the surface, the actual power had gradually passed into the hands of Mingjie. And Mingjie is already the undisputed leader of the next generation of the Yin family. You mean, an ordinary student not only instantly untied the ropes you tied him with, but also showed a reaction and mobility that you are ashamed of? The two bodyguards nodded sheepishly. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was true. Interesting. It seems that he really doesn't have much ill will towards Ro, but it's hard to say. It could also be a tactic of the phone in Lin families. But this is very unlikely, because according to what you said, his background is simple, and he has always shown himself to be an unremarkable student, with only slightly better grades. After hearing what you said about him, I'm actually quite interested in him. And Mingjie kept moving his hands, but his mind was deep in thought. Originally, he just wanted Li Kai to get rid of this student, but now it seems that this approach is no longer appropriate. On the one hand, Su Zhang's performance was exceptional, but on the other, and Mingjie was worried that his sister had already fallen for Su Zhang. This was also a headache for him. He was not the type of person who wanted to keep his sister by his side for the rest of his life, but he also hoped that his sister would have a good home. From a young age, and Mingjie never let Enro participate in family matters, and he always protected her well, never letting her come into contact with any bad boys. And Mingjie doesn't want Enro to be involved in the affairs of the gang. Ruru, it's time to eat. After a while, Enro changed into a pink nightgown and went downstairs. She sat at the dining table and waited for Mingjie to serve the food. Have you eaten? No? Let's eat together. And Mingjie looked at the two bodyguards and asked. The two bodyguards quickly refused and went back to rest. And Mingjie could see their fear, but he didn't push them. After all, he couldn't force people to eat with him against their will, could he? Chapter 7, Su Zhang's Life Credo. On the long dining table, Enrong and Mingjie sat opposite each other. Brother, did you put too much chicken soup sugar in this? Enro tasted the soup and felt that it was a bit sweet. Is it too much? And Mingjie quickly scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. Does it taste the same as usual? Where is it sweet? And Mingjie saw that the little girl was distracted and somewhat helpless. Ruru, did someone confess their love to you today? And Mingjie asked the question directly while eating his meal. And Ruru nodded dazedly, and immediately reacted. It's okay, brother. I've already taken care of it. I had my bodyguards teach him a lesson. And Ro raised her little pink fists and waved them a few times, revealing a fierce expression. When Mingjie saw that Enro was not telling the truth, his heart sank. You taught him a lesson? How did you teach him a lesson? Did you beat him up until he was red in the face? If he hadn't heard the bodyguard's report, he would have believed it. And Mingjie sighed, why don't you bring him to my place this weekend? He was almost certain that his sister had feelings for the other man. As her brother, he had to investigate for himself. If the guy named Su Zhang really has a clean background and is a good person, he would be able to feel a little more relieved. After all, Enro is at the age where she should fall in love. He can't stop the throbbing of her adolescence, and there is no need to. The Yin family has a very open-minded family tradition, advocating free love and not engaging in family marriages. Enro? What do you mean, bring him back to see? Enro stopped drinking the kanji and looked confused. She didn't understand what her brother was thinking. That guy, Su Zhang, my brother will help you look at him. If you really like him, my brother will support you. What? I spit. Enro reacted immediately, blushing and standing up, pointing at Mingjie with trembling fingers. Who likes him? I'm warning you, brother. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could I possibly like that bastard? Then I'll have Li kill him? How dare you? In a moment of panic, Enrong realized that she had said the wrong thing. Coupled with Mingjie's playful gaze, she felt ashamed and indignant. I mean, I don't think I'd go so far as to kill him. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it myself. I'm not talking to you anymore, humph. Enro put down the bowl and turned to leave, but then suddenly thought of something and walked angrily back to Mingjie. She lifted her slender, white feet and stomped on them. Sigh. And Mingjie gasped. Enro's little foot stomped on Mingjie's foot, even harder than when she stomped on Su Zhang. Then she turned her face and went upstairs. You little girl. Finish your meal. And Mingjie covered his feet in silence. His sister was always like this, and she was spoiled by her family. Sighing, and Mingjie poured the rice in an rose bowl into his own bowl and ate it like a whirlwind. In an Rose room. Bastard in Mingjie, stinky in Mingjie. Who likes that bastard? Bang! 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 One punch after another landed on the rabbit pillow, and Enro's face turned red. She didn't understand how her emotions could fluctuate so much in one day. She never used to be like this. After lying on the bed for a while, and Mingjie knocked on her door. I put the food in the fridge. If you're hungry, just heat it up. I have to go out. Remember to bring him over this weekend. That's non-negotiable. Anru covered her ears. She was really annoyed with Mingjie. I know, you're so annoying. Hearing Enron's impatient voice, and Mingjie shook his head helplessly. After changing his clothes downstairs and leaving the house, and Mingjie's gentle expression was replaced by an endless air of grimness. A member of the Yin family walked up and whispered in Mingjie's ear. Young Masterin, the leader just sent a message, asking you to go to a few Yin family branches tonight to get to know the people there. Yes, I know. And Mingjie lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Even my father, who is still in good health, insists on passing the baton to me so quickly. He grumbled quietly, complaining that his father didn't care about anything. In the past 2 years, almost all the big and small matters in the family have been handled by Mingjie. He is almost exhausted, and God knows how much he envies his father for being such a hands-off boss. He casually threw the cigarette butt away, got into the car, and then several black cars slowly drove out of the compound. At 6 a.m., the alarm went off. But it only rang for a second. Su Jiang quickly reached out from under the covers and quickly turned off the alarm on his phone. I can sleep for another 5 minutes. Su Jiang thought to himself. Half an hour later. Hurry up! I'm going to be late again. Su Jiang hurriedly got dressed and washed up, and overslept again. I'm a freshman and I still have to wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Who said it would be easy when I went to college? Pure bullshit. I was brushing my teeth when I suddenly froze. Is this me? Su Jiang looked at himself in the mirror. His face had changed a little, but not much, mainly his figure had become more proportional, and his overall temperament was more attractive. Is this the benefit of being proficient in martial arts? Su Jiang suddenly realized that in addition to the fighting skills, he had also gained a little muscle strength. No, there's no time to admire it. I'm going to be late. Usually, Su Jiang's lateness is no big deal, and Lao Zhang just turns a blind eye to it. But he had just annoyed Lao Zhang yesterday, and if he was late again today, he would probably get another lecture. With his bag on his back, Su Jiang sped off. Thanks to his mastery of combat, he used the least amount of energy to run the fastest and furthest, reaching the bus stop in record time. Phew! Thanks to the combat mastery, he can sleep 10 minutes longer in the future. Once on the bus, Su Jiang let out a sigh of relief. Judging by the time, he would probably not be late. He might even get there before that brat Wang Xiang. After a short nap on the bus, Su Jiang got off at his stop. Don't ask why I slept on the bus. Those who have read books will understand. Boss, 2 3-flavored buns, please. After buying a breakfast, Su Jiang walked slowly towards the school. Passing by the entrance of an alley, Su Jiang glanced at it casually, and several figures caught his attention. A few young men with yellow hair, wearing shabby clothes with graffiti, looked like a gangster, and were surrounding a thin student. It looked like they were collecting protection money. Gee, the world is going downhill. In my warm and harmonious Jiangdu city, such a heartbreaking thing could happen. Su Jiang sighed softly, shook his head, took a bite of the steamed bun, and severely criticized the behavior of the yellow-haired youths. Then, as if he had not seen anything, he continued walking. Never mind other people's business. This is Su Jiang's life motto. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please save this student and give them a severe lesson. Completing the task will be rewarded, and failure will be punished. Su Jiang was stunned, and the steps he had taken slowly retreated back. He resolutely walked into the alley. Being a hero is also Su Jiang's life creed. Chapter 8, Don't you have any bottom line as a gangster? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Your slow-witted appearance really makes people angry. The young man in the lead, with a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth, tilted his head and grabbed the glasses man's collar tightly, his eyes full of ferocity. Why are you so slow about paying the protection fee? Didn't you pay it willingly the other day? What, are you trying to renege on the payment today? The young man's voice revealed a hint of contempt. I really don't have any money. The bespectacled man's lips trembled and his voice was barely audible. His eyes were filled with fear. I gave you all my living expenses for this month. Upon hearing this, the young man with the yellow hair sneered, That's your business, I only care about the money. He then loosened his collar and took a step back. Several of his men understood the situation and immediately surrounded him, ready to teach him a lesson. The bespectacled man closed his eyes in despair as he saw the other party's fists and feet about to land on him. Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. A lazy and helpless voice came, attracting the attention of several people and stopping them from acting. Huang Mao frowned and turned his head to follow the sound, only to see a handsome young man eating a steamed bun and walking casually towards them. Su Jiang said while eating the buns, If you beat him up, I'll be in trouble. If they punch him and the system decides that he didn't save him, then it's over. Kid, you want to be a hero? Huang Mao smiled, revealing a cruel smile. I like good young people like you who claim to be righteous. It's especially fun to bully. Su Jiang nodded nonchalantly after hearing this, finished the last bite of the bun, looked around, and couldn't find a trash can. After thinking about it, he simply threw the plastic bag away. His quality only exists within the scope of his vision. Hurry up, I'm going to be late for class. He then gave Huang Mao the finger. This action completely angered Huang Mao, and he had to kill this little white face today. Get him. In an instant, several thugs pounced on Su Jiang, fists and feet intertwined. However, in Su Jiang's eyes, their movements were like slow motion stretched by time, every flaw was clearly visible, and every offensive move looked so clumsy and powerless. They're so clumsy. Su Jiang snorted, his voice revealing disdain and contempt. He has mastered the skills of fighting, and in the face of these street thugs' crude moves, he is naturally able to handle them with ease. Su Jiang quickly assumed a standard boxing stance, swaying his body left and right, agile and swift. His punches were fierce and unrivaled, and each punch hit the target precisely. Ugh! Oh, my back! Don't hit my face, big brother! It didn't take long before the thugs were all knocked to the ground by Su Jiang, moaning in pain and unable to get up again. Amidst the wailing, Su Jiang slowly walked towards Huang Mao. You, don't come any closer. Seeing this, Huang Mao knew he had met a tough guy today. He took a small knife out of his pocket and pointed it at Su Jiang. I advise you to put the knife away. If you don't pay the protection fee, you'll be locked up for a few days for education. But if you use a knife, it's a different matter. Su Jiang paid no attention to this and walked over to the man with the glasses, helped him up, and asked, pointing at Huang Mao. How much protection money did they take from you? 800. The bespectacled man was still a little scared, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. What? 5,000? Su Jiang pretended to be shocked and shouted, which made the man with glasses stunned. No. It's not 5,000, it's 8. Are you human? Su Jiang interrupted him and turned to look at Huang Mao angrily. He's just a student, and you actually charged him 5,000 yuan for protection. Don't you punks have any bottom line? Huang Mao blinked and a myriad of question marks appeared above his head. 5,000? When did I ever charge him 5,000 yuan? Can a poor student earn 5,000 yuan a month to give to me? He immediately realized that Su Jiang was taking this opportunity to rob him. Huang Mao looked at Su Jiang's face, and 1,000 wild horses ran through his heart. Damn, this white-faced guy looks harmless, but why is he so dark at heart? Huang Mao took a deep breath and stared at Su Jiang. I don't have 5,000, but I can give you 1,000 at most. Click. Ugh. Su Jiang instantly gave a flying kick, knocking Huang Mao to the ground, and the knife flew out. What do you mean give me 1,000? You stole 5,000 from someone else. You make it sound like I robbed you. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao covered the part of his body that had been kicked, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Aren't you just robbing people? Brother, you'd better think it through. We're from the Lin family of Jiangdu City. Huang Mao had no choice but to bring up the Lin family. Although he was only a small-time thug at the bottom of the family, he could only try to scare Su Jiang by using the Lin family's name. However, when Su Jiang heard that the Lin family had not responded, he tilted his head and walked closer to Huang Mao step by step. Lin family? I don't know it, I've never heard of it. Wait. Big brother, I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Huang Mao immediately softened his stance, realizing that the man who knows when to yield is the one who will prevail. Su Jiang frowned when he heard this. What do you mean by give? That's called return. Huang Mao immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, pay back the money. After that, he immediately took out his cell phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Su Jiang. At the sign of Su Jiang's eyes, he immediately fled with a few of his men. Here, take 2,000 yuan and go to the hospital yourself. No, brother, I really only gave them 800. Listen to me, the extra money is their compensation for the medical expenses. Su Jiang was too lazy to argue with him, and after transferring the money, he walked out of the alley alone. The bespectacled man looked at Su Jiang's back with gratitude and bowed deeply. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a random reward. Random reward drawing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the low-level skill, animal telepathy. What is this skill, animal telepathy? Su Jiang asked himself as he walked. In short, animals will be drawn to you. That's it? That's it. Shit. It's really a low-level skill, and it's useless. It's not as good as fighting proficiency. However, the fight just now also made Su Jiang realize that fighting mastery is not omnipotent. He knows how to fight, but with his current physical fitness, he is not yet able to fully utilize the benefits of fighting mastery. After fighting for only a short while, Su Jiang felt a bit out of breath. His physical strength and body couldn't keep up. Su Jiang frowned slightly. This was a big problem. I just don't know if the system has any skills in this area. Chapter 9, Tired, Destroy. As expected, Su Jiang was late again. Go stand in the back. It so happened that the first class was Zhang's advanced mathematics class. Su Jiang touched his nose and ran to the back of the classroom to stand there. During this process, Su Jiang and Enro, who was sitting in the first row, exchanged glances, and then the two of them moved their eyes away at the same time. Standing in the back row with his book, Su Jiang's drowsiness struck again. He found a comfortable position, put his book in front of his face, and closed his eyes gently. In the past, he certainly couldn't do this sleeping standing up trick, but now he has the ability to do it. Praise for his mastery of martial arts. Old Zhang naturally could not imagine that Su Jiang could fall asleep standing up, so he continued lecturing. No one noticed that Su Jiang had fallen asleep until the class was over. Su Jiang, come to my office. Su Jiang was woken up, somewhat helpless, how he had been lectured every day for the past 2 days. When he returned to his seat, he extended his hand to Wang Xiang, who immediately took out a written self-criticism that he had already prepared. Su Jiang glanced at it and saw that it was written in a fairly standard way, without any self-defeating remarks. He followed Zhang dejectedly back to the familiar office, and Su Jiang obediently handed over the written apology. Lao Zhang took it and put it on the side table without even looking at it. Su Jiang, the competition is coming soon, you can't waste time like this anymore. Zhang was talking about the high school math competition in Jiangdu City. He had asked Su Jiang to sign up for it a long time ago, and he was the instructor. Su Jiang nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I promise to participate and not miss it. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mouth twitched. If you don't participate, do I participate? I want a ranking, a gold or silver medal. Do I need your guarantee to sign up? If you don't participate, I'll break your legs. Su Jiang, don't pretend to be ignorant. You must win the gold medal in this year's competition. Old Zhang's tone was extremely solemn. Whether he could become famous all of a sudden depended on whether Su Jiang could win the gold medal. Su Jiang was helpless. He really didn't care about winning a gold medal. Wouldn't it be enough to get a ranking? What do you want a bicycle for? Of course, you can't say that to Mr. Zhang. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will do my best to win the gold medal. Who else but me can take first place? Su Jiang looked solemn and spoke with utmost sincerity. When Zhang heard this, he was a little relieved and gave Su Jiang a lecture before letting him go. The next class was university physics, still in the same classroom. Back in his familiar seat, Su Jiang fell asleep. What is a gold medal? I don't know. Hey, don't go to sleep yet. Wang Ziang pushed Su Jiang up and said hurriedly, tomorrow is Saturday, I have already booked 5 seats in the internet cafe. Don't let me down, I'm still waiting for your Yasuo to take me flying. When Su Jiang heard this, he nodded lightly and gave the other person an OK sign, then continued to fall asleep. 2 minutes later, Su Jiang was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt someone poke him in the arm. Su Jiang thought it was Wang Ziang looking for him again, and he looked up with resentment. Prince Yang, can you finish what you have to say in one go? He was in the middle of saying something when his voice suddenly stopped. Wang Ziang sat on the side, looking at himself innocently. On the other side, Enro was gently poking her hand with a finger. Enro, do you have something on your mind? Enro withdrew her hand, not looking at Su Jiang's eyes, tilted her head to the side, and whispered. What, are you free tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang turned his head to look at Wang Ziang, paused for a moment, and then turned his head back to look at Enro. I'm free. I don't have any plans tomorrow. Wang Ziang? You're not a buddy? You're not a human being anymore, are you? Wang Ziang opened his mouth to say something, but he still didn't say it. Forget it, the lifelong happiness of a brother is the most important thing. He turned around and silently cancelled the 5-seat internet cafe. Enro nodded gently and blushed, saying, then you can come with me to a place tomorrow. Where? Come home with me. Poof. Su Jiang had not yet spoken, and Prince Yang, who was drinking water, directly sprayed a mouthful of water onto the ground. He then turned his head and looked at Su Jiang in shock. Not a buddy? Aren't you guys moving a little too fast? You just confessed yesterday, and you're meeting the parents tomorrow? He quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Fortunately, it was now the end of the school day, and all of his friends had gone out to play. Otherwise, this news would be another bombshell. Su Jiang saw Wang Ziang's thumb and his mouth twitched. Brother, you only saw that she wanted me to go home with her. You don't know what her family is like. A gangster family, man. Su Jiang regretted it in an instant. Well, I suddenly remembered that I just made an appointment with Prince Yang to do something tomorrow, right Prince Yang? Brother, help. Upon hearing this, Enro looked at Wang Ziang with a somewhat doubtful expression. Seeing this, Prince Yang decisively shook his head, Old Su, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's make another appointment some other day. I'll go to your wooden horse, Prince Yang. Su Jiang at this moment wanted to strangle this bastard. That's good. Wait for my message tomorrow, I'll come pick you up. Enro smiled at Su Jiang and then returned to her seat. She didn't want to take Su Jiang home, but today her brother sent her a message in a very stern tone, telling her to bring Su Jiang to him tomorrow. Enro was definitely not afraid of her brother. She was just afraid of going against her brother's wishes and breaking his heart. She was definitely not afraid of her brother. Wang Ziang, I'll fucking kill you. Why? I was helping you, man. What a great opportunity. You don't know what you're doing. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a meeting with the parents. And Ru is really nice and she's a good match for you. Su Jiang buried his head in despair, his heart as cold as death. Being friends with this idiot, Wang Ziang, was the biggest misfortune of his life. Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll find a chance to stand and row up. He really doesn't dare to go to the underworld. Even if he is proficient in martial arts, facing a huge family force, it is no different from looking for death. Well, that's it. Tomorrow I'll tell Enro that I have to cancel because of something urgent. Su Jiang was already thinking about what excuse he should use to get out of it. Ding! The host has triggered a task. Please honor your promise to Enro and keep your word. You will be rewarded for completing the task and punished for failing. Su Jiang. I'm tired. Destroy me. Whoever wants this garbage system can have it. Su Jiang suspects that this system exists solely to ruin the host. Chapter 10, Cold Noodles. After a tiring afternoon of finishing the last class, since it was Friday, Zhang Da was very humane and did not have a late study session today. Su Jiang was still the first to leave the classroom. even though he was sitting in the back row. Su Jiang, wait a minute. Su Jiang heard the sound and looked back to see En-ro walking quickly towards him with her little legs. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, you're dead. The two walked side by side, and En-ro threatened him viciously. Many people cast curious glances at the two of them. The rumors about Su Jiang's confession yesterday are still spreading like wildfire. Now the rumored male and female protagonists are walking together on campus, immediately sparking a lot of discussion. Su Jiang was of course aware of this phenomenon, and sighed helplessly. Don't worry, my missin. It's the same as killing yourself to stand you up. You know that. En-ro was a little smug with her pouty mouth, and Su Jiang was amused to see it. I really don't understand why people used to say that En-ro has a cold personality. She's clearly a proud and arrogant young lady. What exactly do you want me to do at your house? I don't know, but my brother wants to meet you. Your brother? Do you like cold noodles? Why do you ask? It's not good to go empty-handed on the first visit. If he likes cold noodles, I'll bring him some tomorrow. No. En-ro didn't understand what was going on in Su Jiang's head. Who brings cold noodles as a gift when they visit someone? Fine, then I won't buy him a serving. You're not allowed to eat it either. Ha? Su Jiang turned his head and looked at En-ro, confused. You're going to tell me what to do with my own cold noodles? En-ro was so angry that she had been hearing about cold noodles since yesterday. I'm such a beautiful woman, but in your eyes, I'm not even as important as cold noodles? Humph. Before they knew it, they had reached the intersection, where a black car was parked and a man in a suit was standing nearby. Mr. Su. Su Jiang recognized the man as one of the two bodyguards from the previous day. What, can you give me a ride? En-ro opened the car door and was about to get in when she stopped. My home is in the opposite direction from yours. How could it be on the way? School let out early today, so I'm going to Zhongjie to buy some cold noodles. En-ro took a deep breath, walked slowly to Su Jiang, raised her little head, and looked at Su Jiang with a smile. Then, she lifted her foot and stomped. Sigh. Su Jiang gasped in surprise and a big question mark appeared on his head. Why does this girl like to step on people so much? The key is, why does she step on me? If she doesn't want to carry me, why does she step on me? Pat ta ta. Drive, go home. Yes, miss. En-ro got into the car angrily, slammed the door shut, and didn't give Su Jiang a chance to speak. Cold noodles. Cold noodles. You stupid fool, all you know is eating cold noodles. The bodyguard saw this and sat in the front seat, head bowed, not daring to speak. Since Su Jiang's appearance, En-ro's mood had become more and more irritable every day. However, this also serves to divert her attention. In the past, when En-ro was free, she would try to find some fun in the family members, making many of them miserable. Now it's different. All of En-ro's attention, all of her grievances, all of her dissatisfaction, now have a place to vent. That is Su Jiang. This also indirectly liberated many people in the family from the claws of this little demon. With the accelerator at full throttle, Su Jiang covered his foot and watched as En-ro drove away in the car. When the car turned a corner and disappeared from Su Jiang's sight, Su Jiang angrily stuck out a middle finger in that direction. There was no car, so Su Jiang had to walk. It wasn't far, only about 10 minutes away, so Su Jiang could still walk. As he walked, his cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and looked at the caller ID. It was his father calling, so Su Jiang answered the call while walking. Son, are you out of school? What? You're a good kid. Your teacher called me yesterday. I couldn't believe it. He confessed in front of the whole class. He's just like me back then. Su Jiang rubbed his forehead, his heart full of speechlessness. Did old Zhang really call the parents? So, did the girl say yes? Dad, that was just a misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if it was a misunderstanding. Did she say yes? I don't think so. Su Jiang thought back, and En-ro didn't seem to give a clear response either, but she probably said no, right? What do you mean by should? If it is, it is, if it isn't, it isn't. Why can't you be more decisive? Dad, do you have anything else? No, it's really not interesting. I was hoping to get some advice from you, but I'm not acting like myself at all. I'm hanging up. Do. Su Jung took a deep breath. He thought he was already living a fresh and refined life among his peers. Unexpectedly, the green is out of the blue, and in the end, it can't beat the blue. But now that it's come to this, let's eat first. Boss, one supreme jumbo cold noodle. Okay. Su Jiang looked expressionless as he brushed his phone, waiting for the boss to make him cold noodles. Boss, give me the same thing he had. Okay, just a moment. At this moment, a man appeared next to Su Jiang and ordered a cold noodle dish. Su Jiang glanced at the man and didn't pay any attention. The next second, the man leaned in close to Su Jiang, his clothes pressing against her back, and whispered. Don't move. The gun is against you. If you move, it could go off. Su Jiang frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed down. He was an expert with firearms and could tell that the man wasn't lying. He really was holding a gun against him. Who are you? In family? Or Lin family? You guessed it? My name is Li Kai, I'm from the Yin family, but I'm curious, how did you guess that I'm from the Lin family? I just beat up a man from the Lin family this morning. That makes sense. The two of them continued to chat like this, and the boss of the cold noodles shop didn't notice anything wrong and continued to make cold noodles for the two of them. There are so many people here. Do you dare to shoot? You can try. Su Jiang suddenly shut up. He didn't dare to try. Your cold noodles are ready, sirs. Give it to him. He'll pay. Li Kai smiled at the boss and signaled him to give Su Jiang both cold noodles. Shit. Su Jiang paid the bill while cursing in his heart. You triad family can't even afford to pay for the cold noodles? Li is right. I'll keep this in mind. Chapter 11. You don't dare kill me. There is a bar at the corner of the street. Go in and go straight to the second floor. I know you're good, but I hope you believe that I'm good too. And don't doubt that the gun is loaded and really has bullets in it. Su Jiang was walking in front of him with two cold noodles in his arms, and Li Kai was clinging to his back, giving him orders. However, the two of them were walking so slowly that passers-by were giving them strange looks. Yes, this is the place. Go in. Su Jiang looked up at the sign as Li Kai guided him. Xiaomian Yi, this is the name of the bar. As he opened the door, a waiter came up to him. Sorry, sir, we're not open yet. Brotherly? The waiter, who was obviously also a member of the Yin family, recognized Li Kai at a glance. It's fine, you go about your business. I'll take him to the second floor. Okay, brotherly. Su Jiang was forced by Li Kai to go up the stairs step by step. Go into the second room on the left. Su Jiang did as he was told, opened the door, and found a simple room with a table and two sofas. Sit down. Li Kai gently pushed Su Jiang, then sat on the sofa first, took out the pistol from his chest, and pointed it at Su Jiang without any hesitation. Su Jiang placed the cold noodles on the table, walked to the sofa opposite Li Kai, sat down, and looked expressionlessly at the black muzzle of the gun. At this moment, he began to take a serious look at Li Kai. His face was like a knife cut, his skin was a little dark, probably due to years of exposure to the sun, he had short, neat hair, and his eyes were bright and lively. Su Jiang's first instinct was that Li Kai must have been a soldier, and not for a short time. You don't seem to be afraid at all. Li Kai couldn't help but be curious when he saw Su Jiang looking at him. A normal person would be scared out of their wits in such a situation, not to mention that Su Jiang was just a student. But Su Jiang was unusually calm from beginning to end, which made Li Kai curious about this young man. Why be afraid? You're not going to shoot. Su Jiang said, while picking up the cold noodles and eating them slowly. Oh? How can you be so sure that I won't shoot? Because you have no reason to kill me, and if you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have brought me here. What if I really planned to bring you here and kill you without a sound? Then I can only say that you are sick in the head. Su Jiang was very rude in his speech. He was extremely angry with Li Kai at the moment. When Li Kai heard Su Jiang curse him, he not only didn't get angry, but he laughed. Why? First, I am the top student in my grade at school, and I have the potential to win a gold medal in the competition. If I die for no reason, the school will definitely investigate the matter to the end. Second, I have no grudge with you and family, you must be looking for me because of what happened to Enro yesterday. You should know that I saved your daughter's life yesterday, and Enro's brother is going to meet me tomorrow. So even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare kill me. Third, you threatened me all the way here. Although you can't see that I'm being coerced by you, there are surveillance cameras all along the way. If anything happens to me, you'll be the first suspect. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he stopped eating and looked up at Li Kai with a playful expression on his face. Based on the 3 points I just made, there is no need for you to point a gun at me right now. Do you dare to shoot? I'm even willing to bet that your gun is not loaded. Because if I suddenly make trouble on the street, and you don't dare to kill me, and it is found that the gun is loaded, not only will you be in trouble, but your family will also be investigated. Li Kai heard this and leaned forward, staring at Su Jiang with a fierce gaze. Suddenly, he aimed the gun at Su Jiang's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Su Jiang didn't even blink, staring at the muzzle with a smile. Click. As Su Jiang said, there were no bullets in the gun. Ha 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 ha. Li suddenly burst into laughter, threw the gun away, and then took out a cell phone from his pocket. The phone interface showed that he was talking to someone. You heard it too. This kid is too smart. I could only test him to this point. Well, you've worked hard. The voice of An Mingjie came from the other end of the phone, and then it was immediately hung up. Li Kai put the phone back in his pocket and looked at Su Jiang. He no longer had the dead look he had before, but instead had a smile of appreciation. Yesterday, according to An Mingjie, he was going to beat the kid half to death and bring him back, but because of Enro's bodyguard's report, An Mingjie changed his mind. He asked Li Kai to come early to test Su Jiang to see how this young man really was, whether he was really as special as the bodyguard said. Not bad, kid. You're so smart for your age. No wonder you can calm down the temper of that young lady, Enro. Su Jiang returned a professional smile to him, finished the last bite, and casually wiped his mouth with a paper towel. So, can I go now? No, this is a rare opportunity to chat. I've known Enro since she was a little girl, and I'm like a half-brother to her. Alas. I really am innocent with Enro. Su Jiang was speechless. Why did he feel like he was already with Enro? If I had known there would be so much trouble later, I wouldn't have said that. Let the system delete me. You're the one to blame, you stupid system. Li Zai didn't believe it. He had heard from An Mingjie the day before that Enro had hugged this guy, so how could she be innocent? He and An Mingjie knew exactly what Enro was like. She had never held a boy's hand, let alone hugged a boy. Kid, are you trying to be irresponsible? Li Kai's eyes instantly became dangerous. He didn't mind teaching this arrogant brat a lesson. He admitted that Su Jiang was very smart, but with just brains, he wouldn't be able to survive in Jiangdu City. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately began to argue. What do you mean by irresponsible? I just hugged her. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiang's hair stood on end. He saw Li Kai suddenly attack, pouncing on him like a cheetah. Chapter 12, Learning Online. Faced with Li Kai's sudden attack, Su Jiang did not hesitate. With the instinctive reaction given by his mastery of martial arts, he kicked the ground hard and performed a backflip to avoid Li Kai's attack. What a quick reaction! This was the first thought in Li Kai's mind. Su Jiang's movements were definitely those of a martial arts expert. Before Li Kai could launch his attack, Su Jiang jumped up with lightning speed, using the sofa as support, and kicked Li Kai in the head. He had been holding back for a long time. From the time he made him pay for the cold noodles, he had been getting angrier and angrier. But then he thought, he's a member of the Yin family, and he's Enro's half-brother. So I'll let it go, Su Jiang thought. But just now, Li Kai started to fight without saying a word, which also made Su Jiang angry. If a tiger doesn't show its teeth, do you think I'm just a mediocre student? Bang! Li Kai's reaction was also fast. He realized the impending danger almost as soon as Su Jiang's action appeared. Surprised, he instinctively raised his arm to protect his head from the lightning-fast kick. However, Su Jiang's move exceeded his expectations. At the moment of contact, Su Jiang skillfully used Li Kai's blocking arm as a fulcrum, and his body gracefully rotated 180 degrees in the air. Then, his other foot kicked out like lightning, hitting Li Kai's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A muffled sound echoed in the air, and Li Kai's body was knocked backward by the force of the kick, tumbling on the ground before barely stabilizing. He quickly got up, his eyes full of shock. As the top fighter in the Yin family, he had not lost in a bare-knuckle fight for a long time. However, the boy in front of him, who didn't seem to have much muscle, had suddenly displayed such amazing fighting skills that he couldn't believe it. "Who taught you these fighting skills?" "I taught myself online." "You think I'm stupid?" However, the fact that Su Jiang is able to display such skills at his age shows that he has a strong talent for fighting. Su Jiang was helpless. He couldn't tell you that the system gave him the skills, which sounded even more unreliable than self-study online. The technique is good, but the strength is not enough. Li Kai touched the spot where Su Jiang had just kicked, and it didn't hurt. Furthermore, your physical fitness does not match your fighting skills, which to some extent limits your performance. No matter how good your skills are, without sufficient strength and endurance, they are nothing more than castles in the air that will eventually collapse. Li Kai's tone contained a hint of regret, as if he had seen a piece of jade that had not been fully carved. "Okay, kicking me is enough to make you feel better. Go back." Li Kai clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. He had heard that in Mingjia had mentioned that Su Jiang was good at martial arts, and he was a little curious. Now that he had tried it, he was not disappointed. Su Jiang nodded. He knew that his physical fitness was not good, and if he continued to fight like this, he would probably get beaten up, so he stopped when he saw that he had done enough. He picked up the cold noodles on the table and walked out. "Li Kai? Hey, that's my cold noodles. I paid for it." Su Jiang didn't even turn around. "Your cold noodles? You're thinking about eating shit. I paid for it, and you can't even taste a bite of it. I'm not even named Su today." Li Kai heard this and smiled angrily, but he wasn't angry. For some reason, Su Jiang's personality and temper suited him very well. As soon as Su Jiang opened the door, he saw the waiter who had served him earlier running over in a hurry. "Brotherly, it's bad." The waiter, seeing Li Kai, hurriedly said, "The Lin family is here." It's Lin Hui." "What? How did Lin Hui come here?" Li Kai frowned on hearing this and quickly ran downstairs without paying attention to Su Jiang. Su Jiang saw this and shook his head, sighing that it was not easy to be a gangster, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary student. On the first floor, a young man sat leisurely on a small stool at the bar. He was wearing a dark suit that fit him perfectly, and the cocktail glass in his hand was gently swaying. The cocktail was bright and colorful, with distinct layers, and it was obviously just carefully mixed. Day. As the footsteps came from the stairwell, Li walked down the stairs steadily, and his eyes immediately locked on the young man at the bar. He immediately recognized the man's identity, the current head of the Lin family and the sole son of the Lin family head, Lin Hui. Next to Lin Hui, a man with a stern face and a prominent scar stood quietly. He is Lin Hui's personal bodyguard and a ruthless character in the Lin family. He is privately known as Scarface. Li Kai quickly looked around, but apart from Lin Hui and Scar, he didn't see any other members of the Lin family. Just Lin Hui and Scar? Although surprised, it was also within reason. Lin Hui had always been bold and reckless, and his actions were unpredictable. When Li Kai appeared, Lin Hui turned around, smiled, and spoke in a low voice. "I really like the wine here. The name is also very nice, Little Sleepy Night, it's to my taste." After saying that, Lin Hui took a sip of the wine and showed a look of intoxication. Li Kai, who was already used to Lin Hui's style, looked displeased. "Lin Hui, what are you doing here?" "Nothing, I just happened to be passing by and heard you were here, so I came to see you." "You're not afraid that I'll kill you here? Do you dare?" Lin Hui smiled mockingly. "If you kill me, the Lin and Yin families will definitely go to war, and the opportunity to become the leading family will be in a month. At this sensitive stage, how dare you kill me?" Li Kai frowned at the news. Lin Hui was telling the truth. Even if he was unhappy with Lin Hui, he absolutely could not take action at this moment. "Don't be so nervous, you're always so serious." Lin Hui put down his wineglass, stood up, and said, "I came here especially to give you some top-secret information." "I don't believe your news. Even if it is about the gray area?" "Gray area?" Li Kai's pupils shrank when he heard these words. In China, there are triad families in every major city, but there is also a special area. They are on the border between the underworld and the world of law, and have deep dealings with both sides. The most important thing is that they are very powerful. Almost every family from the gray zone has a strength that is not inferior to the leading family of the underworld. Lin Hui was satisfied with Li Kai's expression, and continued, "That's right. Tomorrow night, the Feng family will meet with the leading family from the gray area at Feng Ting restaurant." Li Kai's face was solemn. He knew Lin Hui, and he knew that this kind of information was mostly true. The Feng family is Anne's main competitor. Whether it's resources or strength, the two families are not far apart. If the Feng family gets support from the gray zone, then Anne's family is in danger. You're telling me such important news like this? Yes, I'm a kind person, I can't help it. Lin Hui smiled, as if he was really worried about the Yin family. Li Kai of course didn't believe this explanation, but no matter what Lin Hui's purpose was, this matter must be reported to Wen Mingjie as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Born to be a Gangster. Day. The sound of footsteps in the stairwell attracted the attention of several people. Lin Hui was a little curious. Besides Li Kai, was there someone else on the second floor? Li Kai was shocked. Oh no! He had forgotten that Su Jiang had not left. Now that Su Jiang has been exposed to Lin Hui and dragged into the family feud, it's not a good thing. And someone like Lin Hui, once he sees Su Jiang, will definitely investigate. When he finds out about Enro's relationship with Su Jiang, he will definitely try to use this relationship to strike a blow against the Yin family. He wanted to send Su Jiang back upstairs, but it was already too late. Before he even arrived, he could already hear Su Jiang's voice. I don't mean to say this, but the toilets in this bar are really hard to find. It's designed like a maze, and it took me a while to find it. Also, the faucet at the sink is broken. Remember to get someone to fix it. Su Jiang had just finished the last step of the stairs when she noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and the sound stopped abruptly. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Jiang. Li sighed, his face showing a mixture of helplessness and despair. Scar only glanced at him, calm and indifferent. Lin Hui looked at Su Jiang with curiosity in his eyes, as if he had discovered something new. Jiang school uniform? Student? You're here at this time? You're the ones who settled here. I haven't heard of such a young member of the Yin family. Is he the illegitimate son of your family head? Lin Hui asked a bunch of questions like a barrage, but his eyes never left Su Jiang. Su Jiang also realized that the problem seemed to be a bit too big. He looked at Li Kai with some resentment. I even stayed upstairs for a while on purpose. Haven't you gotten rid of him yet? Well, I'll just be passing by. You guys carry on. Su Jiang gave a shy smile and bowed as he was about to leave. When passing by Lin Hui did not move, but only whispered a word, Scarface. Click. Stop. The bullet was loaded, and the black muzzle appeared in front of Su Jiang's eyes in an instant. This is not the toy gun that Li Kai just had, it is real with bullets. Lin Hui, what are you doing? Li Kai shouted, he was really afraid that Scar would shoot without saying a word. He was fine, but it was mainly because he didn't want to explain to Enrong and Mingjie. And killing someone in front of Li Kai at the Yin family's tavern would be like slapping the Yin family in the face. Lin Hui saw that Li Kai was so nervous, and he was even more excited. He was even more convinced that Su Jiang was special. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please use your own strength and courage to escape from danger. Completing the task will be rewarded, and failure will be punished. The voice of the system rang in his head, but Su Jiang had no expression on his face. Even without the system, he had no intention of leaving in such a humiliating manner. He hated being pointed at with a gun over and over again. Li Kai was fine, after all, the gun wasn't loaded and he didn't mean any harm. There was also the relationship with Enro. You have a scarred face, why are you pointing a gun at Master Su? Lin Hui, let him go. He's not a member of the Yin family, he's just a student. Li Kai's eyes were solemn. He didn't dare to bet on whether Lin Hui would dare to kill Su Jiang. Few people could guess Lin Hui's every move, but they were always unexpected and amazing. This is also an important reason why the Lin family has been able to develop rapidly to this day. Lin Hui ignored Li Kai and turned to Su Jiang's back and said, Classmate, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's chat. The tone was one of discussion, but Su Jiang did not hear any meaning of discussion. Su Jiang ignored Lin Hui and slightly raised his head. At 1.8 meters tall, he was almost the same height as the scarred man. His eyes looked at the scarred man without any emotion. I hate being pointed at with a gun. Su Jiang's voice was low. Scar heard this and a slight smile of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of mockery. Oh? So what do you want to do? Resist? He didn't take Su Jiang seriously. After all, Su Jiang was just an ordinary teenager in his eyes. Su Jiang took a deep breath, as if to calm himself down. Then, he slowly turned around, answering Lin Hui's words while turning. Want to chat? What do you want to talk about? Just as Su Jiang's body turned halfway, his muscles tensed up, as if a cheetah was looking for the best time to attack. Suddenly, Su Jiang suddenly crouched down, his body as swift as lightning, making the gun that was originally aimed at him instantly lose its target. Scar was taken aback. He had not expected the other party to dare to resist, so Su Jiang found an opportunity to take advantage of him. Scar quickly reacted, trying to re-aim the gun at Su Jiang. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it had been tightly clamped in iron tongs. The next second, his wrist was snapped by Su Jiang, and the pistol fell out of his hand. Su Jiang was quick and steady, catching the pistol that fell. Without hesitation, Su Jiang's face turned fierce, and he immediately made a decision, aiming at Scar's thigh and pulling the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed. Ah ah! Accompanied by the sound of the gunshot, Scarlet let out a scream. The pain of having his wrist broken, coupled with the intense pain of being shot in the thigh, even if he could endure it, he can only fall to the ground and scream at this moment. Then, Su Jiang did not stop for this reason. He turned around and aimed the gun at the stunned Lin Hui, speaking in a calm voice without the slightest emotion. Now, do you still want to chat? The whole place was silent. The bartenders were shocked by the scene before them. Lin Hui was a bit dazed. He had not reacted yet, and everything that had just happened made him feel like he was dreaming. Li Kai swallowed hard, completely shocked by what Su Jiang had done. He could tell that Su Jiang had just fired a gun for the first time, because Su Jiang's hand was still trembling slightly, which obviously had some impact on his psychology. He was shocked by Su Jiang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Without any hesitation, he dared to shoot, and at this moment, he dared to directly threaten Lin Hui. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's figure and the momentum that had stunned the audience, and couldn't help but think of the figure of the family head in Xinjiang from that year. The same ruthlessness, the same domineering manner. He still couldn't believe that such an aura could appear in a teenager. Li Kai suddenly had an idea in his mind, staring at Su Jiang with burning eyes. This kid, maybe he was born to be a gangster. Chapter 14, Madman Su Jiang. Su Jiang stood expressionless, his eyes like deep lakes, calm and unruffled. The muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointed at Lin Hui with absolute accuracy, and the hand holding the gun trembled slightly. It was the first time he had ever shot at someone, and it made him feel uneasy, but the trembling didn't last long, and was quickly replaced by a calmness within him. Thanks to his advanced skill in firearms, Su Jiang not only knew how to use a pistol, but also had the ability to shoot accurately. As soon as he held the gun, it seemed as if he had become one with the gun, and every movement was natural and smooth. At this moment, Lin Hui had already recovered from his initial shock. He let out a breath, and a slight smile of contempt appeared on his lips, as if he was not at all concerned about Su Jiang's threat. He said lightly, "You won't shoot. If I die, there will be a war between the Lin and In families." However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp gunshot broke the silence in the room. Bang! The bullet flashed through the air like lightning, scraping past Lin Hui's ear and hitting the bottle behind him with pinpoint accuracy. The bottle exploded instantly, sending shards of glass flying and landing on the floor with a crisp sound. Although the bullet did not hit Lin Hui, it made him look very scared. He didn't expect Su Jiang to actually dare to shoot, and his marksmanship was so accurate. Su Jiang, the Lin and In families are at war, what does it have to do with me? Lin Hui? Aren't we buddies? Are you serious? Lin Hui's face no longer maintained the previous calm and composed, and he mechanically turned his head and looked at Li Kai standing beside him, his eyes full of confusion and incomprehension. What's going on? Why did he dare to shoot? Isn't he one of your people? Li Kai understood the surprise in Lin Hui's eyes. He nodded, his face a little pale, obviously also scared by Su Jiang's shot just now. Lin Hui really can't die here. Fuck! Lin Hui felt 1,000 horses galloping through his heart. He felt the pain from the bullet still lingering in his ear. This feeling made him even more convinced that he had really been on the edge of life and death. Classmate. Oh no, brother. Lin Hui's voice was tense, and he eagerly corrected the address, trying to draw closer to Su Jiang. Put down your gun first, and let's talk it over. Lin Hui didn't care about his own identity. No matter how cold he was before, he was now in a desperate situation. There was no way around it. He had to bow his head under the gun. Yes, Su Jiang, calm down first, and don't shoot again. Li Kai also hurriedly spoke up. He was now filled with regret. If he had known that Su Jiang would be so crazy, he would never have let Su Jiang and Lin Hui meet. In his opinion, compared to Lin Hui's mood swings, Su Jiang was more like an unpredictable madman. Once his bottom line was touched, he would be subjected to his crazy revenge. Li Kai's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He nervously watched Su Jiang's reaction, afraid that he would pull the trigger again. Su Jiang's eyes were still cold as ice, and the gun in his hand was still steadily pointed at Lin Hui. Lin Hui's face gradually turned pale. He had never imagined that he would be in such a desperate situation. He, a man with a formidable reputation in the underworld, was now being pointed at by a student with a cold gun pointed at his head, and he could do nothing about it. After a long time, Su Jiang took a deep breath and slowly lowered the gun in his hand. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to let Lin Hui go. First, he didn't want to kill anyone, even if they were gangsters. Second, he didn't want to get into trouble and face the Lin family's retaliation. Click. Click. Amidst the stunned looks of the people around him, Su Jiang's movements were as skillful as a magician. He quickly removed the pistol's magazine and then threw the pistol without the magazine at Lin Hui. The pistol flew through the air in an arc, landing precisely at Lin Hui's feet with a crisp metallic clang. I said, my appearance here is just an accident. I have no intention of getting involved in the affairs of your triad family. Su Jiang paused for a moment and continued, these 2 bullets today are a reminder. Don't come looking for trouble, and I won't go looking for trouble with you. He gently shook the magazine in his hand, and the bullets inside slid out with his movements, falling one by one to the ground with a crisp sound. In the end, only a lone bullet remained quietly in the magazine. Su Jiang extended 2 fingers and firmly held the bullet, then slowly raised it to Lin Hui's eyes. If you want to take revenge on me afterwards, this bullet will show you your own brains. Everyone was shocked to see this scene in front of them, and they couldn't believe that this was something a student could say. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive, as if the air had frozen. This was no longer a reminder, but a threat. Su Jiang is threatening Lin Hui, threatening the Jiangdu City gangster family, the Lin family. This kid is really a lunatic. Li Kai muttered to himself. He didn't know what other word to use to describe Su Jiang at that moment except for lunatic. In the silence, Su Jiang put the bullet in his pocket, pushed the door open without looking back, and the waiters made way for him, their eyes showing fear. They all knew that this seemingly ordinary young man was a ruthless man. After Su Jiang left, a burst of laughter rang out in the silent bar, like a beast lurking in the darkness. He he he, ha 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 ha. Lin Hui's laughter gradually grew louder. He laughed while bending down to pick up the pistol that Su Jiang had just thrown at him. He rubbed his fingers lightly on the cold gun, and a twisted and strange smile appeared on his face. He looked up at Li Kai standing nearby, his tone slightly mocking. Li Kai, that person just now, isn't he one of your people? Li Kai hesitated for a moment and said, not really. That's good. He spat out these 3 words with clenched teeth, his eyes revealing an unbridled ferocity and madness. He looked at the entrance of the bar, which was already empty, but Lin Hui's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate time and space and see the back of Su Jiang as he left. Lin Hui muttered to himself, let me see the brain? This is really interesting. He then turned to Li Kai and asked, do you think he will regret not killing me today? Li Kai was silent and did not answer. But Lin Hui didn't seem to need his answer. He continued on his own, I bet he will. He will definitely regret not killing me today. After saying that, Lin Hui walked away, and he didn't even have the interest to take another look at the scar on the ground that had already been painful enough to faint. His wrist was broken and he had been shot in the leg. Even if the scar healed, he would never be as strong as before. The Lin family doesn't need worthless people. You guys, take Scar away and clean up this mess. Don't open for business today. Li Kai looked at Lin Hui's departing back while making arrangements, and his head was spinning. Everything that happened here today must be reported to An Mingjie as soon as possible to see if Su Jiang should be protected. In his opinion, everything that Su Jiang has shown today is worth their full support, and even if it doesn't work out, they must not become enemies. Chapter 15, Advanced Skills, Extraordinary Body. Su Jiang was walking home. It was completely dark, and he felt a little tired. Since the system appeared, his life has never been peaceful, and all kinds of troubles have followed one after another. Su Jiang had a feeling that no matter how he tried to escape, he could not get rid of these troubles. Is it fate, or am I just overthinking things? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a random reward. Random reward drawing. The system voice sounded, and Su Jiang was numb. However, as time passed by, the system prompt tone did not sound, and Su Jiang could not help but frown, and a hint of doubt rose in his heart. It's been so long, and the reward hasn't been drawn yet? It seemed that the system prompt sounded just as Su Jiang was thinking to himself. Congratulations, host, you have won a special prize, a blank skill scroll. Blank skill scrolls are extremely rare. After use, they can provide the host with the most needed skills at the moment. Do you want to use the blank skill scroll? Su Jiang was stunned, and immediately responded in his mind, yes. Successfully used the blank skill scroll. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a high-level skill, the extraordinary body. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of power surged from Su Jiang's body. Su Jiang could feel that every cell in his body was full of vitality, and he could walk with incredible lightness. Although there was no significant change in his body muscles, every contraction and relaxation of the muscles contained a huge amount of energy. Crack! He casually punched the air, and a gust of wind blew. Now Su Jiang seemed to have been reborn. If Li Kai, who was just a few hours ago, faced Su Jiang now, he would at least be a third-degree disabled person after being kicked. Su Jiang's mood improved. His extraordinary body was exactly the important ability he needed to make up for his lack of physical fitness. Combined with the combat skills he already mastered, Su Jiang can now fight without fear of any cold weapons. It was already 8:30 p.m. when he got home. Tomorrow is a rare weekend. Although he doesn't know when Enro will come to pick him up, he plans to sleep until he wakes up naturally. After taking a hot shower, Su Jiang fell into bed and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he remembered something and got out of bed, walked to the living room, picked up a glass that he didn't usually use, and hung it gently on the doorknob. In this way, if someone tries to quietly open the door and enter the house, the glass will fall to the ground and make a noise due to the movement of the door handle. This is to prevent retaliation from the Lin family. Although Su Jiang is not sure if these triad families have a business of assassinating people in the middle of the night, it is better to be safe than sorry. After making sure the door was locked, Su Jiang finally went to bed. Meanwhile, in the study of the An family, An Mingjie. An Mingjie is sitting on the sofa in the study, his left leg slightly raised, and a cigarette slowly burning between the fingertips of his right hand. In the smoke, his face looked particularly deep, and his eyes were thoughtful. On the other side, Li Kai sat quietly, facing An Mingjie, with a serious look on his face. That's how things are. Lin Hui won't let this go. Should we protect Su Jiang? Li Kai was in favor of protecting Su Jiang. He felt that if Su Jiang could join the An family, it would greatly enhance the strength of the An family. And Mingjie did not say anything, but was deep in thought. The development of the events described by Li Kai was too unbelievable. If it weren't for the relationship he had with Li Kai for so many years, An Mingjie would have thought Li Kai was just having fun with him. After a long time, An Mingjie knocked on the table and said, "From your point of view, is it possible that this Su Jiang is a member of the Feng family?" Li Kai was stunned by the news, and immediately said, "It should be impossible. He seems to have no contact with the three families. We have also checked, and the background is very clean." Clean background? You mean his student status? And Mingjie chuckled, shook his head, and said, "A student who can make you suffer in a bare-knuckle fight? A student who can cleanly and neatly deal with Scar and even shoot at Lin Hui to deter him? A student who is so proficient with firearms, not only has a terrifying shooting accuracy, but also disassembles a pistol like a magician in front of you?" Li Kai listened to An Mingjie's words, and his forehead kept sweating. He had not thought deeply about these things. He had only seen the special qualities of Su Jiang, and had not thought carefully about why a student would have such abilities. Could it be that he is not a student? No, he is indeed a student. And Mingjie stood up and walked to the window, looking at the night. However, we cannot treat him as a student. Just like Lin Hui, if we still treat him as a student, today's Scarface will be tomorrow's Njia. Li Zai nodded in agreement. The reason why Scar and Lin Hui ended up like that today was because they didn't take Su Jiang seriously in the first place. His eyes, still a little confused. He reached out to grab his phone, and the time on the screen showed 7 a.m. This was obviously too early for a student. He had originally planned to fall back asleep. After all, in his biological clock, this time should still be in deep sleep. However, no matter how much Su Jiang tossed and turned, he couldn't sleep. This sudden feeling of being awake was extremely rare for him, and even seemed a bit unreasonable. He should have been asleep until at least noon. How could a college student wake up naturally at 7 a.m.? Could it be a superhuman body? After thinking about it, Su Jiang seemed to think that only this possibility could explain his unusual state at the moment. This advanced skill of superhuman body not only brings Su Jiang physical strength, but also a comprehensive physical upgrade. It makes the body cells more active and the metabolism faster, thus greatly reducing the need for sleep. In other words, a normal person needs to get 8 hours of sleep a day. But Su Jiang only needs 6 hours, or even less, to stay alert and clear-headed. TSK, what a useless skill, it doesn't let me enjoy the beauty of sleeping in. After a few silent complaints, Su Jiang got up, washed up, and then went downstairs to the community to have breakfast. Boss, the usual, a soup dumpling and a bowl of soy milk. Okay, you can wait there. The boss responded enthusiastically and began to prepare the food quickly. Su Jiang found a seat by the window and soon the owner came over with a tray of steaming Xilonbao. He then made a bowl of steaming soy milk for Su Jiang and placed it on the table. Thank you. Su Jiang ate the buns while brushing his phone. It seemed that Zhang had sent a message in the class group last night, but he didn't see it. A field trip? When did Zhang Da have this? Su Jiang looked at it and realized that what Lao Zhan was trying to say was that in order to relieve the academic pressure of freshmen, the school would organize a recreational activity next week. For this purpose, the school even went so far as to rent the largest amusement park in Jiangdu City. Would the school be so kind? Su Jiang was full of doubt, but then he realized that it was probably the education department that was pressuring the school. It was probably to select the most beautiful university or something, and that's why they were doing all this. But what's interesting is that Lao Zhang said in the group that participation in this activity is entirely voluntary. Those who want to go should sign up in the group and sign a liability agreement. The school will not be held responsible for any accidents. Su Jiang casually glanced at the group chat history and couldn't help but twitch a few times at the corner of his mouth. No one has signed up. What are they waiting for? Su Jiang didn't care about that. It was rare for the school to be willing to do that, so he replied in the group chat to sign up. Almost as soon as he sent the message, several messages were posted in the group chat. Su Jiang noticed that Wang Xiang's reply to the registration was almost right behind him, only a few seconds later. These brats, are they waiting for a leader? Su Jiang was angry and amused, but he didn't care. He finished his breakfast in a hurry, paid the bill, and went home to read. That's right, you read it right, just reading. Although Su Jiang's grades were already very good, in order to prepare for the competition, he would still take time out every day to do 2 questions from previous year's competitions. At 11 a.m., Enro called. Rascal Su Jiang, are you awake? The crisp and ethereal voice of Enro came through the line, leaving Su Jiang stunned for a few seconds. I'm awake. Can we change the way we address each other? No, wait at the entrance of the community in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up. If you don't show up, you're dead. Enro hung up the phone without waiting for Su Jiang to respond. Do. Su Jiang put down the phone and shook his head helplessly. This young lady's temper is really hopeless. He walked to the closet in his room, and casually picked out a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, and then put on a beige jacket. He patted the clothes lightly to make sure there were no wrinkles. He looked in the mirror and felt that it was okay. Then, he leisurely walked out of the door and walked slowly to the entrance of the community. A few minutes later, a familiar black car slowly drove into his sight, and the door opened gently, and Enro gracefully got out. Coincidentally, Anru also chose a beige coat today, with a delicate white Western-style blouse underneath, and a black skirt covering her slender legs. The two stood together, the beige coat and white innerwear contrasting with each other, and at first glance it really looked like a couple's outfit. Moreover, both of them were quite good-looking, and for a moment they attracted the attention of many people around them. And Rose slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows and looked at Su Jiang carefully from top to bottom. Is this how you're going to meet my brother? What, is that a problem? It's too immature and not mature. I'm a student. Su Jiang shrugged helplessly, so I'll go back and change? And Ru glared at him angrily, it's too late. I can't keep my brother waiting. After that, she took Su Jiang's wrist and led him to the car, with the two familiar bodyguards in the front seat. After meeting so many times, Su Jiang wanted to ask the two bodyguards their names. However, Enro kept babbling on and on, constantly reminding Su Jiang. When you see my brother later, please be serious. If he tries to scare you with a gun or something, don't be afraid. He won't really shoot. Although we are a gangster family, we don't kill innocent people or oppress ordinary people. If there is any special situation, you just look at my eyes and act accordingly. And also, if he asks you to stay for dinner, don't say yes. And Rose said seriously, frowning from time to time, her beautiful eyes constantly moving, as if she was carefully recalling any details that might have been left out. Okay, Missin, look at you. When I met your brother, you seemed more nervous than I was. Su Jiang smiled at Enro. She couldn't help but feel a burst of cuteness at her little face, which was taut with nervousness. He couldn't help but reach out and gently rub her soft hair. Don't worry, it's fine. Your brother can still eat me, right? Enro glared at Su Jiang and muttered, humph. I'm just afraid that if something happens to you, I'll be responsible for it. Halfway through her sentence, Enro suddenly realized that her hair had just been rubbed by Su Jiang. She froze for a moment, then glared at Su Jiang with anger in her eyes. You bastard Su Jiang. How dare you touch my head? Enro's anger exploded in an instant. She waved her little fists. The space in the car was small, but Enro's fists didn't hurt. Su Jiang simply took a few punches to let her vent her anger. Meanwhile, Su Jiang kept looking out the window, memorizing the route from his home to An's home. After about 20 minutes, the black car drove into the An family compound. Chapter 17, New Skills, Dirty Club. Su Jiang got out of the car and looked around. It can only be said that it is worthy of a gangster family. The yard is incredibly spacious, with flower beds and fountains in the middle, and some members of the An family wearing black suits are standing around, looking at him with curious eyes. Who is that guy? He looks young. A student? Oh my, why is Miss Anro with him? What's his story? Wait, you haven't noticed the important point. They seem to be wearing matching outfits. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, Little Witch Anro has a boyfriend? The atmosphere among the An family members is completely different from that of other mafia families. There is no rigid hierarchy here, it is more like a harmonious family, so they are not shy about talking about it and speak their minds. What's more, Enro is the darling of the An family. Many of the An family members have watched Enro grow up, so they are full of curiosity about Su Jiang's identity and the discussions are endless. However, these discussions inadvertently drifted into Enro's ears. She frowned slightly, blinked her bright eyes, and inadvertently glanced at her own and Su Jiang's outfits. It seems, they really do look like a couple, and I can't help but feel a little ripple in my heart. It's so noisy. Enro suddenly pouted, her voice crisp and a little embarrassed. You all go wash your eyes, where does it look like a couple's outfit? Her words were a little pouty, but she couldn't hide the slight panic in her heart. The members of the An family smiled when they saw this. They were used to Enro's temper and had been scolded by her many times, so they knew that she wasn't really angry. Stop it, Miss Anru is angry. Hey, Miss Anru is not angry, she's probably just shy. I'm recording this. Brother, I'll report this to Miss Anru later. You're in for a rough time. No, buddy, don't mess with me. VIM 200. Fuck. Anru's cheeks turned red, and she stamped her feet in anger. She turned her head to look at Su Jiang, but she didn't see anyone, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Where is Su Jiang? He disappeared as soon as he got off the bus? Ahem. Miss, Su is over there. The bodyguard pointed in a direction, somewhat speechless. And Ro looked in the direction of the finger, and the scene in front of her almost made her angry. She saw Su Jiang leaning back leisurely, one hand casually in his trouser pocket, a cigarette clamped between his fingers, looking like a slacker, chatting with a member of the Yin family. You have no idea how fierce Miss Ro used to be. Ha ha ha. Really? She used to be like that. Su Jiang listened with great interest, his face full of excitement, as if he was curious about Ro's fierce history. And, the Yin family member was excited and was about to chat with Su Jiang for a while, but suddenly glanced and saw Ro walking over. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished the task the leader assigned to me. I'll go and get busy. Realizing that things were not going well, he quickly found an excuse and, without waiting for Su Jiang to respond, hurriedly turned around. Su Jiang was stunned. They had been having a good chat, so why did she suddenly run off? I still wanted to ask about the Yin family. Suddenly, Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold chill ran through his heart. He turned around suddenly and saw Ro standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a gentle smile, but the smile was chilling. I said he insisted on talking to me. Do you believe me? Su Jiang swallowed his saliva carefully, trying to defend himself. What do you think? And Ro's voice was cold as ice, without a hint of warmth. Then, a crisp sound of a clap rang out. She stomped on Su Jiang's foot with all her might, but still felt unsatisfied. She was worried that Su Jiang would be nervous, but now it seems that he is not nervous at all. She reached out her slender fingers and grabbed a small piece of flesh at Su Jiang's waist, twisting it hard. You're quite capable, aren't you? You couldn't wait to ask me about my childhood as soon as you got off the bus. Huh? I didn't ask him about it, he just wanted to talk about it. You've already started smoking? He offered it to me, so I couldn't refuse. Humph. And Ru snorted, and her eyes swept around, noticing that many members of the Yin family were secretly observing them, with a gossipy smile on their faces. In the eyes of the Yin family members, Ruan and Su Jiang looked like a young couple flirting with each other. I'll let you off this time, but hurry up and follow me. And Ro blared at Su Jiang, not giving him a chance to explain, and took his hand and walked into the Yin family's front door. In the living room, Mingjie sat quietly on the sofa, his hands leisurely wrapped around his chest, listening to his subordinates' reports. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and caught a glimpse of Ro and Su Jiang slowly walking in, and his gaze lingered on their clasped hands. Immediately, he gently raised one hand and made an elegant gesture, signaling his subordinates to pause in their report. Then, Mingjie slowly stood up, his face showing a warm smile, as if the spring breeze was blowing on his face, making people feel good. Ru is back. This must be Su Jiang, right? And Mingjie walked up to him and extended his hand. Su Jiang froze for a second, then he also extended his hand and shook it with Mingjie. Hello, Master Yin. Su Jiang's smile faded and his face became serious. Although Mingjie's words and deeds gave people the impression that he was easy to get along with and not at all aggressive, Su Jiang was most afraid of people like him. Su Jiang knew that under the gentle appearance of Mingjie, the helmsman of the Yin family, there was a wildness that was always sleeping. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully fulfilling your promise to Ro. You have received a random reward. Random reward being drawn. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the low-level skill, the Dirty Club. Su Jiang was speechless for a moment. What kind of broken skill is this? How can it be called this name? It's not elegant at all. What is the use of this skill? Su Jiang asked himself. When the host uses a club-like weapon to attack from behind, he will be able to stun the opponent 100% of the time. The stun effect is related to the strength of the attack. Shit. Su Jiang could only say that it was a low-level skill. It was not useless, but it was somewhat useless. With my current skills, I can easily stun the opponent without this skill. And I'm a good student, how can I use such a despicable method? The system is not good, and it wants to make me go astray. Chapter 18 Su Jiang's feelings for Ro. It's not polite to call me Masterin. If you don't mind, call me Brotherin. And Mingjie said as he led him to sit on the sofa, and Ro followed and sat next to Su Jiang. Okay, then I won't be rude, Brotherin. And Mingjie nodded with a smile. Tea or coffee? Tea. Okay, Sue, please help me make 2 cups of tea for Su Jiang and a latte for Ro Ro with sugar. It was obvious that Mingxia knew what Ro liked to drink. Lao Su was the subordinate who had just been reporting, and when he heard Mingxia's words, he nodded and turned to prepare. Don't be nervous. I called you here this time mainly because I wanted to meet you, as Ro Ro often mentions you. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Ro. She often mentions me? Brother, what are you talking about? Ro was also confused. How could she have mentioned Su Jiang often? Mingxia immediately glared at her, and Ro opened her mouth and wanted to argue back, but when she saw Mingxia's eyes, she was discouraged. Since she was a child, only Mingxia could control her. Then, Mingxia and Su Jiang started chatting again. I heard that you live alone in a rented apartment outside the city, and your family is not in Jiangdu? Well, my parents are both in their hometown, and the dormitory environment at Jiangdu University is pretty bad, so I just live outside. Well, that's good. You have excellent grades, and Ro usually has trouble studying. You're joking, Ruo. She doesn't need my help with her grades. The two chatted about family matters, sometimes about this and sometimes about that, but Ro was getting tired of it. At this time, Lao Su also brought 3 cups, put tea and coffee on the table, and then left. Mingxia smiled and said, Su Jiang, I heard that you like to play chess. I have a chessboard in my study. Shall we play a few games? Ruru's head popped up a question mark. Does Su Jiang like to play chess? Su Jiang understood what Mingxia meant and nodded in agreement. He got up and followed Mingxia to the study. Ruru took a sip of coffee and saw that the two were about to enter the study. She hurriedly got up and tried to follow them in, but before she could step in with her left foot, Mingxia spoke. What are you doing here? Go sit on the sofa and drink coffee. I'm going to play a game of chess with Su Jiang. Mingxia waved Ro out of the room and closed the door behind him. No. Brother. Ro stared at him with wide eyes, and was mercilessly blocked at the door. She wanted to knock on the door to ask Mingxia to let her in, but she held her hand up and then gave up. Ro stamped her feet in frustration, turned around and ran back to the sofa, sipping her coffee and cursing Mingxia in a low voice. In the study, Su Jiang and Mingxia sat opposite each other around the chessboard, which was still empty. Mingxia placed a black piece on the board first and said, There are some things that are not good to talk about in front of Ro Ro. Su Jiang followed closely behind, placing a white piece firmly on the board. He nodded, indicating that he understood. I understand. The two continued to make moves. Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad, and he played a close game with Mingxia. Between the rise and fall of the chess pieces, the two began to get down to business. Li told me about what happened at the bar yesterday. With Lin Hui's personality, he will definitely retaliate against you. I also said that if he wants to retaliate, I will let him see his own brains. Whether you have the strength to do that is another matter. I'm curious about where you got your fighting skills and familiarity with guns. I told Li Kai that I taught myself online. It's okay if you don't want to say. It's not important. I just want to ask you one thing. What? Do you really like Ro Ro? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's fingers twitched for a moment, and he looked at Mingxia with a hint of surprise. Mingxia also looked into Su Jiang's eyes and continued, Ro Ro is very special to you. All of us in the family can see that. Maybe the girl herself doesn't know, but I'm sure that you have a very special place in her heart. So, I want to know what you think of Ro Ro. He paused for a moment and then said, Think carefully before you answer. I am very good at telling the truth from lies. Su Jiang was lost in thought, his heart surging with complex emotions. What exactly did he feel for Ro? The room was silent, and Mingxia did not rush him, just playing with the chess pieces and waiting for Su Jiang's answer. After a long time, Su Jiang made a move and said, I don't know what I feel for Ro. Since that unexpected confession, I seem to have an unbreakable connection with her. I find her cute when she gets angry, my heart races when I hug her, and if she's wronged or bullied, I might get even angrier than I was at the bar yesterday. From time to time, I think of her face. When I fall asleep in class and wake up, I can't help but look at her seat. Even though I made a date with my brother to go to the internet cafe to play games today, as soon as she opened her mouth, I didn't hesitate to let my brother down. This is the first time he has spoken his mind. Su Jiang looked up and looked at In Mingjie. I've never been in love, so I don't know if this is love. If this is called love, then I should like Enroru. And Mingjie listened carefully, a smile creeping up his mouth. He could tell that Su Jiang was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Have you ever said this to Ro? No. And Mingjie nodded. Yes, if he had said that, his silly sister might have fallen for him. Then In Mingjie stopped talking about it. He had already gotten what he wanted to know. The two were silent again, and on the chessboard, Su Jiang's situation was gradually becoming unfavorable. What do you think of the In family? And Mingjie dropped a piece and asked again. Su Jiang thought for a moment and replied, it's very special, not quite like the Triad family I imagined. Oh? What kind of Triad family do you imagine? And Mingjie asked curiously. Cold-blooded, ruthless, with a strict hierarchy, cruel, bullying the weak. Su Jiang said a series of things, and then added, but I don't seem to see any of this in the In family. I even think you don't look like a gangster. On hearing this, and Mingjie could not help but laugh out loud. You are right. Outsiders also think this way about our In family. You claim to be a gangster family, but you haven't done anything gangster-like. This is also related to the time when my father established the In family. At that time, my father was in danger because he had offended a certain family. He could only choose to gradually expand his own influence to protect himself, but as he made more and more enemies, he had to take strong measures to fight back. Over time, the In family was labeled a gangster family by outsiders. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. The In family's reputation as a gangster was gradually established in the course of fighting other gangs. Chapter 19, and Mingjie's Trust. As the situation on the chessboard gradually became clear, with the pieces densely packed, a wry smile appeared on Su Jiang's face, and the defeat was already irreversible. Although Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad, compared to In Mingjie in front of him, they were still inferior. And he could feel that In Mingjie was not giving his all, otherwise the game would not have lasted so long. He really wanted the system to give him a skill like chess mastery right now, to severely defeat In Mingjie. The game was over, and In Mingjie looked directly at Su Jiang and asked him, what are your plans for the future? Su Jiang shook his head slightly. I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. I really want to live a stable life like before. And Mingjie chuckled, his eyes deep, but you know that is a luxury. No matter what reason you had for hiding your strength in the past, the moment Lin Hui noticed you, your life was destined to be unsettled. Even if you kill Lin Hui, this fact will not change. Su Jiang nodded in silence. He was not unaware of this, but he just did not want to face the truth. All these changes were too sudden for him. From the emergence of the system, to the indescribable subtle feelings for Enro, and the grudge with Lin Hui. All of this stems from that confession. Sometimes Su Jiang would think that if he had not confessed to Enro, he would not have had so many problems. But whenever he saw Enro, he would feel a strange sense of relief. If it wasn't for Enro, he might regret it. This complex and contradictory emotion also made Su Jiang unable to laugh or cry. And Mingjie sensed Su Jiang's inner turmoil and bluntly proposed, Su Jiang, would you like to join the In family? Su Jiang's eyes flashed with surprise at this. Then he heard In Mingjie continue, as long as you can promise to be good to Enro, join my family. Then I, and Mingjie, can guarantee that no one in Jiangdu City will be able to disturb your lives. Even the leading families that are entrenched in the gray area, no one can disturb your lives. Whoever moves against you, dies. And Mingjie's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he stared at Su Jiang tightly, his tone revealing arrogance and confidence. Su Jiang knew that the person in front of him was the real In Mingjie, the true king of the In family. He was silent, while In Mingjie waited patiently for his answer. After careful consideration, Su Jiang finally slowly shook his head. Seeing this, In Mingjie stood up with a frown on his face and said in a slightly serious tone, are you refusing me? Don't you worry that the In family will become your enemy because of this? Su Jiang also stood up, looked directly into In Mingjie's eyes, and said seriously, I will not join any family, let alone accept your protection. For me, it is a kind of restraint and shackle. The In family is different. They won't ask you to do anything. I know, but how can I put it? Su Jiang paused and continued, I am a person who likes to be 100% free. I hope to be able to control my own destiny and not be influenced by any forces. I don't want to join the In family, not because I want to be their enemy, but simply because I don't want to join them. That's my reason. As for Enro, I just want to let things take their natural course with her. I am willing to take care of her and care about her only because she is Enro, not because of your family's resources. After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Mingjie's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and the atmosphere around him instantly became tense. Ha 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 ha. However, after a long period of silence, and Mingjie suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He smiled and walked up to pat Su Jiang on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. You have a good eye for picking people, and you haven't disappointed me. And Mingjie smiled. He paused for a moment and continued, if you had really agreed to my proposal, I would have been very disappointed and would have driven you away without hesitation, so that Enro would never see you again. A true strong person will never be content to be second best, and if you really care about Enro, you will never accept my help. And Mingjie nodded frequently while speaking, obviously very satisfied with Su Jiang's answer. Su Jiang, I rarely truly believe in someone, and I rarely recognize someone. To be honest, before you came, I had many doubts about you, but now I am willing to put aside these doubts and believe in you. Because, from a young age, my vision has never been wrong about anyone. A warm current surged in Su Jiang's heart. He could deeply feel the sincerity in Mingjie's words. This trust and recognition gave him a new understanding of the Yin family. With a character like Mingjie and the Yin family, how could they be afraid of other triad families? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly broke the silence in the study. And Mingjie turned his head slightly and simply said one word, come in. The door to the study slowly opened, and the person who came in was also familiar to Su Jiang, it was Li Kai. Su Jiang also noticed that Enro was hiding behind Li Kai, with her bright eyes full of curiosity, peeking into the study. Li Kai glanced at Su Jiang and then turned to Mingjie, saying in a low voice, it's almost time. Feng Qingye has already arrived at Fengting restaurant, and the Lin family has also set out. And Mingjie nodded slightly to indicate that he was aware. He thought for a moment, then turned to Su Jiang and said, I'm going to have to trouble you to accompany Enro and go somewhere with us later. Where? Fengting restaurant. And Mingjie replied decisively. Tonight, the Lin and Feng families will all be there. Brother. Enro immediately became anxious when she heard this, I'll go for the family's business, but why do you want Su Jiang to go? Su Jiang frowned slightly, okay, but you have to tell me why. I'll tell you in the car. After that, the couple walked out of the study. And Mingjie gently pinched Enro's mouth and whispered, it's okay, Ro. Don't worry, we won't hurt your little boyfriend. Whoa. Enro's eyes widened, her mouth was covered, and she could only make a weak whimpering sound. Her eyes were full of shame and anger. What, my little boyfriend, and Mingjie, you big bastard? She was full of doubts. What were these two bastards plotting in the study? How could her brother suddenly become so strange? Pooh. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Enro in this state. He didn't expect that Miss Enrong, who was not afraid of anything in the world, would be so obedient to her own brother. This picture was really a bit funny. Chapter 20, The Three Families Gather. An hour later, in front of Fengting restaurant, the Yin family cars were already lined up in an orderly manner. Enro walked out of one of the cars alone, with a cold expression on her face, obviously sulking. She muttered to herself in a tone that was clearly displeased. It's fine for Su Jiang to come, but he hides in a car and whispers, not letting me listen. After leaving the Yin family, and Mingjie arranged for himself and Su Jiang to sit in the same car, leaving Enro to sit with Li Kai. Li Kai was in a state of torment all the way. Facing the angry Enro, he had to nod and agree with her frequently, and even joined in her complaints from time to time, criticizing Mingjie and Su Jiang together. Enro's incessant nagging was like a never-ending drizzle, giving Li Kai a headache. At the same time, the door of the other car slowly opened, and Su Jiang and Mingjie got out of the car one after another. Su Jiang nodded to Mingjie and then walked straight towards Enro. What's wrong? You're frowning. Who's upset you? Su Jiang pinched Enro's cheek lightly with a hint of teasing. Pop. Enro slapped Su Jiang's paw, her eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. What did you and my brother whisper about in the car? What is there that I, as a younger sister, can't hear? Su Jiang smiled and replied easily, nothing, just tell me to protect you. I don't believe you. Enro snorted and then unexpectedly stepped on Su Jiang's foot. However, this time Su Jiang was prepared and skillfully avoided Enro's attack. We should go now. Li noticed in Mingjie's gesture and said to Su Jiang and Ro. And Ro took the opportunity to twist Su Jiang's waist hard, leaving a sentence, "I'll get you next time." Then she walked forward angrily. At this moment, and Mingjie was wearing a black coat, his stern face revealing his authority, completely different from the warm image he had when he was at the Yin family. There was no doubt that he was a calm and deep leader at this moment, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. Behind him, a dozen members of the Yin family stood in neat rows, their eyes following the figure of Mingjie. And Mingjie looked around with a sharp gaze and said in a low voice, "I'm counting on you all for today's matter." And Xiao's words are too serious. Everyone responded in unison, their voices full of respect for Mingjie. "Let's go." And Mingjie said briefly, and then led everyone into the Fengting restaurant. At the back, next to Ro, Su Jian looked at Mingjie's back with a sharp gaze, and thought about what Mingjie had said about his plan on the bus. He knew that the show was about to begin. Today, the Yin family will shake, and even overturn the entire Jiangdu city. The top-floor banquet hall of Fengting restaurant was lit up with elegant lights. The Feng and Lin families had already arrived, dressed in matching black suits, looking particularly solemn. However, the most eye-catching thing is the unique family crest on their left chest, which shines with the light of their respective families and becomes a silent identification among guests. In addition, some clever little families also got wind of the news and sent representatives to join in the fun. There were desserts and delicacies on many tables, but few people ate them. They held their glasses in their hands and chatted with each other. Lin Hui stood quietly in a corner, gently shaking his red wine glass, his eyes wandering among the crowd, his face wearing a careless smile. A new bodyguard stood next to him, looking much stronger than Scar. It's fine that Feng Qingye, the old guy, didn't show up. After all, old people are more concerned about their face. Why isn't Feng Haoshuan, that useless piece of trash, here? Feng Haoshuan is the son of Feng Qingye, the head of the Feng family, and the next generation leader of the Feng family. Originally, the Feng family should have been in the hands of Feng Haoshuan. But since Feng Haoshuan was no match for Lin Hui and Mingjie, he was completely controlled by them. Feng Qingye had no choice but to continue to lead the Feng family. Lin Hui. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Hui looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man of similar age to himself, dressed in a remarkable manner, frowning and staring at him with dissatisfaction. "Oh, just as I was talking about Chow Chow, here he is." Lin Hui's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The man was Feng Haoshuan, whom Lin Hui had just mentioned. Feng Haoshuan walked up to Lin Hui and said, "Lin Hui, this is a Feng family gathering today. What are you Lin family doing here?" Lin Hui smacked his lips, and he didn't even have the interest to answer such a stupid question. "Where is your old man? And when will the family from the gray zone show up? I'm getting anxious waiting." Lin Hui asked directly. His main purpose for coming today was to see what the legendary gray zone family was doing in Jiangdu City. What is the purpose of deliberately leaking the news to attract the Lin and Yin families to come here? What? Feng Haoshuan's pupils shrank at the mention of this, and he whispered, "How do you know about the gray zone? Who told you about it?" After saying that, Feng Haoshuan looked around warily to see if anyone had heard what Lin Hui had just said. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. It was really tiring to talk to this idiot. "Do you think so many people are coming to your Feng family? It's more fun to fight with Mingjie. Their competition is the real match." Day. Before Feng Haoshuan could continue to ask, a sound of footsteps caught everyone's attention. And Mingjie led the Yin family into the banquet hall with a calm pace. "Good, the Yin family is here too. Tonight, all three families of Jiangdu City are here." Some people whispered. This meeting today may change the family structure of Jiangdu City. No matter how hard the three families fight, it has nothing to do with us small families. We'll just watch the show. When Lin Hui saw Mingjie's figure appear in the banquet hall, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. He had successfully set a trap for Mingjie a while ago, causing him to suffer a great loss. Now was the perfect opportunity to taunt him. He was about to go up and say hello when a familiar figure entered his field of vision. Lin Hui froze in place. How could it be him? Didn't Li say that he wasn't from the Yin family? Lin Hui muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on Su Jiang, who was the last to enter. His hand unconsciously stroked his cheek, as if the pain from the bullet that Su Jiang had fired yesterday was still fresh. The new bodyguard on the side noticed Lin Hui's abnormality and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, who are you talking about?" Lin Hui looked up in the direction of Su Jiang, the young man in the beige shirt. "That's him, the one who shot Scar yesterday." "What?" The new bodyguard looked in shock. He naturally knew about the Scar, but he didn't expect the person who shot him to be so young. Among the black suits in the audience, Su Jiang and Enro's beige jacket stood out, like two rare flowers. Enro was a little uneasy. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Yin family, this was the first time she had been brought to such a scene by Yin Mingjie. Su Jiang noticed her nervousness and gently patted her on the shoulder. He then nodded to Yin Mingjie and led Enro to a less crowded area in the banquet hall. Chapter 21, Goodbye Lin Hui. Su Jiang took Enro to a table and sat down first, eating without any hesitation. After all, he was hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since the morning, except for the steamed buns. Perhaps because of his extraordinary body, Su Jiang felt that he was hungry very quickly. "Eat if you want, but at least try to look presentable." Enro frowned slightly and looked at Su Jiang helplessly. Su Jiang's eating style made her feel a bit embarrassed. There were so many people around, and their clothes were already conspicuous enough, but with Su Jiang eating in such an unkempt manner, more and more people were noticing them. "Damn, this chicken leg is really delicious." Su Jiang picked up a large chicken leg and started to nibble on it. It must be said that every dish at Fengting restaurant is carefully prepared by the most senior chefs, and this was the first time Su Jiang had tasted such high-end cuisine. Why aren't you eating? You haven't had dinner either, have you?" Su Jiang asked casually while enjoying the food. Enro glared at him fiercely. She was already hungry, but now she was almost full from his anger. She snorted and replied in a bad mood, "Don't worry about me, I'm not hungry." At this moment, a voice of surprise came. "Enro, little sister, it's been a long time." Enro looked up and saw Lin Hui's face, which was ready to be beaten up. Lin Hui's eyes lingered on Enro for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Yin Mingjie to bring his sister along this time. However, he did not dare to lay a hand on Enro, because he knew that the consequences of hurting Enro would be even more serious than hurting Yin Mingjie. Everyone knows that the Yin family dotes on Enro, and if anything happens to her, the entire Yin family will do their utmost to take revenge. Enro looked at Lin Hui warily. He had met Lin Hui a few times and knew that this annoying guy was his brother's sworn enemy. Lin Hui didn't care about Enro's angry stare, smiled casually, turned his gaze to Su Jiang, pretended not to know, and asked curiously, "This little brother is a bit strange. Enro, I wonder if you can introduce me?" In fact, Lin Hui got Su Jiang's information as soon as he got back yesterday, but what confused him was that the information did not mention any connection between Su Jiang and the Yin family. No matter how you look at it, he was just an ordinary student. He thought that, as Li Kai had said, Su Jiang was not a member of the Yin family, but now it seems that this is not the case. Lin Hui looked between Yin Wan and Su Jiang, and he felt that the two of them seemed to have an unusual relationship. If Su Jiang is really a member of the Yin family, then he will have to reformulate a series of plans against the Yin family, taking Su Jiang, the unknown factor, into account. Enro saw Lin Hui's gaze shift from her to Su Jiang, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. She knew Lin Hui's cunning and insidiousness, and was worried that Su Jiang would be implicated. She quickly took Su Jiang's hand and wanted to take him away from this obnoxious guy as quickly as possible. However, Su Jiang gave her a reassuring look, gently shook off Enro's hand, casually threw the chicken leg he was halfway through eating, and then carefully wiped his hands with a paper towel. "Mr. Lin is really forgetful." Su Jiang smiled and said, "Didn't we just meet at the bar yesterday? How could you forget me so quickly?" After saying that, Su Jiang slightly tilted his head, smiled, and extended a hand to Lin Hui. He put his index and middle fingers together to form the shape of a pistol, then aimed it at Lin Hui, and with a bias sound, it was as if the scene of shooting at Lin Hui in the bar yesterday was replayed. Lin Hui's face immediately turned gloomy. Su Jiang's action was undoubtedly an insult to himself. He took a deep breath and said with a sneer, "I have never seen anyone in Jiangdu City dare to insult me like this." Su Jiang heard this and smiled, pointing at himself, "So now you've seen it. Are you really going to fight me to the death?" "It depends on you." "I don't care." Su Jiang took Enro's hand and stood up, "But I want to remind you that I still have that bullet for you. Mr. Lin, it's better to be careful." After saying that, Su Jiang took Enro away, leaving Lin Hui alone. Lin Hui's face was gloomy, his eyes fixed on Su Jiang's back, and he lowered his head and took a sip of wine, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, the new bodyguard approached silently and whispered in Lin Hui's ear, "Boss, do you want me to find some brothers tonight to take care of him?" Lin Hui's index finger lightly tapped the stem of the wineglass, making a crisp sound, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "This person, don't move him yet. He and Ro, no one in the Lin family is allowed to take action against them without my order." "Yes, boss." The new bodyguard replied respectfully, then quickly stepped aside. Lin Hui let out a sigh. He knew that the information he had at the moment was still too little to find out the real background of Su Jiang and his connection with the Yin family. And the decisiveness and ruthlessness that Su Jiang showed yesterday are not possessed by ordinary people. Lin Hui never took action lightly without being 100% sure. He wanted a decisive strike that would be sure to hit the target and leave no loose ends. "Su Jiang, explain yourself." And Ro shook off Su Jiang's paw and then grabbed his collar, her face showing a hint of annoyance. "How did you meet Lin Hui yesterday? How did you offend him? Why are things so tense now that it seems like you can't let go? And that action you just did, pretending to shoot, what was the meaning of the bullet? And also, Su Jiang saw Ro asking a lot of questions, and then he suddenly had an idea. He imitated in Mingjie and gently pinched in Ro's mouth. And Ro was shocked by Su Jiang's sudden action and her eyes widened. With her mouth sealed, she could only make a whining sound. She angrily waved her hands and slapped Su Jiang's paw. "Pop! Su Jiang, you've got some nerve, pinching my mouth?" And Ro's eyes were burning with anger, glaring at Su Jiang as if she were about to burst into flames. Seeing this, Su Jiang realized that he could not hide it anymore. There was no other way, so he told Ro everything that had happened in the bar the previous day. Of course, a small part of the content was omitted. Well, basically, it was all saved. Su Jiang only told Ro that he happened to meet Lin Hui at the bar yesterday and accidentally offended him. As for the bullet, Su Jiang explained that after the conflict, he threatened Lin Hui, saying that he would feed him a bullet in the head. However, although Su Jiang said it like it was true, Ro rolled her eyes and didn't believe a single word. She could clearly feel the atmosphere between Su Jiang and Lin Hui just now, and it was definitely not just a minor conflict as Su Jiang said. She was not stupid, and she knew that Su Jiang was not telling the truth out of protection and goodwill for her, so she did not pursue the matter further, but pretended to believe the story he made up. "Anyway, you should stay away from Lin Hui in the future. If you really have a grudge, I'll talk to my brother and see if I can help you resolve it." And Ro pointed at Su Jiang's nose and earnestly urged him, her tone full of concern. Su Jiang obediently nodded, but inwardly he was smiling wryly. How could Mingjie solve this problem, unless he directly wiped out the Lin family? However, after meeting Mingjie, Su Jiang also became more cautious about Lin Hui. Although they had not spent much time together, Su Jiang could feel the fear of Mingjie. Since Lin Hui was able to fight with Mingjie so hard, it was not as simple as it seemed. The reason why he was able to achieve such results in the bar yesterday was largely because Lin Hui took him lightly and didn't take Su Jiang seriously. But now, Lin Hui has taken Su Jiang seriously, and his vigilance and caution will be greatly enhanced. Opportunities like yesterday will be hard to come by. Chapter 22, The Gray Zone. Wang Xuelin. As a series of unhurried footsteps echoed through the banquet hall, everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance. A man with half-white hair and a determined face slowly walked in, followed by several other men of extraordinary bearing. Although the man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, his deep eyes still flashed with a sharp light, as if the years had only left marks on his body, but had not eroded his majesty. On his left chest, a delicate family crest glistened, the exclusive symbol of the Feng family, symbolizing the glory of the Feng family. He is the current head of the Feng family, Feng Qingye. On Feng Qingye's left, a middle-aged man walked side by side with him. Feng Qingye extended a hand and made a gentle gesture of invitation, indicating that the man should walk in front. Among the people present, there were many sharp-eyed people. From Feng Qingye's movements and expressions, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the middle-aged man. 9 out of 10 were representatives of the leading family in the gray area. At this moment, the originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. And Mingjie and Lin Hui both straightened up, stood up, and looked at the middle-aged man with a solemn expression. The others also put down their wine glasses and food, and the entire banquet hall was silent, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. TSK, Grandpa Feng is really in good health. He can probably last a few more years. Lin Hui pursed his lips, his gaze falling on Feng Qingye with a hint of helplessness and emotion. As long as Feng Qingye remains unvanquished, the Feng family will remain strong. The Lin and An families will always find it difficult to find a breakthrough when facing the Feng family, which is led by Feng Qingye. However, Lin Hui turned his head and glanced at Feng Haoshuan again, his eyes flashing with disdain, shaking his head lightly, as if he had already seen the future of the Feng family. When Feng Haoshuan, this useless person, takes control of the Feng family, it will be the moment when the Feng family goes from prosperity to decline, and even to extinction. Lin Hui sneered in his heart and looked down on Feng Haoshuan. Feng Qingye led a few people into the banquet hall, his eyes flashing, surveying the crowd, but not saying much. He simply walked straight to the center of the hall with the middle-aged man by his side. Feng Haoshuan saw this and hurried forward, whispering in Feng Qingye's ear, "Father, the people from the Lin and An families somehow got wind of the Wang family's business. What should we do? Should we get rid of them now?" Feng Qingye thought it was something, and when he heard this, he sighed. How could he have such a stupid son when he had such a good reputation? The Lin family has Lin Hui, the An family has An Mingjie, and the Feng family only has Feng Haoshuan, who is far inferior to them in terms of intelligence and ruthlessness. Get out of here. He quickly adjusted his emotions and turned to apologize to Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my son doesn't understand the situation, please don't be offended." Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. He laughed and said, "Although your son is young, I can see that he has an extraordinary temperament. He will definitely be a dragon among men in the future." Feng Qingye heard this and smiled wryly, shaking his head and saying, "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. If my son were really as outstanding as you say, why would I have to sit in the family all the time and worry about these trivial matters?" After that, Feng Qingye led Mr. Wang to the center of the hall. After Mr. Wang had stood firm, Feng Qingye himself stepped aside. The crowd immediately surrounded them, with An Mingjie and Lin Hui standing in the front, looking at the man with interest. Mr. Wang appeared calm and collected, his eyes scanning the crowd, and a calm smile always on his face. Although he didn't have the murderous aura of a gangster, the aura he exuded was enough to make people feel his extraordinary nature. "Good evening, everyone." Wang Shualin's voice was loud and clear. He smiled and greeted everyone, then introduced himself. "My name is Wang Shualin, from the Wang family in the Gray Zone." He looked around, his eyes shining, and continued, "I am very grateful to the Feng family for providing me with such a stage, and I apologize to the leaders of the Lin and An families for inviting you in this way. Because I know that if I invite all three of you at the same time, you will probably not accept, so I have no choice but to do this." Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's mouth curled into a sneer, and his voice revealed a hint of coldness. "Mr. Wang is really too polite. An invitation from the Gray Zone is a rare honor for us, so how could we possibly refuse?" He paused, and looked at Wang Shualin. "I just don't know what Mr. Wang's purpose is for planning this meeting with such fanfare." Wang Shualin smiled lightly, and his eyes turned to Lin Hui, flashing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He knew that this cold man was the leader of the Lin family. Before coming to Jiangdu, he had already conducted a detailed investigation of the city's large and small family forces, and even knew the tense relationships between the families. Wang Shualin paused for a moment, then said solemnly, "Since the Lin family has asked, I will not beat around the bush and get straight to the point." He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Our Wang family has deep roots in the gray area, but due to some unforeseen changes, our family now plans to move to Jiangdu City." This remark caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone's brows were furrowed in unison. The leading family in the Gray Zone actually wanted to move to Jiangdu City? This is no small matter. Even if they are the local tyrants of Jiangdu, there is no doubt that the Wang family is a swift dragon crossing the river. The family power structure in Jiangdu City was already relatively stable, but the addition of the Wang family will undoubtedly upset the balance. The Wang family's strength and influence in the Gray Zone is incomparable to any family in Jiangdu. And Mingjie and Lin Hui were a little moved, but they weren't too surprised. Obviously, this was within their expectations. And Mingjie stepped forward and looked directly at Wang Shualin and asked, "Mr. Wang, the situation in Jiangdu is complicated. If your family comes here, it will inevitably attract the attention and enticement of many forces. I want to know how the Wang family will respond to these possible enticements from all sides. This question is very important to An Mingjie." Wang Xuelin seemed to have anticipated this question. He replied calmly and without hesitation, "You can rest assured that our Wang family is completely independent and will never get involved in your disputes." He paused, looked around the room, and continued, "Of course, that also includes the Feng family. Although Feng and I have a long history, I know the rules of your triad families. Once you support one of the families, you are bound to that family and cannot turn back. I can assure you that as long as no one in Jiangdu City offends my family, we will never cause you any trouble." After receiving Wang Xuelin's firm reply, many people were relieved and exchanged relieved looks. And Mingjie smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, since you have stated the neutral position of the Wang family, we, the Yin family, would like to ask you for a favor. Of course, this is not a difficult task, and it is just a small favor for you." Wang Xuelin nodded slightly. "You are too kind, and family leader. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you." After hearing Wang Xuelin's reply, and Mingjie's face became solemn and more dignified. He took a few steps forward and shouted loudly. And family members stepped forward. With his shout, the Yin family members who were standing around immediately responded. A dozen members of the Yin family wearing the Yin family badge marched forward in an orderly manner, quickly forming a row behind Yin Mingjie. They had serious expressions on their faces and roared in unison. "The Yin family is here." Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was shocked by the scene and didn't know what to do. Even Wang Xuelin felt a little at a loss. A tense atmosphere filled the air, as if a storm was about to break. Su Jiang stood in a corner with Yin Ro, his eyes fixed on Yin Mingjie. Seeing this, he recalled what Yin Mingjie had said on the bus. He knew that Yin Mingjie was about to begin. Yin Ro was nervously gripping Su Jiang's hand, her eyes full of worry and confusion. Lin Hui frowned, his eyes rolling, as if he had thought of something, staring at Yin Mingjie in shock. "Is Yin Mingjie trying to? He's a fucking lunatic." The sound of his voice fell, as if to confirm his suspicion. Mingjie slowly raised his hand in the eyes of the people in surprise, and the gun in his hand was like a horn. And the target at the muzzle of the gun was none other than Feng Qingye. Chapter 23, The audience is shocked, and the Yin family declares war. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's heartbeats seemed to have stopped. They couldn't believe their eyes, and even more so, they couldn't believe that Yin Mingjie would make such a crazy move. Feng Qingye's expression of shock froze on his face. He had never thought that Yin Mingjie would draw a gun on him. This was an uncrossable line between the families of the underworld. If Yin Mingjie really shot him, the Yin family would be in a hopeless situation. Unless Feng Qingye seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flashing with fear and unease. "And Mingjie, how dare he?" At this moment, not only Yin Mingjie, but also the members of the Yin family behind him, all raised their pistols. Without exception, every gun was pointed at Feng Qingye, and the cold metallic luster was particularly glaring in the light. Feng Haoshuan witnessed all of this and his heart was filled with indescribable fear. He roared, "And Mingjie, what the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" The Feng family members also quickly recovered from their brief shock and were about to take action, but it was already too late. A deep and unfathomable smile slowly appeared on Yin Mingjie's lips. In the eyes of countless pairs of eyes staring at him, he slowly began to pull the trigger. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The originally noisy venue instantly became silent, and everyone, including Wang Xuelin, held their breath. Click! A crisp and subtle sound echoed in the banquet hall, and everyone's hearts tightened at that moment. The imagined scene did not appear. Because Yin Mingjie's pistol did not shoot a bullet. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. And Mingjie and the dozen or so members of the Yin family behind him, in the stunned gaze of everyone, slowly pointed their pistols at their respective hearts. This sudden move left everyone present at a loss. They aimed the unloaded guns at their own hearts and, in a moment of silence, pulled the triggers again. Click! Another soft sound, just like before, no bullet was fired, but the heavy atmosphere was suffocating. Then, Yin Mingjie looked up, his eyes full of mockery, and looked at Feng Qingye, who was terrified, with a smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have become the king in control of the whole situation. Wang Xuelin's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, carefully examining Yin Mingjie standing opposite him. He couldn't help but recall the evaluation of the leader of the Yin family and the detailed information on the Wang family, those 8 words, which he had not really taken to heart before, now came to mind. the leader of the Yin family, and Mingjie, a man of unparalleled wisdom and courage, a genius of Jiangdu. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was silent, and even Feng Haoshuan understood what was going on. What Mingjie did was a long-standing ritual among the underworld families, and it needed to be witnessed by a representative of the leading family. Everyone present knew the meaning of the ritual, a declaration of war. Total war, no survivors. And Mingjie stared at Feng Qingye, his lips curling into a mocking smile, and slowly said, "Grandpa Feng, you should know what this means, right?" Feng Qingye's face was extremely ugly at the moment, and he opened his mouth with gritted teeth. "And Mingjie, you're really crazy. And Xingqiang is also crazy, allowing you to do this. Do you know what this means?" "Of course I know, that's why I asked Mr. Wang to help me." After that, and Mingjie turned to Wang Xuelin and said, "Please, Mr. Wang, as the head of the leading family, be a witness to this declaration of war. From today on, the Yin and Feng families will no longer have any chance of reconciliation. It will be a fight to the death. Within 1 month, no matter what the cost, one side must perish." And Mingjie's voice was full of determination and ruthlessness, making everyone present shudder. Wang Xuelin also put away his previous smile and stared at Mingjie seriously. He understood that he had been tricked by the leader of the Yin family. And Mingjie had borrowed his status as the head of the Yin family and cleverly involved himself in the family war that was about to break out. And Mingjie is using his status as the head of the family to declare war on the Feng family. Whether Mingjie had a sudden idea or had planned it in advance, Wang Xuelin decided to take a new look at the leader of the Yin family. "Okay, I, Wang, as the representative of the Wang family, the leading family, hereby witness the Yin family's declaration of war against the Feng family." Wang Xuelin did not hesitate and decisively agreed. Since the Wang family is moving to Jiangdu City, no matter which side of the Yin and Feng families perish, there will be a lot of space and resources, which is naturally beneficial to the Wang family. Wang Xuelin had no reason to refuse. Once he said it, he had made his decision and there was no turning back. The members of the surrounding small families swallowed a mouthful of saliva, realizing that this war would bring unprecedented changes. They all trembled and took out their phones to quickly send messages to their families. The Yin and Feng families are at war. The news spread throughout Jiangdu City in an instant, and the heads of all the families were blown away. Lin Hui let out a long breath, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief as he looked at Mingjie. What a madman! He never thought that Mingjie would be so ruthless as to openly declare war on the Feng family. How dare he? Brother! Looking at his brother's back, and Ruru's face was full of worry. Su Jiang placed his hand on her shoulder and gently comforted her. He recalled the words that Mingjie had said to him in the car a few hours earlier, and the words still echoed in his ears. In a moment, at the restaurant, "I will declare war on the Feng family. Once the war begins, both families will stop at nothing until one side is completely destroyed, leaving no room for compromise. So in the next month, I hope you can protect Ro. Although I have a thorough plan, accidents are inevitable. Su Jiang, you are my trump card." Su Jiang actually didn't want to get involved in this dispute, but in the face of Mingjie's request and trust, he still chose to say yes. Because of Mingjie's trust in him and his attitude towards him. "You treat me like a national scholar, and I will repay you as a national scholar," Su Jiang thought to himself. And Mingjie's actions were unexpected by Feng Qingye. He could not understand why Mingjie would choose to declare war on him at this time. The feud between the two families has always been simmering, and such a blatant challenge was really unexpected. The Yin and Feng families will be fighting each other to the death, and the Lin family will benefit? No way. And Mingjie wouldn't let Lin Hui get such a big advantage. Feng Qingye frowned, he really couldn't understand. "Grandpa Feng, I can tell you one more thing." After Mingjie finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger far away at Ro. "If you want to win me, you can only do it by targeting my sister. She is my only weak point." His words were cold and ruthless. "If you take my sister, your Feng family will win. Otherwise, I am 100% sure that within half a month, your Feng family will be destroyed." Everyone followed Mingjie's finger, and countless gazes converged on Ro. Ro was a little nervous, and she held Su Jiang's hand tightly, trying to look composed. Feng Qingye looked at Ro for a moment, casually glanced at Su Jiang, and didn't pay any attention to him. He even sneered at Mingjie's words. For many years, he and Lin Hui have known that the words coming out of An Mingjie's mouth are best not believed, not even with a single punctuation mark. Otherwise, it would be a trap from which there is no escape. If they really attack and row, they will fall into An Mingjie's trap, leaving the Feng family with no room to fight back. That's all I have to say. We won't bother you anymore. Get ready for the fight. After An Mingjie finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Wang Xuelin, then turned around and led the An family members away slowly. Su Jiang and An Rou followed behind. Before leaving, Su Jiang glanced at everyone and memorized the key figures present. At today's banquet, no one except Lin Hui took Su Jiang seriously, treating him as an insignificant little person in the An family. This is the effect that An Mingjie wanted. In the upcoming family dispute, Su Jiang will be the most important card in his hand. Chapter 24, Unexpected Back Hug. Phew, it's finally over. Li Kai followed An Mingjie out of the restaurant, lit a cigarette, and let out a sigh of relief. God knows how nervous he was. When he learned that An Mingjie intended to declare war on the Feng family, he almost thought that An Mingjie had gone crazy. After planning step by step, the curtain finally rose. Feng Qingye probably never dreamed that we had already secretly identified all of the Feng family's strongholds and even quietly taken over a few of them. When the time comes, we'll be able to give him an unexpected surprise. Li Kai smiled and whispered in An Mingjie's ear. This matter is highly confidential. Apart from the two of them, only a few core members of the An family know the inside story. The goal is to deal Feng Qingye a fatal blow at the last moment. Brother, are you sure? An Rou cautiously approached, her face full of worry. An Mingjie turned his head and gently pinched An Rou's rosy cheeks. Don't worry, when has my brother ever done anything he wasn't sure about? Then what do I need to do? An Rou hoped that she could be a help to her brother, not a burden. You just said that I was your weak point. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his sister say that, An Mingjie couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Rou. You can live the way you have always lived. An Mingjie's eyes were full of confidence, not to mention the Feng family. I'm afraid even Lin Hui wouldn't dare to touch a hair on your head. He knew that both Lin Hui and Feng Qingye were very wary of his resourcefulness, so he simply played a game of empty city. You want to get to my sister to stop me from acting, don't you? Fine, then I'll just come out and put my sister in front of you. Do you dare to take action? And Mingjie was sure they wouldn't dare. Because they can't afford to take the risk. Once Feng Qingye and Lin Hui fall into the trap, with An Mingjie's methods, they are likely to lose the whole game because of An Rou's wrong move. So they dare not touch it, they dare not gamble. Even if they know that An Mingjie is probably bluffing, they still dare not. One careless move and the entire family will perish. People who often play poker know that the moment you put all your chips on the table, you will analyze and think more about every move than usual. The more you think, the more mistakes you make. At this time, it is a matter of who was more calm and collected. Coo. And Rou wanted to say something, but her stomach protested first. And Mingjie saw this and couldn't help but frown slightly, concerned. What's wrong? Didn't you eat anything just now? And Rou recalled the situation just now, blushing slightly, and said embarrassedly, don't mention it. You don't know how Su Jiang looked when he was eating. He looked like a pig. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. I'm really angry. On hearing this, An Mingjie couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Su Jiang, raised his eyebrows, and Su Jiang shrugged innocently without saying anything. Then, An Mingjie turned to An Rou and said, so, why don't you let Su Jiang take you out to eat something? Ha? Why can't I go home and eat? An Rou countered somewhat unwillingly. I might be busy today and won't have time to cook for you. Upon hearing this, An Rou hesitated for a moment and muttered, okay then. After that, he glared at Su Jiang, as if warning him not to do anything outrageous. No, you two siblings don't consult me when you discuss things? Su Jiang protested. Then Su Jiang said, why don't we go back and eat some more? Since Ngu said they wouldn't dare to do anything, I think we should go back and eat some more. When he said this, even An Mingjie couldn't help but twitch his eyes. If you do that, I really can't guarantee it. An Mingjie said weakly. You just declared war and then walked away, and now you're going back to eat? This is no different from shitting on Feng Qingye's face. When he heard that, Su Jiang's face showed some disappointment, and An Mingjie didn't bother to respond to him. He simply left In and Su Jiang behind and took the In family with him. We're going back first. Su Jiang, take care of my sister. With these words, the In family cars left without a moment's hesitation, leaving Su Jiang and In in the wind. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt that In Mingjie was a bit out of line. To trust his big sister to him so much. If he had any bad intentions, the In family would be finished. And Mingjie said that In was his weak point, and that he was entrusting her to him at this moment was undoubtedly the greatest trust he could give. So what, shall we go eat? Although Su Jiang had just finished eating, he was hungry again because of his extraordinary body. And Ro glared at him in annoyance, took out her phone and searched for nearby places to eat. Su Jiang also peeked over from behind, but Ro was not aware of it at all and was intently searching for nearby delicacies. Her fingers were rapidly sliding across the screen, while her eyes were fixed on the pictures and reviews of the food on the screen. That hot pot place was good. Su Jiang saw a hot pot restaurant just a few hundred meters away, and it was rated 5 stars. Oh! Su Jiang's voice rang in Ro's ear, startling her. She was so startled that she threw her phone out of her hand. Fortunately, Su Jiang reacted quickly and caught the phone with his quick eyes and hands. You're going to die. And Ro was angry and about to scold him, but then she suddenly realized that her face was incredibly close to Su Jiang's. She felt her cheeks suddenly become hot, as if they were on fire, and her heart began to beat faster and faster, pounding and pounding. Feeling the warmth of Su Jiang's breath, her cheeks instantly turned redder. In order to catch the phone, Su Jiang's arm inadvertently leaned forward, causing his chest to almost touch Ro's back, making it seem as if Su Jiang was hugging Ro from behind. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. The two of them maintained this posture, looked at each other, and then looked away, not knowing where to look. Well, I just saw a hot pot restaurant that looked pretty good. Su Jiang coughed lightly and broke the delicate silence by speaking first. Huh? Oh, then let's go. And Ro couldn't even think of hot pot at the moment, and her eyes kept drifting to Su Jiang's face. She was secretly surprised. Why didn't she realize that he was so handsome? Reluctantly parting, Su Jiang returned the phone to Ro and told her to follow the navigation. The two walked side by side. The restaurant was just near Jiangdu University, and at this time of day, there were many college students out for dinner and shopping. The streets were bustling with people, and due to the large number of people, the space for walking seemed somewhat narrow. Su Jiang thought about it and decisively took Ro's hand. There are too many people, I'm afraid you'll get lost. Su Jiang said without blushing or flinching. Oh. And Ro lowered her head and said softly, I'll let you lead the way. In fact, it was because her face was burning red and she was afraid that Su Jiang would see it. Chapter 25, Blackmailing Prince Yang. Ding! System emergency alert, a special mission has been triggered, the Jiangdu disturbance. Special mission content, help the In family achieve final victory in the impending war between the In and Feng families. Completing the task will reward you with a random special skill. If you fail, the system will delete the host. After walking for a while, the system prompt suddenly sounded in her mind, and Su Jiang couldn't help but be startled. This mission is completely different from the past. In previous missions, even if you failed, you would only be punished, but this time, the system mercilessly threatened to wipe you out. What exactly did the system want to do? It always gave him inexplicable tasks, and this feeling made Su Jiang very unhappy. It always felt like someone was watching his life from outside the world, and when he was in the mood, it would give him tasks to follow the direction they wanted him to go. Why did it stop? Anru's voice interrupted Su Jiang's thoughts. Her heart had gradually calmed down, and she looked at Su Jiang, who had suddenly stopped walking, with a puzzled expression on her face. Seeing that Su Jiang's face was not looking good, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Su Jiang took a deep breath, tried to calm her inner turmoil, and said with a smile, "Nothing, I think I ate too much and my stomach is a bit upset." "With the way you eat, it's a wonder you don't get a stomachache." And Ro gave him a slight glare. Su Jiang put the mission behind him. After all, he was not in a position to defy the system. It was better to live a good life than to waste his energy on internal conflicts. After all, the mission is not guaranteed to fail. If it fails, it's just a matter of dying. Who doesn't die in life? It's just a matter of time. Su Jiang was very open-minded. At this age, he should eat and drink as much as he wants. Why think about it so much? The two strolled through the streets as the night deepened, and finally arrived at the hot pot restaurant. They followed the enthusiastic clerk to their reserved table. Suddenly, Su Jiang stopped, as if he had heard a familiar voice coming from the side. I'm telling you, my brother is such a waste. He copies my homework every day, and he sleeps in class every day. That voice. Su Jiang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was too familiar with this voice. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed that bastard Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang was eating hot pot, and there was a girl sitting across from him. She must also be a student at Jiangdu University, but Su Jiang had never seen her before. Su Jiang gave Enro a look, then quietly walked behind Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang was unaware of this and continued to talk nonsense, making the girl laugh. There was nothing I could do. I'm a man of honor and loyalty, and I couldn't bear to see my friend go down. With my help, his grades are improving day by day. Pop. Feeling someone place their hands on his shoulders, Wang Xiang was a little displeased and turned to look. Who is it? So rude. How could the handsome guy Su Jiang, who is more handsome than Panin, be here? It took Wang Xiang only a second to go from displeasure to surprise, and then from fear to ridicule. Su Jiang didn't expect this guy to have such strong acting talent. After a glance at the confused girl across from him, Su Jiang had a brainstorm and leaned over, whispering in Prince Yang's ear. If you don't want me to expose you, you can pay for our table tonight. When Wang Xiang heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted and his mouth twitched involuntarily. This was blatant blackmail. But thinking about the girl sitting across from him, he could only nod in agreement out of necessity. However, he quickly recovered and looked at Su Jiang with a puzzled expression. You? Who are you with? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xiang saw Enro following Su Jiang. She stood there quietly, her bright eyes curiously surveying the scene. Wang Xiang's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible, and his heart was in turmoil. Holy cow, my brother Su really got laid? Then he looked at Su Jiang and then at Enro. Shit, matching outfits. After swallowing his saliva, Wang Xiang quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up for winning the class flower Enro in just 3 days. He, Prince Yang, was not subservient to anyone, except his brother, Su. Okay, waiter, let's sit here. Su Jiang decisively said, and quickly sat down at an empty table next to Prince Yang. He did this to give Prince Yang no chance to change his mind. Wang Xiang's eyes twitched. He really intended to change his mind, but Su Jiang wouldn't give him the chance. Old Su, let me introduce you. Prince Yang adjusted his emotions and smiled at Su Jiang. This is Ji Meng, a sophomore in the foreign language department. Although she is a senior, she is the same age as us and is my good friend. Wang Xiang originally wanted to say girlfriend, but the other party had not yet agreed to his pursuit, so it was not appropriate to say so. Ji Meng, this is my good friend and brother, his name is Su Jiang, I call him Lao Su. Prince Yang turned to Ji Meng and introduced him, saying that the girl next to him was his girlfriend Enro, also a classmate. Ji Meng is a very quiet and obedient girl. When she heard Wang Xiang introduce himself, she quickly stood up, bowed slightly to Su Jiang and Enro, and said softly, Hello, I'm Ji Meng. I'm very happy to meet you. When Enro heard that Wang Xiang had mistakenly introduced himself as Su Jiang's girlfriend, her cheeks flushed with a blush, and an inexplicable sense of shame and anger welled up in her heart. She was about to speak up to clarify the situation, but Su Jiang quickly took over the conversation and explained, Well, we're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Wang Xiang was stunned. Not buddies? They've even met the parents and are wearing matching outfits, so they're definitely not just friends. She secretly sighed, Brother Su is still playing tricks on me. Su Jiang sat down and looked at the menu and asked Enro, Are you a picky eater? Enro was stunned, and then shook her head to indicate that she was not a picky eater. Then, Su Jiang, who was sitting across from her, started ordering the food. Waiter, bring me a hot pot, and this, and this. Su Jiang ordered several dishes that he didn't like, and Wang Xiang looked at him with some concern, but then he calmed down. Fortunately, they were all inexpensive dishes that he could afford, and his good friend Su Jiang was still a man of conscience. Just don't order these, and bring everything else. Waiter? Anru? Wang Xiang. Su Jiang, you son of a bitch, are you still a human being? Wang Xiang looked at Su Jiang with fire in his eyes. Even though his family was wealthy, this meal would be enough to make him feel bad for a long time. Just as he was about to scold Su Jiang for being unfaithful, Su Jiang suddenly coughed and turned to look at Ji Meng. Miss Ji Meng, my brother Wang Xiang is an all-round talent, proficient in everything from literature to martial arts. Even our high school math teacher often praises him, right, Lao Wang? After saying this, Su Jiang deliberately cast a meaningful glance at Wang Xiang, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. The meaning is clear: you pay the bill and I'll help you cover up the lie. Wang Xiang twitched his mouth, forced a smile, and said with clenched teeth, yes, I am too low-key. Su Jiang smiled contentedly. The waiter, after seeing this, double-checked the menu and then ran down to inform the kitchen to start preparing the food. And Ro looked on with some confusion. Just as she was about to ask, Su Jiang stood up and whispered in her ear, Prince Yang is paying for the meal. He owes me. It's fine. And Ro's eyes were suddenly filled with confusion, not understanding why Wang Xiang would pay for their meal. She could only attribute it to the fact that the brothers were so close. Prince Yang is so close to you that he can even pay for your meal. And said in a low voice. Yes, our relationship is beyond words. Su Jiang nodded proudly, ignoring Wang Xiang's murderous gaze. Chapter 26. And Ro is jealous. After a while, the waiter began to serve the food. The large platter of meat attracted the attention of many people. The table was almost overflowing, and the waiter was still serving food. And Ro stared at Su Jiang with wide eyes, staring at him blankly. There are so many dishes, what if I can't finish them all? And Ro has a small appetite and can't eat much at a time. This is also one of the main reasons why she can maintain a slim figure. Su Jiang looked at it and thought it was a bit too much, so he stood up and walked over to the next table with a friendly smile. Come, Lao Wang, have some meat. Please treat Ji Meng, our senior, to something good. What's the point of always eating vegetables? After saying that, Su Jiang picked up 2 large plates of beef and placed them firmly on the table for Wang Xiang and Ji Meng. He said with a generous air, feel free to eat as much as you like. Ji Meng looked at the beef in front of her and was a little at a loss. She quickly waved her hand to decline, how can I accept this? And we've already eaten a lot. Su Jiang laughed heartily at this, what's there to be embarrassed about? We can't eat all this, so you can help us share it. Then, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have the chance. Ji Meng said. Okay, no problem. Lao Wang's friends are my friends. After saying that, Su Jiang turned his head and looked at Wang Xiang, smiling with his eyes narrowed, right, Lao Wang? Wang Xiang looked like he had eaten shit, but in this situation, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it down, and replied with difficulty, yes, Ji Meng, don't be polite to him, just eat. But inside, he was bleeding. It was all my money. Su Jiang, you son of a bitch, you use my money to act like a big shot, and Ji Meng still has to say thank you. Wang Xiang really had no way to express his grievances. Sigh. Su Jiang sat back down in his seat, and a sudden pain shot up from his feet, causing him to gasp. Looking up, he saw Ro's sweet smile, but his feet mercilessly squeezed Su Jiang's feet even more. Looks like you had a good time chatting with your senior, even going so far as to deliver food to her. And Ro said in a low voice, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Humph. I'm such a beautiful woman sitting right in front of you, and you're smiling so happily in front of Ji Meng. I've never seen you smile at me like that. And Ro became more and more angry, and her chopsticks kept tapping on the table. Su Jiang finally realized what was going on and asked cautiously, are you jealous? Who? Who is jealous? And Ro seemed to have been hit on the head, and a flash of panic crossed her face. She quickly withdrew her chopsticks and stopped tapping the table. To hide her embarrassment, she frantically picked up a few pieces of beef and threw them into the boiling hot pot, staring at the boiling pot and not daring to make eye contact with Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Ro and felt a little funny. Even if she was slow to react, he knew that Ro really liked him and was only so concerned about his behavior. He smiled lightly and decided not to tease her anymore, but said, okay, don't be angry. I won't do it again next time. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. If he survived this special mission, he would confess his feelings to Ro. When she heard Su Jiang say that, Ro finally felt better, but she still pretended to be angry, as if she was still angry. Although the four of them were separated into two tables, they were close enough to each other that they could chat while eating hot pot. It was mainly Wang Xiang and Su Jiang who were talking, while Ji Mengwen was quiet and Enro was simply enjoying the hot pot, which she thought tasted really good. Her appetite was surprisingly good. By the way, Lao Wang, why did you come here? This isn't even our school's snack street. Su Jiang was curious. He really didn't expect to run into this guy here. Oh, my uncle came here to do some business, so I brought Meng Meng here for dinner. Wang Xiang replied while eating. By the way, what do you think about the school activity next week? Wang Xiang said. Lao Zhang said that the school has invested a lot of money this time and has rented the entire playground. What else can you think of? Go and have fun. It's rare for the school to be able to organize such an event. Su Jiang said nonchalantly. What kind of activity is it? Ji Meng asked curiously. Then Wang Xiang explained to her. Wow, you freshmen must be very happy. Ji Meng said with envy, when we were freshmen, we even had to take makeup classes on weekends, and taking a vacation was a luxury. Su Jiang was about to say something when she suddenly saw Enro looking a little unhappy. She asked softly, what's wrong? Enro was a little upset and whispered, I also want to go to the party. Su Jiang was taken aback. Then go, I remember you signed up too, didn't you? But my brother. Su Jiang immediately understood that this was a tense time for the Yin and Feng families, and she was afraid that running around would cause trouble for Mingjie. It's okay, I'm here. Su Jiang smiled and said, don't worry about your brother. He'll agree. According to your brother's plan, the more natural you act, the less they will dare to do anything to you. On the contrary, if you are as submissive as you are now, you will only be causing trouble for your brother. Really? Enro was a little skeptical. Really, why don't you ask your brother? If Mingjie dares to stop you from going, I'll beat him to a pulp. Su Jiang thought to himself. When Su Jiang said that, Enro was relieved. She really wanted to go to the amusement park with everyone, especially with Su Jiang. After a while, Enro was already full. Although she had a good appetite, she really couldn't eat much. Wang Xiang found an opportunity to excuse himself to the bathroom, and then went to the front desk to settle the bill for both tables. Seeing the bill for Su Jiang's table, Wang Xiang wanted to assassinate Su Jiang right then and there. It was all meat, and the most expensive kind. Wang Xiang saw that Su Jiang had even ordered an ice cream at the end, and cursed. Son of a bitch, you still dare to order strawberry ice cream? You'll die of diarrhea. What Su Jiang didn't know was that the ice cream was for Enro, because Enro suddenly said she wanted ice cream. When they returned to their seats, Enro was eating ice cream with a spoon, while Su Jiang was still fighting. Prince Yang had never imagined that Su Jiang could eat so much. Lao Su, we're leaving first. I'll take Meng Meng home. Okay, bye. Wang Xiang said goodbye to Su Jiang with Ji Meng, and Ji Meng waved goodbye to Enro in a friendly manner. In just a short time of hot pot, Enro and Ji Meng had become good friends and had even exchanged contact information. This made Wang Xiang have to please Enro in the future, otherwise Enro would say bad things about him to Ji Meng, and he would be finished. For the next while, Enro nibbled on her ice cream, her eyes fixed on Su Jiang, who was eating. Just like a little pig. This thought flashed through her mind, causing her mouth to turn up a little more. Su Jiang really eats too much. How long is his stomach? And he doesn't get fat even though he eats so much. He's always had a perfect figure. Enro suspects that Su Jiang secretly exercises every day. In fact, before he got the system, Su Jiang spent his days eating and sleeping, and when he had free time, he played games. Now that he has the system, and with all the trouble he's had, Su Jiang doesn't have much time to play games. He only eats and sleeps. Chapter 27, Balloon Fight in Pikachu. Finally, after Su Jiang finished eating, the two tidied up and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Where to next? Su Jiang asked. He didn't know what to do next either. He had never been alone with a girl before. Well. Enro tilted her head in thought. She didn't want to go home so early either. So the two decided to take a stroll down the street. It wasn't far from Anne's home anyway, so Su Jiang decided to walk her home. The two walked along the crowded street. Enro had never been to the night market in Jiangdu City before, and she was full of curiosity, looking here and there. When they came to a balloon vendor, Enro was tempted by the neatly arranged darts and balloon guns. Little girl, want to play balloon? 1 yuan per time, starting at 10 yuan, I'll give you 2 more darts. The boss saw that business was coming, and immediately enthusiastically launched a marketing campaign, with a smile on his lips that was unique to a businessman. Enro glanced at the prizes and finally settled on the huge Pikachu doll. Boss, how many balloons do I need to pop to win that Pikachu doll? Anu's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of imperceptible nervousness. The boss smiled, his face full of pride and smugness, because the Pikachu was the most popular prize at his stall and had attracted a lot of business. Little girl, that is the ultimate prize. You must hit 30 balloons in a row to take it away. The boss smiled, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Even if they are students, they can't hit 30 balloons in a row. But Enru didn't think so. She confidently handed the boss 100 yuan and bought 50 darts and 50 plastic bullets. Su Jiang didn't know where this little girl got her confidence. Enru took a deep breath, she held the balloon gun tightly, aimed at the colorful balloons, and fired several rounds of bullets in succession with her finger lightly pressing the trigger. Bang bang bang. Pop. The balloons were still swaying in the air, and only one balloon was shot. Enru's face showed a look of surprise. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. She had only hit one balloon with a dozen bullets. She was a member of the underworld family. In a way, it is a kind of talent. The boss was stunned too. He had seen vegetables before, but this was the first time he had seen such a vegetable. Humph. Enru was obviously not very satisfied with her performance. She snorted and tried to justify herself, it must have been the wind. The wind was so strong just now that it blew the bullets I shot off in the wrong direction. Right, the wind almost blew me away, Su Jiang thought to himself. Then, Enru put down the balloon gun in her hand and decided to try darts instead. She picked up a dart, aimed at the balloon, and threw it with all her might. Whoosh! 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 Pop! Pop! Su Jiang nodded with a blank expression. Not bad, 2 balloons out of 10 darts. Enru was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and many people around her were attracted by her poor technique, but more were attracted by her beauty. Enru's looks are indeed outstanding, and coupled with her slender figure, she is particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Many boys are attracted to her and begin to whisper. Damn, what a beautiful girl. Huh, that's too bad. Only 2 balloons. So what? As long as she looks good, that's all that matters. Look at her figure and her temperament, she's the goddess of my heart. Come on, didn't you see the guy standing next to her? They're a couple. Damn, that guy is also very handsome. How can this kind of girl be with this kind of guy? Everyone noticed that Anu was standing next to a tall boy with equally good looks. They were wearing similar clothes and looked very well matched. Many people showed envy. Pop. Enro heard the surrounding discussions and was a little embarrassed. She put down the remaining darts with a blush. She didn't want to play anymore, and her mentality was a bit broken. Just as she was about to leave, Su Jiang walked up and patted her on the shoulder, whispering, "Let me do it." Enro was taken aback and quickly reminded him, "This is very difficult." Su Jiang smiled and picked up the balloon gun that Enro had just used. He counted the remaining bullets and there were more than 30. Boss, if I can hit 30 consecutive targets, can I take the Pikachu? The boss nodded and smiled, of course, there is no going back on it. After Su Jiang received confirmation, he turned to look at Enro, gestured for her to step aside, then raised the balloon gun, his eyes shining, and carefully aimed at the balloons in the distance. Bang! Su Jiang was a little surprised that he missed the target, but he was an expert with firearms and quickly realized that the balloon gun had been tampered with by the boss. No wonder Enro's girl's hit rate was so off the mark. Su Jiang glared at the boss. Damn, this guy is not very good. I thought he was very good just now. These 2 young lovers are really a good match. The same dish. Let me do it. I'm better than him with my eyes closed. More and more people were gathering around, and there were some disgusting people in the crowd saying some unpleasant things. Enru was a little angry. She didn't bother to argue with these people, and walked up to Su Jiang and tried to drag him away. Before she could get close, Su Jiang quickly raised his gun and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! Pop! A balloon burst. Anru was stunned. Before she and the people around her could react, Su Jiang fired several more shots. Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop! The sound of the gunshots and the popping of the balloons sounded like a rhythmic music. Every time Su Jiang pulled the trigger, a balloon would burst. The crowd around him fell silent, as if time had stopped. Even the stall owner's eyes widened, and his pupils flashed with disbelief. At this moment, the only sounds in the entire venue were the crisp sounds of Su Jiang pulling the trigger and the popping sounds of the balloons bursting one after another. 19, 20, 21. Anru stood by the side, quietly counting the number of balloons that Su Jiang had hit, cheering for him in her heart. As Su Jiang continued to hit the balloons, the boss's heart grew colder and colder. It was over. He had met a tough opponent. Pop! 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 28, 29, 30. When Enro counted to 30, she excitedly raised her hands and turned to look at Su Jiang, her eyes full of joy. Su Jiang put down the balloon gun in his hand, turned to look at the boss, and a smile crept into the corner of his mouth. He asked lightly, "Boss, 30 shots, no problem, right?" The boss's mouth twitched, and he looked around. There were so many people here, and if he tried to renege on the bet, he would never be able to work in this area again. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. No problem. Congratulations to this young man for winning our ultimate prize." Su Jiang nodded and walked over to pick up the Pikachu doll, which was bigger than he was. Those who had spoken ill of him had already shut up, and many were eager to try, feeling that they could do it too. Su Jiang didn't care about these people, and quickly left the booth with the excited Enro by his side. The two walked to a relatively quiet place not far away. Anu finally couldn't help but wait with anticipation. She reached out to Su Jiang, her eyes full of longing, signaling him to give her the Pikachu doll. Su Jiang did not respond to Enro's outstretched hand, and asked in confusion, "What? Do you want a hug?" Upon hearing this, Enro's smile instantly froze on her face. She glared at Su Jiang and kicked him angrily. "Hug your head, my Pikachu." "What do you mean, your Pikachu? I won it, didn't I? But the bullets you used were bought by me." "Oh, I see. I'll give you 30 yuan later." Upon hearing this, Enro laughed directly, reached out and grabbed Su Jiang's ear, and said viciously, "Pikachu or your life, you choose one." "I choose Pikachu." "Dang." Enro stepped on Su Jiang's foot and said, "Say that again." "I'll hold it for you first, and then I'll give it to you at your house later." "That's more like it." Anru was satisfied and let go of his hands and feet. Chapter 28 in Mingxie's arrangement. Night falls, like ink, on the banks of the Jiangdu River. Su Jiang and Enro stroll along the riverside path. At this moment, there are only a few couples walking in this rare tranquility. Beyond this path is the Yin family residence. Dalalala. Enro walked ahead with her hands behind her back. Her back looked particularly charming in the night, and the black skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing her long, slender, and fair legs. She walked with a slight bounce, humming a song softly in her mouth. The melody was melodious and sweet, and it was clear that Enro was in an exceptionally good mood. The evening breeze gently blew, bringing the cool breath of the night. The temperature in Jiangdu City during this season is moderate, neither cold nor hot, making it the perfect night for a stroll. Su Jiang followed Enro, holding a huge Pikachu doll in his arms and smiling at the cheerful girl in front of him. A few days ago, Su Jiang would never have believed that a few days later, he would be walking with a girl and enjoying the evening breeze at the time when he should be playing video games and going to bed. And, in his arms, he was holding a large Pikachu. Su Jiang shook his head, feeling as if he were dreaming. Everything was because of the system. His life had changed completely, and although it wasn't what he wanted, it wasn't bad. "Hurry up! What are you doing?" Anru turned around and was a little dissatisfied that Su Jiang was walking so slowly. Su Jiang said helplessly, "Try walking with such a big doll in your arms. It's exhausting." She mumbled, "You're so weak," and stopped walking. She waited for Su Jiang to catch up, then slowed down and walked side by side with him. Then, Enro turned her head and, somewhat embarrassed, reached out and gave Su Jiang something. "What is it?" Su Jiang spread his palm and it was a small Pikachu pendant. This is what Enro saw at the booth earlier, and it just so happened to be in the shape of Pikachu, so she secretly bought it. This is your thank you gift for helping me win the stuffed animal. Enro blushed and mumbled, but if Su Jiang hadn't had good hearing, he would have almost missed it. Oh. Su Jiang pretended to be unconcerned and nodded, putting the pendant in his pocket. I'll hang it on my bag when I get back. Soon, the two of them reached the gate of the Yin family compound. The guard recognized Enro and quickly opened the gate. Enro turned around and extended her hand to Su Jiang. Can I have my Pikachu now? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to carry it in, so let someone help you. No, I want to carry it myself. Anu said, and reached out to take Pikachu from Su Jiang's hands. The huge doll instantly covered Anu. Okay, you can go back now. Send me a message when you get home. The voice of Enro came from behind Pikachu. Then, Su Jiang saw the girl slowly walk into the Yin family with the huge Pikachu in her arms. When someone tried to help, Enro stopped them all without exception. Su Jiang looked at Enro's back with a smile, and he didn't leave until Enro had entered the house. He wasn't in a hurry to go home. He still had to do one more thing, something that Mingxia had asked him to do. In the Yin family's house, Mingxia was leisurely leaning back on the sofa, drinking coffee comfortably, and showing no sign of nervousness at all, as if the person who declared war on the Feng family a few hours ago was not him. Hearing footsteps, Mingxia turned around and said, Ruru is back. Su Jiang. What? What the heck? How come there's a huge Pikachu walking around the house? He held his neck up and looked up, and only then did he see Enro under Pikachu. He laughed and said, You got such a big doll. Did Su Jiang give it to you? Yes. Anu put Pikachu on the sofa with great difficulty, and said proudly, Su Jiang won it for me by shooting balloons. He shot 30 balloons in a row. And Mingxia smiled when he heard this. He knew that Su Jiang was a good shot, so shooting a balloon was no problem for him. Enro took a few deep breaths, looked up at the long staircase, hesitated for a moment, and pointed at Pikachu and said to Mingxia, Brother, you help me carry this upstairs. She can't carry it anymore. On hearing this, Mingxia's mouth twitched. I'm the leader of such a big family, what's the point of carrying a Pikachu? But who said it was Enro? Mingxia was helpless, got up, helped Enro carry Pikachu, and walked up the stairs. Brother, be careful. Enro said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm not going to fall down the stairs. No, I mean the doll. Don't get it dirty. Mingxia was tired. His sister had never been like this before. On the other side, a taxi stopped on Middle Street. Su Jiang got out of the car. At this time, there were not many people on the street. Su Jiang walked down the street nonchalantly, but his eyes were alert, making sure no one was following him. After turning down several streets, Su Jiang walked around for a long time. After making sure that no one was following him, he followed the route in his memory and walked to the little sleepy night bar. As for whether this can really guarantee that no one is following him, Su Jiang is not sure, but he has seen this done in movies. The bar was already closed at this time, but Su Jiang didn't seem to notice. He stood at the door and knocked. After a while, a voice came from inside the bar. Who is it? We're closed. I'm Su Jiang. Mingxia told me to come. Su Jiang said directly. Originally, Mingxia asked Su Jiang to come, and Su Jiang thought they had some kind of secret code or something, but in the end, Mingxia said he had watched too many TV dramas and just said his identity directly. Sure enough, the man in the house opened the door and let Su Jiang in as soon as he heard Su Jiang's name. Mr. Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Rin told me everything. The man said, My name is Hua Chang, but everyone on the street calls me Hua Zi. Su Jiang's eyes twitched. It was the first time he had been called Su Xiao, but the name Hua Zi was obviously even more ridiculous. Then, Hua Zi carefully took out a mobile phone from the front desk. It wasn't a smartphone, but an old-fashioned phone that could only make calls and send text messages. This is it? Su Jiang took the phone and played with it in his hands. This is what Mingxia told him to pick up. Yes, this is the only phone. Hua Zi said, and Xiao explained that all the Feng family's hidden lines can only be contacted through this phone. At a critical moment, if Su Xiao sends a message with this phone, all of our hidden lines will move and deal a fatal blow to the Feng family. Su Jiang nodded. He didn't expect that Mingxie would give him such a big trump card. However, he also understood that at this moment, all the actions of the core members of the Yin family would be monitored by Feng Qingye, and only Su Jiang, the variable, had not entered Feng Qingye's line of sight. And Mingxie believed that at the last moment, Su Jiang would leave a deep impression on Feng Qingye. Chapter 29 Brother Biao? Let's call you Fu Gue. After getting the old phone, Su Jiang left the little sleepy night bar and took a taxi home. In Mingxie's plan, there was nothing for him to do afterwards, and even this old age machine might not be necessary. And Mingxie said that this was a last resort. If things went well, perhaps the Feng family could be taken down without resorting to this. Su Jiang didn't know if it was true or not, but he just had to wait for Mingxie's news. Walking into the residential area, Su Jiang walked downstairs with his hands in his pockets, preparing to go upstairs when he suddenly heard a cat meow. Su Jiang was taken aback. He remembered that pets were not allowed in this community. Where did the cat come from? Following the sound, he saw a small white cat under the streetlight in the community. The little white cat was lying under the streetlight, eating a ham sausage that someone had given it. When it sensed someone approaching, its little ears immediately stood up and it looked at Su Jiang warily. TSK, there really is a kitten. Su Jiang scared, guessing that someone must have felt sorry for the little guy and given it a ham sausage. After a quick glance, Su Jiang decided to leave. After all, the cat had just seen him and was scared. Meow. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Su Jiang turned around, the little white cat meowed and even stopped eating the ham sausage. It ran up to Su Jiang's trouser leg and rubbed against it. I'm telling you, I don't have any ham for you. Su Jiang pointed at it and warned. Meow. The little white cat continued to rub against him. For some reason, he seemed to be particularly affectionate with Su Jiang, and no matter how hard Su Jiang tried to get rid of him, he wouldn't leave. Su Jiang soon realized what the problem was. Animal telepathy. This is a low-level skill that the system rewards, and Su Jiang had complained that this skill was not used at the time. Looking at the little white cat that kept meowing, Su Jiang was at a loss. If I go to places with lots of pets in the future, will they all rub against me? So Su Jiang squatted down and tried to reason with it. Don't rub against me, I don't have any ham, haven't you finished eating that one yet? Meow. It's not good. You're a stray cat now, so what do you care if the ham is good or not? Meow. Take me home. It's impossible to take you home. Pets are not allowed in the neighborhood, although many people keep them secretly. Meow. I don't care, take me home. I told you. Su Jiang froze in the middle of his sentence. Shit. How the hell am I talking to a cat? No. How the hell can I understand what it means when it meows? System, can animal telepathy also allow me to communicate with animals without any barriers? Yes. Awesome. Su Jiang shouted in his heart, this is really ridiculous. Seeing the little white cat rubbing against him, Su Jiang said helplessly, okay, for the sake of being the first animal to communicate with me, I'll keep you. Originally, Su Jiang did not want to keep him because he thought it would be too much trouble and he would have to slowly teach him this and that. But since they can communicate, they should be easier to handle, Su Jiang thought. Meow. Thank you, master. Let's go. Su Jiang stroked the kitten's head and carried it home. When he got home, Su Jiang gave the kitten a quick wash, and it was much cleaner than before. Meow. I'm hungry. Su Jiang was helpless. She looked in the refrigerator and found nothing to eat except ham sausage. Here, eat this. Su Jiang peeled the ham off the bone and put it on a plate and handed it to the kitten. The kitten lowered its head and took a bite. Meow. It's disgusting. I'll smash your head. You believe it or not, you're still picky even after I brought you home. Su Jiang threatened viciously. Meow. I'm sorry. The little white cat was very sensible and obviously had experienced a beating in the cat society and knew that ham sausage was not easy to come by. Seeing the way the little white cat ate the ham, Su Jiang felt a stirring in his heart, took out his cell phone, took a picture, and sent it to Enro. Su Jiang, picture. Su Jiang, I'm home. A few seconds later, a news reply came. Anru. Anru, what a cute little cat. Do you have it? Su Jiang, no, I just picked it up downstairs. Anru, have you named it? Su Jiang was taken aback and asked the little white cat, do you have a name? The little white cat chewed on a ham sausage, looked up, and revealed a proud look in his eyes. Meow, meow, meow. All the cats on the street call me Brother Biao. Su Jiang typed in silence, expressionless, no name, haven't picked one yet, you pick one. Then, after a few minutes, Enro must have gone to think of a name. Meow, meow, meow. Master, my name is nice, isn't it? Brother Biao, I'll give you a new name later. Su Jiang took a sip of water and said perfunctorily. Meow. I'm not changing it. No, you have to change it. No cat looks like you to be called Biaogu. Which gangster cat gave you that name? Before the white kitten could reply, a message from Anru came through. Anru, just call him Nicholas Fuchi. Anru, his nickname is Fuchi. Poof. Su Jiang saw the name Enro had chosen and the water in his mouth squirted out. This name is really something. He looked at the little white cat with sympathy. Oh no, now it should be called Fu Gue. You've got such a genius for naming, I can't help you anymore. He squatted down and whispered to Fu Gue, what do you think about changing our names to Nicholas Fu Gue? Su Jiang felt a little sorry for Fu Gue. This name is even worse than Biaogu. Meow? Fu Gue was confused. Who on earth came up with this name? Ignoring Fu Gue's protests, Su Jiang replied directly to Enro, it agrees, and is very happy. Anru, really? That's great. Enro, I'll come to your house tomorrow to see it. Su Jiang, okay. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he received another message, this time from Prince Yang. Prince Yang, Lao Su, I've booked the 5-seat booth in the internet cafe for tomorrow. Su Jiang, I'm not free tomorrow. After typing 4 words, Su Jiang casually threw Fu Gue onto the sofa. Fu Gue, you sleep on the sofa tonight, and go to the toilet to pee or whatever. It's the same place where I gave you a bath just now. If you dare to urinate or defecate anywhere, I'll throw you out tomorrow. Meow. I don't want to call it Fuchi. It's still struggling with its name. Pat. Su Jiang turns off the light, jumps lightly onto the bed, and covers himself with the quilt. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, he just wants to sleep. Chapter 30, An Unbelievable Morning. Early the next morning, Su Jiang woke up. This time, he woke up not naturally, but was woken up by being squashed. Alas! Su Jiang opened his eyes in frustration. Fu Gue was lying on his chest, with 2 little paws moving up and down, stepping on his chest. Meow. I'm hungry. When Fuchi saw Su Jiang wake up, he meowed and jumped onto Su Jiang's head. Su Jiang took out his phone and looked at it. It was 5 a.m. I really want to smash your head, Fu Gue. Su Jiang got up and, expressionless, grabbed Fu Gue by the back of the neck. He decided to close the door when he went to bed in the future, so that the stinky cat wouldn't come in and disturb his sleep. Do you know how difficult it is for college students to sleep in? You don't know. You only care about your rotten ham. With a little resentment, Su Jiang walked to the refrigerator and took out the remaining ham sausages, throwing them in front of Fu Gue. Come on, eat. Finish them all. Su Jiang said angrily. Fuji saw this and was a little scared, moving away from the ham, looking at Su Jiang with fear, and meowing pitifully. Meow meow meow? Is this my last meal? Su Jiang rubbed his forehead in pain. He was being ridiculous, fighting with a stupid cat. He picked up one of the sausages, slowly peeled it open, and threw it on a small plate, handing it to Fugu. Eat, ancestor. Meow. Thank you. He's polite. Now that he was awake, Su Jiang didn't bother to go back to sleep. He simply made a cup of coffee and sat on the balcony to drink it. At 5:30 a.m., a white cat was eating ham in the house, and Su Jiang, with his hair in a mess, sat on the balcony and looked out the window at the sky just beginning to light up. How has my life become more and more ridiculous? Su Jiang took a sip of coffee. He didn't understand what had gone wrong. The main thing was that he was bored. He realized that he got up so early because he really had nothing to do. Because of his extraordinary body, once he woke up, he had no more sleepiness. In that case, it's time to play a game for the first time in a long time. Su Jiang made a quick decision and turned on the computer. Oh no, the alliance is activated. Half an hour later. Su Jiang stared at the gray screen, looking at his own record of 0 to 6, slightly lost in thought. Have I become a bad player? I haven't played for a few days, and I'm already this bad? Hang up, the other side must have opened. Su Jiang didn't believe in evil spirits, so he played another game. The record was still terrible. Shit. So many losses today? Another game. Someone once said that although history does not repeat itself, it does have a similar melody. Su Jiang has proven this statement with his practice. Although his record is different each time, it is all equally miserable. Don't play with vegetables. As he watched his teammates taunt him, Su Jiang was lost in thought, wondering what had happened to him. Is the price of obtaining the system to lose my proud gaming talent? In fact, Su Jiang doesn't have any game talent. After playing for so long, he is still at the gold rank, which is only slightly better than Prince Yang's operation. Before he knew it, Su Jiang had been playing until noon, or rather, he had been losing until noon. At this time, he received a message from Monroe. I'll come over to see you and your family later. Send me your address. Su Jiang quickly sent Monroe the door number and address, and then decisively closed the game. Garbage game, even dogs don't play it. At this moment, Jia and Mingjie watched Monroe run down the stairs in a hurry, wearing jeans and holding a white jacket in her hand. Ruru, let's eat. I'm not eating, I'm going to Su Jiang's. Then, Monroe waved to the stunned Mingjie without turning her head and ran out the door. And Mingjie? He felt a wave of sadness. His sister had really changed. She no longer cared about him. And Mingjie was gnashing his teeth at the moment. He inexplicably wanted to beat Su Jiang. Monroe got into the car, sat in the back seat, fumbled in her small bag, took out a small mirror and looked at herself in it. Left and right, do I look good today? Monroe asked the two bodyguards in front of her. Yes, they finally have names, they are Azwa and Ayu. Miss, you look great every day. On the passenger seat, Ayu replied with a smile, his face full of adoration. He wasn't just saying that. Monroe was indeed naturally beautiful, and she rarely wore makeup, if any at all. Even if Anru is a little more high profile, she can be the class flower. Hearing this, Monroe smiled with satisfaction, calming down her excitement. This was the first time she had gone to Su Jiang's house, and she was a little excited. I wonder if his house is big, what it looks like, and if it's messy. Anru fantasized about what Su Jiang's house looked like. He thought that Su Jiang might be like other boys, with a messy room and socks everywhere. In fact, this is not the case. Su Jiang lives alone for another important reason, and that is that he is a bit of a neat freak. Although it is not very serious, at least the most basic cleanliness can be maintained. He heard that some students living in the dormitory would throw their socks and underwear into the public washing machine, which made Su Jiang feel creepy just hearing about it. He wished he could throw these people into the washing machine and wash them away. On the other hand, Su Jiang is currently cleaning up the house. Feng, I'm telling you, a girl is coming over later. Don't be mean to her, and act cute for me. Su Jiang said to Fu Gue as she mopped the floor. Also, can you do a backflip? Meow? Should I? Never mind, it's okay if you can't. You can learn it later. Fu Gue was lying on the balcony, yawning, and staring at Su Jiang with two cat eyes. It felt like its owner was suffering from a serious illness. His mental state was different from that of many humans he had seen before, and it was somewhat outrageous. Su Jiang had sprayed air freshener all over the place. He had never felt that his home could be so clean. He took advantage of the time he had left to take a shower and get rid of his unkempt hair. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, Su Jiang backed out again. Looked at the lazy Fugu on the balcony, thought for a moment, then ran over and picked up the little white cat and walked into the bathroom. You can wash with me too, don't transfer germs to other people. Meow? I just washed it yesterday. Meow. And I don't have any germs. Stop talking nonsense and just do it. So, in less than 24 hours after arriving at Su Jiang's house, Fu Gue was forced to take a bath twice. Su Jiang used a hairdryer to blow on its fur, and Fu Gue looked completely hopeless. Forget it, let's destroy it. I should have never gone home with this idiot of a master. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Su Jiang raised her eyebrows. It came pretty quickly. Here it is. Putting down the hairdryer, Su Jiang said, "It's here," and walked to the door to open it. Welcome, Su Jiang froze for a moment, looking at the two smiling figures at the door. She was so shocked that she let out a loud cry. Mom and Dad? Chapter 31, Meeting the Parents. Surprised or not? Su Jiang's parents stood at the door, looking at their son with joy. It was rare for them to come and visit Su Jiang, and in their hearts, Su Jiang must be grateful and extremely excited. Although they were just passing by to see Su Jiang. But this is also a kind of affection, not to mention that they bought some fruit for Su Jiang. What an enviable kind of affection. The moment Su Jiang saw his parents, he froze in place and broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. Look at this child, so happy, he doesn't even know to let us in. Suma smiled, and before Su Jiang could react, she led Suba directly into the house. No, Mom. Su Jiang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, so he closed the door and tried to find a way to get rid of the two gods before Enro arrived. After closing the door, Su Jiang managed to force a smile. Mom and Dad, why are you here? We came to see you. Aren't you happy? Suma looked around while saying, and Suba went straight to the water dispenser and started making tea with the tea leaves. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. You're the ones who came to see me. Since I went to college, you two have been enjoying your own little world, and you don't even care about me. To tell you the truth, your mother and I were going to go to Beijing for a visit, so we decided to take a plane and stop by to see you. Dad was making tea and said, the aroma of this tea doesn't smell right. Did you change it? Su Jiang helplessly rubbed his forehead. No, your taste has changed. When was the last time you came to my place for tea? You still remember where the tea is kept. At this moment, a clear cat's meow suddenly sounded in the room. Fugue slowly walked out of the bathroom, staring at Su Jiang with some resentment. Meow. My fur is still wet. Oh. As soon as Suma saw the white, fluffy kitten, a gleam of surprise flashed in her eyes. She trotted up to it, crouched down, and gently picked it up. How did you suddenly get a cat? This kitten is so cute. While saying this, Suma placed Fugu on her cheek and rubbed it vigorously. Fugue remembered what Su Jiang had said, when a woman comes, you can't be fierce, you have to be cute. So, it gently dangled its two paws, stared with its innocent cat eyes, and meowed pitifully, as if it was cooing to Suma. Meow. Master, did I behave well? Meow. Look at how I charmed her. Stupid cat. Su Jiang looked at her mother, who couldn't get enough of Fugu, and her father, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea with a satisfied look on his face. Su Jiang covered her face in despair. It's over. Everything is in chaos now. They won't be leaving anytime soon. He had sent a message to Anro as soon as possible, asking her not to come, but Anro had not replied to him. Su Jiang guessed that she had left her phone in her bag and had not seen the message. There was still a chance. Su Jiang asked with a last glimmer of hope, Mom, what time is your flight? 2:00 in the afternoon. Why? Suma sat next to Suba with the little white cat in her arms and said without looking back. Su Jiang immediately took out his cell phone. It was now 12:30. There was still a chance. Then you should hurry up. It's already 12:30. You need to check in half an hour before boarding. Su Jiang said exaggeratedly, I'm doing fine here, don't worry about me. Don't delay your boarding, it's not good if you can't make it to Beijing. Oh, you don't need to panic. Su Dad calmly took a sip of tea and turned on the TV with the remote control. Your mother and I know how to arrange our time. Our flight is at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We'll stay at a nearby hotel tonight, so don't worry about it. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang froze in place. Tomorrow at 2 p.m.? That's it. Su Jiang took a deep breath and sat on the sofa, exhausted. He was so tired, he wished the world would end. Now his last hope is that Enro can see his message and not come. If she comes again, I really don't know what to do. However, it seemed that fate was playing a trick on Su Jiang, because the next second the doorbell rang and Anne's voice came through the door. Rascal Su Jiang, I'm here, open the door. This shout did not matter. Su's parents immediately looked up in surprise at the door, then at Su Jiang. The two parents' expressions gradually changed from surprise to uncontrollable smiles, and their thoughts were exposed in their eyes. There's melon to eat. Su Jiang knew that this was really the end. He gave up struggling, stood up, and opened the door as if he were a walking corpse. What took you so long? Where's Fui? And Ro scolded him a little, then nimbly slipped into the house from the side of Su Jiang, completely unaware of the expression on Su Jiang's face, because she couldn't wait to see what Su Jiang's home looked like. Your home is quite clean. Anu looked around with great interest, but then suddenly stopped in the middle of a sentence. Her eyes accidentally swept over two figures on the sofa in the living room, and her mind suddenly froze. Doesn't Su Jiang live alone? Why is there someone else, and they look like an older generation? Could it be that these two people are? Anu's little head turned mechanically towards Su Jiang. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise, and her voice was so shaky that it was almost inaudible. Please don't be Su Jiang's parents. She would die of grief. She had just called Su Jiang a rascal at the door. Su Jiang had no choice but to introduce them with a stiff face. Well, as you can see, these are my parents. Then he turned to his parents and introduced them with a slight smile of embarrassment. Mom and Dad, this is Anru. She is my, well, good friend. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Anu's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, and her head bowed so low that it almost touched her chest. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly in both hands. You idiot, you idiot, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me there were elders in the house? What should I do now? Meow. Fu Gue looked around in confusion in Suma's arms. It felt that something was wrong, as if it had done something wrong. Then it continued to lie down. What did it have to do with it? It's just a cat. Hey, hello, sit down, sit down. Su Dad and Su Mom immediately stood up enthusiastically, cordially took her hand and guided her to sit down on the sofa. Fu Gue was thrown aside by Su Ma, but the little white cat didn't care. It stretched and looked for a place to continue lying down. Su Ma's eyes never left Ro, and a smile flashed in her eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure. What a beautiful girl, what a perfect figure. And he's my own son, doing great things without saying a word. No wonder she kept urging us to leave. It turns out that she has a secret lover. Su Jiang caught me looking at her with a smug look in her eyes. Mom, you really came to the right place today. Su Jiang closed his eyes and didn't want to look. Anru, what a nice name. Suma smiled, her voice full of tenderness. Auntie, you can just call me Ro Ro. And Ro blushed and replied with a slightly trembling voice. Ruru, that sounds even more intimate. Suma's smile became even brighter. She then asked, do you often come to Su Jiang's place to play? Upon hearing this question, Ro immediately became nervous, fearing that she would be mistaken for a frequent visitor to Su Jiang's home. She quickly waved her hand to explain, No, Auntie, this is my first time here. She spoke with a hint of urgency, afraid that Su Ma would misunderstand her. Afterwards, Ro looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes expressing a look of helplessness. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a little sad. He felt that Ro was about to break. So he hurriedly explained the situation to his mother. Chapter 32, This woman is too cruel. A few minutes later, Suma looked at her son with a suspicious look. You mean, you just met? That's right. And then you happened to find this white kitten last night? Yes. And then someone named Ro Ro came to see the little white cat today? That's how it is. Su Jiang's tone gradually weakened, a little bit of self-doubt. In a way, it is indeed hard to convince people. And Su Jiang had left out a lot of things, such as the family business and of course the confession. Zhang had already told his parents about his confession to Ro. But they didn't know that the object of the confession was Ro. If they find out about this, Su Jiang will really have to live with it, and will be ridiculed by his parents for the rest of his life. Ro saw that Suma didn't believe her, so she quickly said, Auntie, it's true. I really just came to see Fu Gue. Fu Gue? Meow? Who's calling me? It's the cat. Only then did Suma realize that the white kitten was called Fu Gue. But that's not important. What's important is Anru. With a smile on her face, Suma said, If Rura says so, I of course believe it. Su's dad sat there quietly, looking at Su Jiang with a sideways glance, secretly admiring him. He's my son, and he's already picked up on the fact that picking up a cat is a surefire way to seduce a girl. Su Jiang gave him a dirty look. I don't have that kind of intention. I just like to raise kittens. Ruru, are you from Jiangdu? Do your family members live here? What do they do? Do you have a lot of pressure in your studies? Has Su Jiang ever bullied you? Suma asked a whole bunch of questions, and Enro was so confused that she didn't know which one to answer first. Seeing this, Su's father gave Su's mother a gentle kick, telling her to calm down and not scare the girl. Mom Su realized that she was a little excited and quickly laughed. Oh, don't be afraid, Enro. Auntie is just a little excited. After all, I've never seen a girl by Su Jiang's side before. When Enro heard this, her eyes brightened a little. There had never been any other girls around Su Jiang? Then I'm the first? Enro's mood improved and she was no longer as nervous as she had been. However, she was at a loss as to what to do about Suma's question. On the one hand, she didn't know if she could talk about the family's business, and on the other hand, she didn't want to deceive Su Jiang's parents. Su Jiang saw Enro's confusion and quickly whispered in his father's ear, "Dad, quickly take my mother away." Su Jiang couldn't care less, and said directly, "If you don't help me, I'll tell my mom where you're hiding your secret stash of money." Shit. Su's dad was shocked by the news and looked at Suma carefully, whispering, "How did you know I was hiding money?" "Nonsense, I'm your son, how could I not know you? I even know how much you've hidden." After saying this, Su Jiang slowly extended 2 fingers. Su's dad looked at these 2 fingers and broke into a cold sweat. This kid really knew. It's impossible. I hid it so well, and he doesn't come home often, so how could he know? But now I can't think about that. No matter how important it is, it's not as important as my own private money. So Su's dad coughed lightly and said to Suma, "Hey, I just got a call from my sister, saying she wants to invite us to dinner and wants us to hurry over." Suma looked at him suspiciously. "When did you receive the call? How come I didn't know about it? I could have lied to you when you weren't here." "That's perfect. Why don't you ask Su Jiang to go with you?" After that, Suma turned to Enro and asked, "Enro, are you free today?" Huh? Enro looked to Su Jiang for help. "Should I be free or not?" "What, Mom?" Su Jiang quickly said, "I'm going out with Enro later to buy cat litter for Fu Gue." Afterwards, he gave Enro a wink. "Right, Enro?" "Yes." Enro immediately understood and turned to explain to Suma, "Auntie, I have an appointment with the pet shop, I'll be there in a moment." Oh. Suma was a little disappointed to hear this. She really didn't want to part with such a pretty girl and wanted to chat with her some more. "Don't bother her, we'll leave tomorrow and have to go back and clean up." Seeing this, Su's father felt that it was about time, so he gave the final push, pulled Su's mother up and left. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even got my bag." "Mom, the bag is here." Su Jiang quickly handed over the bag, looking eager to please. After taking the bag, Suma glared at the 2 of them and then smiled at Enro, saying, "Enro, let's chat again next time. I'm going to go now." "Yes, bye, Auntie." Enro stood up obediently to say goodbye to Suma, a complete change from her usual manner as a spoiled brat. "Su Jiang, you remember to take Ruru to eat something delicious, don't be stingy, and don't bully Ruru," Suma said before leaving. Yes, I know." Su Jiang nodded eagerly. He was really afraid that his mother would stay behind to chat. Once she starts, she never stops, and Su Jiang never listens. As the saying goes, the nagging of elders is like a bowl of good medicine. If you can drink it, you must have a serious illness. Leaving. Click. Once the door closed, Su Jiang finally let out a sigh of relief. As for how Su Jiang's father would cover up the lie, it was none of his business. He didn't know if the phone call was real or not, but since they were both going to die anyway, one of them had to survive. After confirming that Su Jiang's parents had left, Enro finally revealed her murderous look, ignoring everything, and ran up to Su Jiang, jumping up and stomping on him. She scolded him while stepping on him and blushing. "You bastard, Su Jiang! Uncle and Auntie are here, why didn't you tell me in advance? You made me lose face and almost got me into trouble. You just wanted to tease me. I'm going to stomp you to death." God knows how she spent the past 10 minutes. She felt like she was about to break. All her pent-up anger exploded at this moment. Su Jiang was taken by surprise and stepped on several times. He quickly dodged and quickly said, "You blame me for not looking at your phone? How dare you argue? No, if you don't believe me, look at your phone, I sent you a message. I don't read it." And Ro reached out and grabbed Su Jiang's waist. She just had to let out her anger. The little white cat, Fu Gue, was hiding on the windowsill, curled up in a ball and trembling. It covered its eyes with its little paws and peeked out from between its fingers. This human is so cruel that she even beat her master into submission. From now on, this cat will never mess with her. Chapter 33, Shiona's Pet Shop. A few minutes later, Anro sat on the sofa rubbing the little white cat, Fu Gue, with a smile on her face. Su Jiang stood by the side, rubbing his waist and constantly gasping for air. This little girl is really ruthless, she didn't hold back at all. If it weren't for the existence of the extraordinary body skill, which has enhanced her physical fitness, Su Jiang would have doubted whether Enro could pinch off a piece of flesh. Fu Gue was lying in Enro's arms, obedient and not daring to make a move. Even though it had resisted the name Fu Gue before, now it obediently agreed to it every time Enro called it. He who knows the times is a wise cat. He didn't know who had the lowest status in the family, but the highest was obvious. It doesn't fawn on Anru, so it fawns on Su Jiang? Don't be ridiculous, I haven't had enough of this life yet. Su Jiang, did you feed Fugu with cat food? Anru looked at Fugu's somewhat thin body and couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Meow. I want to eat cat food. Fengwei took advantage of the situation and had already eaten enough ham. When it was a stray cat, it had already eaten enough ham. Su Jiang glared at Fugu and said helplessly, "There is no cat food, and it only ate a ham sausage this morning. That's not good enough. Fugu is still so small and growing." Enro was unhappy to hear that. Meow, meow. That's right, I'm still growing. Su Jiang sighed, "So, shall we go out and buy some?" So, Su Jiang packed up and went out with Enro to buy some cat supplies for Fugu. Fugu, you wait for us at home. Before leaving, Enro stroked Fugu's little cat head and said gently, "Meow. Remember to buy cat food." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that such a gentle and lovely Enro could have been so violent just now. Isn't Mingjie usually like this? Leaving Fugu, or rather, the cat, at home while they go out. I have a sister who owns a pet shop. Let's go there. Anru suggested. Su Jiang nodded, and it didn't matter to him where to go, he was just bored. The two walked out of the residential area and stood on the curb, stamping their feet. Then Su Jiang stared at Enro, and Enro looked at Su Jiang. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking for a taxi." And was a little embarrassed by the way she was being looked at. "A taxi?" Su Jiang's face showed a hint of confusion. "What taxi? Where are your two bodyguards? Shouldn't we be taking your family car?" "I'm going out with you, the daughter of the family, why would I take a taxi?" "You mean Azwa and Ayu? They dropped me off and went back." "They went back? So you're alone now?" "Yes, why are you looking at me with such a surprised expression?" Anru looked at Su Jiang with some confusion. Su Jiang was at a loss for words. "No, then who will protect your safety? You said it yourself, the less I care about my safety, the less they dare to do anything to me." She paused and added, "And my brother said that as long as you were there was no need for a bodyguard." Although he didn't know why Mingjie said that, he still believed his brother. Su Jiang's eyes twitched. "You bastard, and Mingjie. You really think I'm your family's hired thug?" There was nothing he could do. Su Jiang waved and hailed a taxi. Enro got in and told the driver the address, and they set off for the pet supply store Enro had mentioned. After a dozen minutes, the two got out of the car, and Su Jiang followed Enro as they walked down the street. In no time at all, they reached the door of a pet shop. Enro skillfully walked to the half-closed door, and with the creaking sound of the door, she stepped into the store, her voice ringing out clearly, "Shiona, I'm here." Shiona was sitting behind the counter, immersed in the world of a TV drama, and when she heard Enro's voice, she immediately looked up. She quickly stood up, her face full of a surprised smile, and looked towards the door. "Little Anru. How did you have time to come today? What a rare guest. However, she suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence, her eyes wide open as if she had seen something incredible. Holy cow! Holy cow! What did I see? Behind Andrew was a handsome young man with a bright smile. Andrew, who was not interested in men, actually brought a boy to her shop. Anu walked up and said with a strange look, "Shona, what's with that look on your face? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Su Jiang followed in row, looking around curiously. It was his first time in a pet store, and he had never seen so many things. He noticed that Shona was looking at him with strange eyes, so out of courtesy, Su Jiang slightly bowed. "Hello, my name is Su Jiang." Ah. Ah. Hello? Shona finally came back from her shock, her eyes flickering between Su Jiang and Enro. Her curiosity prompted her to ask further, "Excuse me, are you Enro's boyfriend?" As soon as she said this, Enro and Su Jiang looked at each other. "Shona, don't worry about him. Just pretend he doesn't exist." Enro was a little flustered, and quickly said this before Su Jiang could open his mouth. She didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Su Jiang now. The two of them had never broken the ice, and they had always maintained this kind of subtle relationship. Moreover, Enro was not ready yet. Shona looked at Enro's somewhat flustered and slightly embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but feel a strange sense of curiosity. Looking at the subtle atmosphere between the two, Shona narrowed her eyes and guessed that she was right. Gee, she's so innocent, our little Anru. Shona was already screaming in her heart, but she didn't show it at all. When Anru mentioned buying pet supplies for the cat, Shona enthusiastically led them to the specialized area. "For the litter box, I recommend this one." Shona deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word "you." "Then I'll get you a cat bed, and the cat food and litter are over here." As she spoke, she expertly picked up various cat foods from the shelves and stuffed them all into the litter box. Su Jiang stood aside holding a large, soft cat bed in his hands. He gently squeezed it, and the soft texture made him light up. "It's so soft, it must be very comfortable to sit on." As she watched the busy Shona, Enro seemed to have thought of something. She stepped back and stood next to Su Jiang, whispering, "Shona is also a member of our family. She is Li Kai's brother's cousin. But like me, she doesn't get involved in any family matters and has opened a store here on her own." Su Jiang's eyebrows raised on hearing this. He never thought that Li Kai, that big idiot, had such a sister. "Okay, that's enough." Shona took a quick look and made sure there was nothing missing. "How much is it for all this, Shona?" "I'll scan it for you." Enro took out her phone and was about to pay, but Shona stopped her. "What are you doing, Enro? Are you hitting your sister in the face?" Shona deliberately made a stern face. "Can I let you pay for our relationship? If you pay today, don't call me Shona for the rest of your life." Shona said firmly. "Payment received, 500 yuan. A crisp payment tone suddenly sounded, and the two were stunned. They turned around and saw Su Jiang holding a cat bed in one hand and putting the phone he had just paid for into his pocket with a slightly innocent expression on his face. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Jiang saw that both of them were staring at him, and he said in a strange voice, "Isn't it natural to pay for things you buy? I just looked at the price tag and calculated it. It should be 500 yuan, right?" Shona's mouth twitched. "Is that the point? Would a normal person pay in this situation?" Shona thought that this person named Su Jiang was a bit ridiculous. Chapter 34, About Love. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ru was the first to react, and she quickly smiled and said, "Shona, since he paid, you should just take it. If worst comes to worst, you can treat me to dinner next time." Since she had already said that, Shona had no choice but to say, "Okay, but don't do that again next time." Su Jiang smiled sheepishly. The reason he did this was that he felt it was not good to take something from someone else for free when he was in someone else's store for the first time. "By the way, have you taken your cat to the vet? Usually stray cats have a lot of diseases." Anru shook her head. Su Jiang had only found Fuchi the day before, and obviously had not had time to take it to the vet. But Su Jiang said, "It's fine. It doesn't have any major health problems." He asked Fu Gue yesterday when he was bathing if he had any diseases. Fu Gue said firmly that it was a healthy little cat. "How do you know?" Xiona asked in confusion. Could it be that this man is also a veterinarian? Well, I had a friend who was a veterinarian come over to help. Su Jiang made up an excuse. He couldn't say that the cat told him. That's nonsense, isn't it? Su Jiang didn't want to be thought of as a nutcase. Do you have a veterinarian friend? Anru turned her head and asked casually, boy or girl? A boy. Su Jiang immediately became alert and added, and he's quite old. And Ro glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and reluctantly believed him. At this moment, Su Jiang's mind was racing, and he was already thinking about where to find a male veterinarian to be his friend. He remembered that Jiang De seemed to have a veterinarian, so he would ask around when he had the chance. If she finds out that he lied to her, he'll probably get beaten up again. His back still hurts, and he was already purple from being pinched by Enro at home. After buying all the groceries, Shona hadn't seen Enro for a long time and wanted to chat with her, especially about Su Jiang. She whispered a few words in Enro's ear, and Enro blinked her eyes and immediately asked Su Jiang to buy her some milk tea. This was a good excuse to get Su Jiang out of the way and talk about girly things. No way, that milk tea shop is so far away. Su Jiang looked at the navigation and found that the milk tea shop that Enro said was actually 3 kilometers away. Isn't there a similar store nearby? Su Jiang put the phone in front of Enro and pointed to a milk tea shop on it, not understanding, why do I have to go so far? Oh, don't worry about it. Enro pushed the phone away and pushed Su Jiang's back out of the store. I want to drink from that store, if you buy me from the nearby store, you are dead. Su Jiang was pushed out the door and stared at Enro for a long time, teasing, what, are you and Shona going to say something I can't hear? Oh, just go. Enro saw Su Jiang react, and immediately began to act coquettishly, shaking Su Jiang's hand. We'll just chat for a little while, it'll be quick. Anru stretched out her hand and looked at Su Jiang with her bright eyes, and vowed, I promise, we'll go home as soon as you're done. She gave a cute smile that instantly melted Su Jiang's heart, so Su Jiang went to buy milk tea without any dignity. There was no way to resist Anru's coquettish charm, which was simply a foul play. Take your time, there's no rush. Anru smiled and waved at Su Jiang's back. She turned her head and saw Chiona standing at the door looking at her mouth wide open in a smile. I never thought that our little Anru would be able to act like a spoiled child. Chiona teased, and Anru's face instantly turned red. Hey, what is your relationship now? Has he confessed to you? This is the question that Chiona wants to know the most. Anru was stunned. Confession? It seems like she did, but at that time she and Su Jiang were not familiar with each other, and she even kidnapped Su Jiang in anger. Anru hesitated, then told the story of Su Jiang's confession. What? He confessed to you in front of the whole class and the teacher? Xiona was shocked and covered her mouth, and then quickly asked, what about you? Did you say yes? And Rose shook her head. How could she have possibly said yes at that time? She wanted to strangle Su Jiang. Does your brother know about this? I think so. They've already met. My goodness. Xiona was shocked again. She didn't expect Mingxia to have already met Su Jiang. And now Su Jiang is still standing beside Enro in perfect condition, which means that Mingxia approves of Su Jiang. But Xiona couldn't understand why. The little boy was only slightly better looking, and she didn't see anything outstanding about him. Could it be that Mingxia is attracted to the ordinary in the other person? Does he want Enro to live a simple life? Xiona was not sure. She could not guess what Mingxia was thinking, and there were not many people in the entire Jiangdu city who could guess what Mingxia was thinking. Xiona decided to go back and ask Li Kai. He should know more about the inside story because he was always with Mingxia. At this moment, the fire of curiosity in Xiona's eyes was burning fiercely, and she couldn't wait to call Li Kai over right now. But this is obviously impossible. She also knows that the Yin family has declared war on the Feng family. Although it is unlikely that she will be affected, Li Kai still told Xiona to try not to contact anyone from the family for a while. Of course, Enro is an exception. No one dares to lay a hand on her, for fear that she is a decoy thrown out by Mingxia. What about you? Xiona asked Enro again, don't tell me you don't like him. Even a blind man can see that you like each other. Are you going to wait for him to confess his love, or are you going to take the initiative? On hearing this, Enro's face quickly turned red to the ears, and she lowered her head and played with her slender fingers, whispering, I don't know what to do either. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Xiaona, seeing this situation, as someone who has been through it, immediately realized that Enro was not yet ready, let alone taking the initiative. In this case, she thought, it would take Su Jiang to make the breakthrough. She just didn't expect that the once willful and headstrong young lady would now be acting like a little girl. Because of Su Jiang's appearance, Enro is also gradually changing. Similarly, Su Jiang is constantly accommodating Enro, and life has gradually begun to take on the appearance of Enro. Even though neither of them realized this change, their hearts were gradually drawing closer. Until one day, this change made them understand the kind of affection they had buried deep in their hearts for each other. At that time, without anyone having to say anything, the two of them would naturally be together. It's okay, little Enro. Xiaona smiled gently, like a big sister who knows what's best, and touched Enro's head. Someone will always love you in their own way. All we have to do is wait, discover, and then respond. If you're not ready, wait. Waiting is also beautiful, especially the waiting before you have love. It will become a very memorable part of your life. When Anru heard this, her eyes became slightly confused. Perhaps she didn't understand what Xiaona meant, but that didn't matter anymore. Confusion is what they should be at this age. Being confused about love is the way life should be. Chapter 35. You can only wear what I buy. Half an hour later, Enro and Xiaona were chatting and laughing. Su Jiang returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Oh, you're back? Upon seeing this, Xiaona stood up with a smile and took the milk tea from Su Jiang's hands, apologizing slightly. Thank you for running so far. Su Jiang shook his head and said that it was just like going shopping for him. He handed Anru her milk tea, but she didn't reach out to take it, and Su Jiang cast a doubtful glance at her. I don't drink it. Anru looked at Su Jiang with a smile. Milk tea is so sweet, and it makes you fat. I don't like it at all. Then let me go buy it? Su Jiang said helplessly. This little girl is too good at making people suffer. You drink it. Sister Xiaona said it tastes good. After Enro said that, she took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and handed it to Su Jiang. Try it. Su Jiang doesn't usually like milk tea either. He thinks it's so expensive, and it's not as good as the happy water. But Enro had already brought it to his lips, so Su Jiang had no choice but to take a small sip. His eyes lit up. It's really good. Su Jiang took another big sip. The taste was much better than he had imagined, so it was no wonder that so many people liked milk tea. Really? Anru was a little moved by this. Is it really that good? She took it back to her mouth and took a sip. It was so sweet. Tisk, it's too sweet. I really can't get used to it. Anru frowned and threw the milk tea to Su Jiang. Su Jiang took it in a daze, looked at the straw, and then looked at Enro. Was that an indirect kiss? Enro also realized that the straw she had just used to drink the milk tea seemed to have been used by Su Jiang. Her face turned red in an instant, and before Su Jiang could say anything, she quickly diverted her attention. What? Xiaona, we'll be leaving now. We'll come and visit you again next time. After saying that, Enro didn't wait for Xiaona to respond, and walked straight out the door, regardless of whether Su Jiang was following her. Her heart was completely in a mess. She had just kissed Su Jiang indirectly. Would Su Jiang misunderstand? Su Jiang looked at Enro's back and said helplessly, No, I haven't even picked up the things I bought. Xiaona also found it funny, picked up the pile of things they had bought and put them in Su Jiang's hands, concernedly asking, Can you carry it? It's a bit heavy, I'll ask little Enro to come back and help you carry some. No need, I can carry it. Su Jiang smiled and held everything in one hand, looking effortless. Xiaona was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Su Jiang to have so much strength, even though he didn't look like he had much muscle. Anru was a bit of a spoiled brat sometimes, so please be more tolerant with her. Xiaona looked at Su Jiang with a serious expression on her face and added, She hasn't been with a boy before, so I hope that no matter what, you won't let her get hurt. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at the figure standing outside the door, and a soft light flashed in his eyes. He said softly, Don't worry, I will. The two walked out the door, and Enro's face had already lost a lot of its pink color. Seeing Su Jiang carrying so many things, she remembered that she had been so shy that she had forgotten to buy something for Fu Gue. She hurriedly came forward and said, "I'll help you carry some." Looking left and right, and Ro didn't realize that she could help Su Jiang share the load. "You carry the milk tea." Su Jiang looked at it and found it funny, so he handed the milk tea to Enro. "Oh." Anru took the milk tea and her face turned red again. While Su Jiang turned to say goodbye to China, she took a small sip of the tea. "Huh, it's so sweet," Enro said with a pout. "But it's still pretty good." "Shona, let's go." "Okay, remember to come find me." Anro waved her little hand, and Su Jiang, with both hands full, could only nod slightly to Chiona. As they walked back, they passed a household goods store. Anro seemed to have thought of something and stopped. "What's wrong?" Su Jiang wondered. What did this little girl want now? Enro put her finger to her mouth, thought for a moment, and then pretended to be concerned. "I just noticed that you only seem to have one pair of slippers at home. So? If your aunt or uncle or guests come to your house, it's not good to not have slippers. Wait for me." After saying that, Anru ran into the store and came out a few minutes later with 2 pairs of slippers. "Here. You can wear these at home." Anu took out a pair of blue slippers and then pointed to another pair of pink slippers. "These are mine. No one else is allowed to wear them except me." Su Jiang laughed and said, "What about the pair of slippers I had before?" Anru tilted her head and thought for a moment. For guests? "Oh, never mind, you can only wear the ones I bought." Anru was very domineering at the moment, her slender legs eager to try them on, as if she would jump up and step on Su Jiang if he dared to say no. Seeing Su Jiang nod in agreement, Enro immediately smiled and her mood brightened. Then, the two of them walked to the intersection to take a taxi, but the person who took the taxi was Enro. Su Jiang stood aside, and accidentally glanced at the milk tea in Enro's hand, and a big question mark popped up in his head. How did the milk tea get half drunk? Seeing Enro staring at her phone and sipping from it from time to time, Su Jiang was speechless. Who said they didn't like milk tea? It was a dog. The puppy named Anru. Su Jiang felt a bit sorry. He had just thought that the milk tea was very good, but now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to drink any of it. Now that he had asked Anru for the milk tea back, the little girl would definitely be angry and then scold him. Su Jiang was used to it. No, why would he get used to this kind of thing? Hey! After a while, the two returned home and were shocked by the scene in front of them when they opened the door. They saw a small white cat named Fu Gue lying on the balcony, with 2 small paws holding a ham sausage and chewing on it. When it heard the sound of the door opening, Fu Gue froze in its movements, turned its head and looked at Su Jiang and Enro in a daze. It was as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. Anro let out a cry and ran to the balcony to pick up Fugu. How did you get here? A cat eating ham? You must be hungry. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and his eyes looked at the plastic packaging for the ham spread all over the floor. He could understand that the cat was eating the ham, but how did it manage to open the packaging? And it did it so neatly. Meow. I'm sorry. Fengu was caught red-handed, so he apologized immediately without making excuses. The cat was sincere in admitting its mistake, so Su Jiang let it off the hook for the time being. Then, Anru excitedly showed Fuchi the things they had bought. Look, Fugue, this is your litter box. Anro picked up the litter box that was lying on the side and brought it over, and then picked up the litter box. This is the litter box. You will. Anru went on and on, carefully explaining to Fugu the uses of these things, and Fugu's eyes sparkled. Meow, meow, meow. This is the life of a cat. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. How unsatisfying your previous life as a cat was, and you still die without regret. Is that all you, Brother Biao, have ever wanted? You're hopeless. Chapter 36 Lin Hui's Movements. Enro stayed at Su Jiang's home until the evening. The two of them had dinner around the neighborhood, and Enro's 2 bodyguards came to pick her up. Before leaving, Enro was reluctant to part with Fu Gue, but Fu Gue didn't seem to want to go. In fact, the little white cat couldn't wait to go back with Anru immediately, lying in her fragrant arms every day, and feeling that there was nothing to regret in a cat's life. But under Su Jiang's threatening gaze, Fuchi was scared. He was afraid that his beautiful life as a cat would be snuffed out before it had even begun. Su. Jiang, you have to take good care of Fugu. If he gets thin, you're dead. Seeing that Fugu is unwilling to go with her, Anro can only gently remind Su Jiang to take good care of the little white cat. Meanwhile, the entire Jiangdu city was not as peaceful as it appeared. Since Fengting Restaurant declared war, the major powers in Jiangdu have been on edge. The open and covert struggles between the Yin and Feng families have intensified, and the Lin family is also on the move, looking for opportunities. The Wang family has also officially announced that they will move into Jiangdu in a week. This news caused a huge uproar. Everyone knew that once the Wang family moved into Jiangdu, it would be the beginning of a war. Because the Wang family at this moment is not only the leading family in the gray zone, but also the witness of the Yin family's declaration of war against the Feng family. Jiangdu, Lin family, a dark room. The Yin and Feng families are now fighting like two tigers, and this is a great opportunity for us. A man standing next to Lin Hui said with a serious look in his eyes. His name is Wu Changren, and he is Lin Hui, the secret weapon of the entire Lin family. Wu Changren was once the top assassin of a certain leading family. After that leading family was destroyed, he was convinced by Lin Hui and joined the Lin family. Up to now, Lin Hui has never let Wu Changren be exposed to the sight of An Mingjie and Feng Qingye. No one knows that the Lin family has such a person. Only Lin Hui knows about Wu Qingren's existence, and even the other members of the Lin family don't know. You have hidden me for so many years, and now you have such a good opportunity, why don't you take action? Wu Chengren's eyes glowed with excitement. He felt that this was a great opportunity for the Lin family to turn things around and become the leading family. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui leaned back on the sofa and gently played with a coin in his fingers. Changren, do you know why An Mingjie dared to declare war on the Feng family in front of me? Wu Changren was stunned. He really didn't know. Could there be some other meaning? Lin Hui saw this and explained with a smile, you don't know An Mingjie. If you really think this is a chance for a fisherman to gain profit, then you are very wrong. You will fall completely into An Mingjie's trap. Wu Changren frowned, is An Mingjie really that scary? While dealing with the Feng family, he can also guard against us? Ha! Lin Hui smiled. When you have this idea, you are destined not to be An Mingjie's opponent. He has been fighting with An Mingjie for many years and knows very well how terrifying An Mingjie is. Although he has a trump card like Wu Changren, who knows how many cards An Mingjie has hidden? Lin Hui will definitely not take any action until An Mingjie's trump card is exposed. However, after hiding for so long, it can really come in handy now. Wu Changren quickly said, what do you need me to do? Kill someone? After hiding in the shadows for so many years, Wu Changren was of course thrilled to finally be able to strike. He had not felt the taste of killing for a long time. As the former top assassin of the leading family, killing has become a habit for Wu Changren. If he hasn't killed anyone for a long time, he feels uncomfortable, as if ants are crawling on his body. Lin Hui didn't say anything, but after a long pause, he said, go and keep an eye on Anrong, An Mingjie's sister. You can't be seen. Can you do it? Wu Changren was stunned. Go and spy on An Mingjie's sister? I can do it. After all, if I don't take the initiative to strike, no one will be able to find me. They will only think that I am an ordinary person. Lin Hui nodded in response. Very well, then you go and monitor and ruse every move, and then report it anonymously to Feng Qingye. Report to the Feng family? Why? Feng Qingye dares not attack Anro, for fear that it is a trap set by An Mingjie. But when a person is cornered, even if it is a trap, they will jump in and take a chance. Lin Hui stood up, poured himself a drink, and then said, what we have to do is push him when he hesitates. Feng Qingye is destined to lose to An Mingjie, and Anro is indeed An Mingjie's only weak point. At that time, we will inform Feng Qingye of Anro's whereabouts. Lin Hui smiled slightly and asked Wu Changren, do you think Feng Qingye, in a desperate situation, would touch Anro? Wu Changren broke into a cold sweat. If he were Feng Qingye, he would definitely do something to Anro. Because he has no other choice. Immediately after, Lin Hui added, and Mingjie could not have failed to think of this, so in the final stage, he will definitely lay his cards on Anro. I want you to help Feng Qingye do it to Anro at that time, because An Mingjie doesn't know you exist, so he won't be prepared for you. The best outcome is that you take Anro, and the Lin family will take advantage of the situation to overthrow the Feng and An families. Of course, this is highly unlikely. The most likely scenario is that Mingxia will use all his trump cards to protect Enro. In this way, I will use your existence to force out most of Mingxia's trump cards. At the thought of this, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile, and took a sip of red wine. The key to this plan lies in Wu Changren. Suddenly, Lin Hui thought of something else and said to Wu Changren, "Remember, without my order, you must not attack Enro. Also, be careful of a man named Su Jiang who was by Enro's side. It was he who crippled Scarface." Wu Changren nodded in response, not giving Su Jiang a second thought. Although he had heard about the incident in which Su Jiang had disabled Scar, in his opinion, Scar was not capable. And if it wasn't Su Jiang who did it, but him, he was sure he could have done it faster, more accurately, and more ruthlessly. After all, Su Jiang is just a student. Lin Hui saw Wu Qingren's contempt for Su Jiang, but he didn't say much because he knew Wu Qingren's strength. Compared to Wu Changren, Su Jiang is not even close. Go ahead, do it cleanly, and don't let Feng Qingye and Mingxia find out. These two are no pushovers. I know. Don't worry. After Wu Changren finished speaking, he walked out of the room, leaving Lin Hui alone. In the dark room, Lin Hui sat on the sofa, shaking the wineglass, staring intently at the red wine in the glass, and muttering with a sinister smile. The three major families in Jiangdu, your phone, and in families have made such a big splash. How can the Lin family just sit back and watch? And Mingxia, you just wait and see. Chapter 37, The Stupid Cat Was Taken Out. The following week, Su Jiang had a very ordinary life, as if he had returned to the days before he obtained the system. Monday. Get up in the morning, get to class on time, and lie down to sleep. Su Jiang was surprised to find that Zhang's class could effectively overcome the problem of getting enough sleep due to his extraordinary body, allowing him to sleep very soundly. At noon, Su Jiang abandoned Wang Xiang and went to lunch with Enro. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang was abandoned again. During evening study time, Su Jiang decided to make up for his mistake and decided to make up for it with Wang Xiang. The two of them decided to skip evening study and go to an internet cafe to play all night. That night, the two of them had a terrible time playing the game, and they vowed that they would never play this trash game again in their lives. Tuesday. Because there were no classes in the morning, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang went home to catch up on sleep and only went to school in the afternoon. That night, the two of them skipped study hall again and went to the internet cafe to continue there. Battle in the canyon. Wednesday. In the morning, Zhang discovered that they had skipped the evening study session and criticized them in front of the whole class. It is said that someone reported it, but the two don't know who. Su Jiang was called into the office by Mr. Zhang, and was scolded for another half hour. Then he was given 5 competition papers to finish and hand in by Friday. At noon, Su Jiang and Enro had lunch together. For some reason, Enro looked a little smug. That night, Wang Xiang brazenly invited Su Jiang to stay the night, but Su Jiang refused his offer and instead finished the 5 competition papers. He then accompanied Enro for a walk along the river. Thursday. Early in the morning, he ran to Zhang's office and threw the 5 competition papers he had written at Zhang's face. Then, he got 5 more test papers. At noon, Wang Xiang angrily said something to Su Jiang, but Su Jiang didn't pay attention. Probably something about forgetting his friends for the sake of a girl and not going to dinner with him. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang came to apologize to Su Jiang with a smile on his face. It seems that Enro threatened Wang Xiang with Ji Mang's contact information, telling him to behave and not cause trouble. I have to say, Wang Xiang is a real man who can bend and stretch, and he can change his face so quickly. Su Jiang really suggested that he retake the exam for a film school. This ordinary day continued until Friday. On Friday, it was the day the school arranged for a field trip. The school bus was already waiting at the school gate at 8 a.m. to take them to the amusement park in batches. Su Jiang packed his things the night before, got up early the next morning, washed up, and left the house with his bag. He originally wanted to take the later buses, but Enro insisted on taking the first bus and even insisted that he go with her. "If I don't see you on the first bus tomorrow, you're dead." The little girl said this with a threatening smile. To be fair, Su Jiang was not afraid of Enro's threats. He just couldn't sleep in the morning. Walking on the road, Su Jiang ate a bun and brushed his phone at the same time. Why does my bag seem heavier? I didn't pack much yesterday. Su Jiang muttered to himself, thinking that he had packed too much the day before, so his bag was heavier than usual. Meow. I'm not heavy. A cat meow came from the bag, and Su Jiang shuddered. He turned his head mechanically and looked at the bag on his back. No, it can't be. That was just a hallucination, right? With a last glimmer of hope, Su Jiang held the bag in front of him and carefully opened the zipper. A small white cat's head appeared, staring at him with big cat eyes. Click. Su Jiang's hopes were shattered. How the hell did you get here? Su Jiang was devastated. He grabbed Fu Gue by the nape of the neck and pulled him out of the bag. He now wanted to beat the cat to death. No wonder I felt something was wrong this morning. It was you, stupid cat, who disappeared. Looking at the time, it was too late to send the stupid cat back now. He could only take it with him and carry it to the playground. Su Jiang thought helplessly. Meow. I'm hungry. Fu Gue did not realize the danger and continued to cry out fearlessly. Pat. Su Jiang gave it a violent slap, and the little white cat covered its head with its paws in pain, tears rolling in its eyes. Are you still hungry? Meow, not hungry anymore. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction, stuffed Fu Gue into his bag, put it on his back, and continued walking. What should I do if the cat is hungry? Most likely, it needs a beating. Half an hour later, Su Jiang arrived late. Su Jiang, you were almost late. And Rose stood in front of the bus with her hands on her hips, looking at Su Jiang with dissatisfaction. She was wearing a khaki jacket today, and her long, slender legs were wrapped in light blue casual jeans. Many boys were secretly looking at Enro. You're not late, are you? Su Jiang said, and in response, Enro gave him a small, tight pinch on his waist. However, Enro didn't use much force, just to express her dissatisfaction. Su Jiang was helpless. He could have arrived earlier, but the stupid cat delayed him, causing him to miss the bus and forcing him to wait for the next one at the bus stop. Meow. You deserve it. Fu Gue whispered in his bag. Su Jiang and Enro got on the bus. Surprisingly, Wang Xiang was also on the bus. He was sitting next to Ji Meng. Prince Yang waved at Su Jiang, indicating that Su Jiang and Enro should sit over there. What's going on? Isn't this activity only for freshmen? Su Jiang sat down and asked Wang Xiang curiously. He remembered that Ji Meng was a sophomore in the foreign language department, so how could she be on the bus? Seeing this, Wang Xiang hurriedly explained, this activity needs the help of senior volunteers, and Ji Meng is a senior in the student council, so she signed up. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Ji Meng and saw that she did have a student council armband on her arm. The two exchanged friendly greetings, and the next second, the bus started moving, driving from the school to the amusement park in about half an hour. Su Jiang whispered in Wang Xiang's ear, curious, how are things with Ji Meng? Wang Xiang looked at Ji Meng and saw that she was looking down at her phone, so he whispered back, still working on it. This is a bit complicated. I'll tell you about it some other time. Su Jiang nodded, and suddenly felt something on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Enro, who was leaning on his shoulder with her eyes closed and breathing lightly, as if she had fallen asleep. This little girl must have got up too early, otherwise she wouldn't have fallen asleep as soon as she got on the bus. Su Jiang shook his head helplessly, then his body slightly shrunk down a little, making it easier for Enro to lean on him. Then he pointed a finger at Wang Xiang and put it to his mouth, signaling Wang Xiang to lower his voice and not disturb Enro. He glanced at Enro, and then suddenly had an idea. He gently took out his hand and turned on the camera. Click. He took a photo of Enro sleeping against him. Enro in the photo had a smile on her lips and was sleeping very comfortably. Su Jiang thought about it and set the photo as a screensaver. And she definitely couldn't let Enro see it, otherwise, if the little girl got angry, her phone would probably be ruined. Chapter 38 Wang Xiang, come on. After half an hour, the car stopped and everyone arrived at the amusement park. Enro opened her eyes drowsily. She had slept the whole way on Su Jiang's shoulder, and her hair was a bit messy. Have we arrived? Enro blinked and looked out the window. A huge Ferris wheel instantly caught her attention. Su Jiang nodded and reached out to smooth her messy hair, curious, what time did you go to bed last night? I don't remember. I just couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. It seems that Anru was really looking forward to this event and was so excited that she couldn't sleep. After getting off the bus, they went to the entrance to receive the badge that marked them as Jiangnan University students. After putting it on, they could enter the park for free and enjoy all the activities. At the entrance, Su Jiang, who was in the back of the line, was still talking to Enro when she suddenly looked up at the figure handing out badges. She looked at him closely and realized that it was Li Kai. What is he doing here? Isn't Jia in a state of preparation? He has time to come out and earn extra money? Li Kai was wearing a cap and staff uniform, and was methodically arranging students to enter the playground. When it was Su Jiang and Enro's turn, the two of them did not take the badge. Li Kai's hand holding the badge froze, and he looked up. Su Jiang and Enro stared at him with wide eyes. Li Kai? No, why are you here? Li Kai asked with a frown. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Big brother, who do you think is more strange to be here? Li Kai looked at the badge in his hand and suddenly realized, this event is organized by your school? Are you kidding? You came here to make extra money without even knowing the basic situation? Who the hell is making extra money? I'm here for a reason. What? Come to the amusement park to play spy games? Bullshit. You know nothing. This is a secret mission, very important. How much do you get paid per day? 200. Enru stood aside and watched the two talk. It was funny. He had never seen Li Kai so impatient. He patted Su Jiang lightly and whispered, don't bother brother Li Kai with your work. Let's go inside quickly. Li Kai glanced at Enro, handed the badges to the two of them, and told Su Jiang, take good care of Ro. Although the possibility of danger is very small, be careful. Don't worry. Su Jiang promised, took the badge, and then suddenly turned back and asked curiously after taking 2 steps, do you hand in your 200 yuan? Or do you keep it for yourself? Get lost. Li Kai squeezed out a word from between his teeth. If it weren't for the current tense situation and the fact that he still had a mission to complete, he would have beaten Su Jiang. This guy is so cheap. Enro pretended to be angry and slapped Su Jiang, then said, you're the one who talks too much. Hurry up and leave. Afterwards, the two entered the amusement park. Enro asked Su Jiang to wait for her while she went to the bathroom. Su Jiang looked at the roller coaster and the pendulum swing, and suddenly remembered that Fu Gue was still in his bag. He quickly crouched down, unzipped the bag, and saw that the little white cat was already inside, almost suffocating. It had its ears hanging down and jumped out of the bag as soon as possible. Meow. It's so hot. Sorry, I forgot for a moment. Su Jiang apologized to Fu Gue, but her expression did not show the slightest sign of remorse. You looked for a place to play by yourself, and when you were tired, you came to me. Su Jiang knew that this time, Fu Gue had sneaked into the bag to play and get some fresh air. If it were any other cat, Su Jiang would not dare to let it roam free like this, but Fu Gue was different. It seemed to have more wisdom than other cats and was also more human-like. I don't know if it's because it's been with Su Jiang for so long, but Fu Gue has gradually become a bit of a rogue cat. Meow. Good. Hearing that he could play freely, Fu Gue was overjoyed and let out a cry. His lethargic state immediately disappeared, and he ran off excitedly and nimbly. Su Jiang looked in the direction of Fu Gue's departure and shook his head with a smile. He guessed that the silly cat would play for a long time. After all, since he was picked up and brought home, he had never taken him out. Su Jiang. Not far away, Enro was running towards Su Jiang, calling out his name and showing a look of excitement on her face. Enro ran up to Su Jiang and said, panting slightly, I just now saw a haunted house over there. Let's go to the haunted house. Enro's eyes were full of anticipation. She had never been to a haunted house before, but she had heard that it was scary, and Xiaona had strongly recommended that she go there at least once. Su Jiang raised his eyebrows, are you sure? He knew the girl's courage. She looked fearless, but she was actually extremely timid. But seeing Enro nod firmly, Su Jiang had no choice but to go with her. At worst, they can just go back the way they came. Su Jiang was prepared to end the experience as soon as they entered. The two of them walked to the ticket office of the haunted house. At this moment, there were many people around, but no one dared to try it. Wang Xiang was also here, and it seemed that he was already planning to go in. Ji Mang, are we really going to play this? Wang Xiang's lips trembled a little, and he pretended to be indifferent. I don't have a problem with it, after all, I'm more courageous, I'm worried about you. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Ji Meng smiled slightly, her face showing no trace of nervousness. Su Jiang saw this and covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Prince Yang is going into the haunted house? While others don't know Wang Xiang, Su Jiang knows him best. His courage is not even as good as Enro's. When the semester started, he played the script of a horror game and almost got beaten to death by an NPC. But since Wang Xiang is his good brother, Su Jiang naturally had to step forward at this time. Su Jiang walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said to Ji Meng, "Ji Meng, you probably don't know that my brother, Wang Xiang, has a huge amount of courage. He has been to all the haunted houses in Jiangdu City, and people call him the haunted house killer." Really? Upon hearing this, Ji Meng looked at Wang Xiang with some admiration. Damn you, Su Jiang. Are you trying to get your brother killed? Wang Xiang looked at Su Jiang like he was going to kill him, then turned his head and forced a smile on Ji Meng. It's not that exaggerated. Old Wang is just Loki, you know, Ji Meng. Su Jiang interrupted Wang Xiang and smiled at Ji Meng, and he is just shy. How about this, I'll talk to the staff and let you go in first. After saying that, Su Jiang immediately ran to the entrance staff, pointed at Wang Xiang and Ji Meng, and said that they wanted to challenge the haunted house. Su Jiang. Son of a bitch Su Jiang. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth and swore that he would never be friends with Su Jiang again. He would go back to the supermarket and buy a knife to kill Su Jiang. Chapter 39, now that it's come to this, let's take a picture first. Is Ji Meng's sister okay? Enro looked around nervously. She was a little scared. She had just been a little carried away, and when she got there, she realized that her little guts were not enough to support her playing in a haunted house. Don't worry, it's fine. Su Jiang smiled, showing his big white teeth. Wang Xiang is a haunted house killer. At the moment, Wang Xiang had no time to pay attention to Su Jiang. He and Ji Meng were listening to the staff explain the rules of the game. Our haunted house is a unique haunted house with 2 entrances. You need to enter through one of the entrances. There are more ghosts at entrance 1, but the route is simpler. There are fewer ghosts at entrance 2, and it's not as scary, but the route is complicated like a maze, and there are some roadblocks. No matter which entrance you enter, you both need to place your red and blue coins on the mechanism in the middle of the haunted house to pass. The staff then took out 2 coins, 1 red and 1 blue, and handed them to Wang Xiang and Ji Meng. One person goes through one entrance? Wang Xiang asked carefully, can't both of us go through one entrance? Well, if you're afraid, that's fine too. The staff member said this, completely blocking Prince Yang's retreat. Looking at the red coin in his hand, Prince Yang's eyes revealed a look of death-defying courage, and he turned to Ji Meng and said, Ji Meng, don't worry, I will pass through my own entrance as quickly as possible to help you. Ji Meng nodded in response, somewhat expectantly, I believe in your strength as a haunted house killer. The staff added, you two can choose the entrance at random. If you break the record for clearing the level, there will be an extra reward. This remark caused some timid people around to become restless. When Enro heard that there would be a reward for breaking the record, her competitive spirit suddenly rose, and she directly took Su Jiang to sign up, placing them in the next group after Prince Yang and the others. Okay, you can go now. The staff smiled at Wang Xiang and Ji Meng, I wish you all the best. Go for it, Ji Meng. Enro waved her small hand behind her to cheer Ji Meng on. Ji Meng smiled sweetly and without hesitation, she entered one of the entrances. Wang Lao, come on. Su Jiang also followed Enro's example and shouted at Wang Xiang, show your strength as a haunted house killer. Get lost. Wang Xiang couldn't help but turn around and give Su Jiang the finger, then his whole demeanor changed, his face became solemn, and he stepped firmly into the haunted house. A few minutes later, a cry came from the haunted house. Help! I'm not playing anymore. Big brother, don't chase me. I really made a mistake. Big brother. Ji Meng. Ji Meng, come and save me. Ji Meng. Su Jiang stood outside, covering his mouth and holding back his laughter, and immediately took out his phone to record the precious screams. He will never let go of this recording. Enro couldn't help laughing either. She thought that Wang Xiang was really a killer in haunted houses when she saw the way he went in. You're so bad. Enro gave Su Jiang a gentle kick. She could see that Su Jiang had deliberately tricked Wang Xiang in front of Ji Meng. Wang Xiang was unlucky, and he happened to choose the entrance with the most ghosts. He started screaming soon after entering. After a while, the screams stopped, and Ji Meng came out holding the still shocked Wang Xiang, asking with some concern on her face, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Wang Xiang's voice was trembling, but he still pretended to be strong. "I'm just not in a good mood today." Ji Meng smiled and nodded, saying, "I know, you just didn't play well." When the two of them came out, Su Jiang noticed that Wang Xiang's clothes were even wet, so it seems that he was scared. He felt a little guilty, but it was okay, it would be gone in a moment. Next group. The staff gestured to Su Jiang and Enro to get ready, and handed them the red and blue coins. Enro took the coin and took a deep breath, constantly building up her own psychological defense. She didn't want to lose face in front of Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at her and found her appearance somewhat amusing, but with Enro's courage, if they entered the entrance with fewer ghosts, they should be fine. With Ji Meng's encouragement and Wang Xiang's murderous gaze, Su Jiang and Enro entered the haunted house. As soon as Su Jiang stepped in, the scene in front of her eyes instantly turned dark, and her ears were filled with the sound of the whistling wind and low murmurs. Because of her extraordinary physical abilities, Su Jiang's dynamic vision in the dark was much better than that of ordinary people. After advancing for a distance, Su soon discovered that the road was not only winding and complicated, but also had some obstacles, and the uneven ground was easy to trip over. "TSK, it seems that I'm the one who got the ghostly entrance." Su Jiang couldn't help but worry about Enro. It should be a little more terrifying on her side than on this side. I don't know if that little girl can take it. She couldn't help but quicken her pace, wanting to get to Enro as soon as possible to see what was going on. Whoa! A low growl sounded, and a terrifying face appeared in front of Su Jiang, emitting a foul stench and staring at Su Jiang. "Wow, working with such a strong smell, you must be tired." Su Jiang frowned, covering his nose, patted the NPC on the shoulder, and walked past him to continue on. "NPC? I'm not a buddy, I'm a ghost. Can you be more respectful?" The NPC knew that he had met a tough guy, so he decisively reached into his pocket and took out a walkie-talkie, and began to call for help. Brothers, come to Channel 2 quickly. There's a brave guy here. I can't swallow this if I don't scare him today." Soon after, the walkie-talkie came back with a few rocks, and a number of NPCs at the entrance to the first tunnel dropped what they were doing and headed for the second entrance. "Whoa! Where is my head? Hey, Jajage." For a moment, several ghosts appeared in succession in front of Su Jiang, appearing in various scary ways. However, Su Jiang's heart was not stirred at all, and he even wanted to laugh a little. "Ah! Su Jiang, help!" At that moment, a new scream came from not far away, and Su Jiang's careless face suddenly changed. "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." With that, Su Jiang spread his legs and sprinted through the passageway at breakneck speed. The surrounding NPCs were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What the hell? I must be seeing things. How can a person run so fast in the dark? Shit, he actually dared to run while avoiding obstacles. Is he still human? Stop fucking talking. We can't even catch up with him. How are we supposed to scare him? He's not scared of us at all. If I had known that, I would have stayed there and scared the little girl. This is really boring. Su Jiang ran straight through the center of the haunted house, ignoring the coin-operated mechanism, and headed straight for the first passage. Soon, he saw Enro huddled in a corner, her head in her hands, covering her ears. An NPC dressed as a ghost stood on the side, coaxing her with a look of apology. "Little girl, I took off my mask, so I'm not scary anymore, right? Look at me, I'm not scary now. You just stepped on me and I didn't say anything. How about I take you through the level? I promise there are no ghosts along the way." The NPC was speechless. The little girl just stayed in the corner without moving, and no matter what he said, it didn't work. He didn't know what to do. Click. A sound rang out, and the NPC turned his head and opened his mouth wide. Su Jiang was standing not far away, holding his cell phone and turning on the camera to take pictures of Enro frantically. It's not often that a timid girl like Enro is seen, so I must take a photo to remember her by. What? You said that Enro was so pitiful, so I didn't even bother to comfort her, but you actually took pictures of her? Nonsense, if she wasn't so pitiful, I wouldn't bother taking pictures. Chapter 40. Su Jiang knocked Enro unconscious. Click, click, click. The flash kept flashing, and Su Jiang had already taken several pictures in a row. The NPC on the side has been dumbfounded. Aren't you so abstract, buddy? Aren't you a couple? Shouldn't you be rescuing the damsel in distress and pulling her into your arms to coddle her? Why is he taking pictures? As the flashlight flashed, Anro gradually realized that something was wrong. She carefully turned her head, still covering her ears with her hands, afraid of hearing a sudden scary sound. Oh, good, a full-face shot. The moment Enro turned her head, Su Jiang quickly pressed his finger on the shutter to capture Enro's face. The pretty little face was a little flushed, looking extremely pitiful, but there was still a hint of confusion in her eyes. This cute look made Su Jiang feel that Enro was like a confused fawn. A few seconds later, the confusion in her eyes disappeared, turning into shock, then shame and anger. Finally, she stood up, kicked her legs, and pounced directly onto Su Jiang. Su Jiang! You deleted the photo. Anru's voice was a little anxious, and she was showing her teeth and claws. At this moment, she didn't care about being scared or not. She only had one thought, and that was to destroy Su Jiang's phone. Yes, completely destroy it. She couldn't let those photos have the slightest chance of being saved. The NPC was completely stunned. Enro had just looked like a poor little white rabbit, and he didn't want to scare her. Now look at Enro's appearance, who is scaring who? Su Jiang, if you don't delete the photos, I'm not finished with you. I really didn't take the photos. I can swear to it. If I'm lying, I'll never eat cilantro again. Get out of here. You don't eat cilantro anyway. I'm warning you not to pinch me. Why are you still biting? Anru's little silver teeth were clenched tightly around Su Jiang's hand, and then she looked up with a murderous glare. Are you going to delete it or not? I didn't take it. There is no way I'm deleting it. This is probably the only chance I'll get to take a picture like this in my life. The NPC standing aside was full of black lines. Seeing that they were still playing around, he couldn't help but cough lightly and said, What, if you two want to go out? Shut up. I'll deal with you later for scaring my grandma. Anru turned her head fiercely, glared at the NPC, and then continued to confront Su Jiang. The NPC's mouth twitched, and he dared not speak. His mother had taught him that when a woman is angry, it is best not to provoke her. But this little girl is changing too quickly, isn't she? Was she just pretending to be huddled up? Seeing that Enro was still relentless and her emotions were getting more and more agitated, Su Jiang suddenly saw the cane in the NPC's hand and his eyes lit up. Brother, lend it to me. What? No. Hey, hey, hey. The walking stick in his hand was taken away, and the NPC completely collapsed. Who let these two freaks in? The people outside who don't know that people in poor mental health can't enter a haunted house? Who knew that the next scene would leave the NPC even more speechless? Su Jiang took advantage of Enro's inattention and lightly touched her on the back of the head with his cane. The little girl instantly fainted. Su Jiang was overjoyed. It really worked. Low-level skill, Dirty Club. Use a club to attack from behind and stun the opponent 100% of the time. Su Jiang only touched her lightly, and Enro immediately fainted. The force was just right, and it didn't hurt her brain. If he didn't have this skill, Su Jiang would have lost control of his strength and hurt the little girl. But without the dirty mace, Su Jiang would not have thought of this method to quickly and quietly calm Enro down. Thanks. You're not a brother? The NPC took the cane that Su Jiang handed him, looked confused, and asked, What's going on here? How could she faint after being lightly touched? What's wrong with you two? Su Jiang gently picked up Enro and walked to the center to put the coin into the mechanism. The two of them successfully cleared the haunted house. Wang Xiang and Ji Meng were waiting outside. Wang Xiang was already much better, at least he looked better than when he first came out. When they saw Su Jiang carrying Enro out, they were a little confused and hurriedly asked if anything was wrong with Enro. It's nothing, she just got overexcited and ran out of oxygen. Su Jiang made up an excuse, but the next second, Enro suddenly woke up. Ha! Where am I? Anru was confused. She remembered that she was just trying to snatch Su Jiang's phone. How did she end up in the haunted house the next second? She was still lying on Su Jiang's back. It was weird, but she felt really comfortable being carried by him. Su Jian was shocked. She woke up so quickly? But that's normal. The duration of the dizziness caused by the dirty club is directly proportional to the force of the blow. Su Jian only lightly touched Enro with his cane, and it was already very strong to be dizzy for a few minutes. Su Jian quickly put Enro on a chair and looked at her with concern. Are you okay, Anru? You scared me to death. The NPC said you fainted, so I quickly carried you out. Luckily, nothing happened to you. Enro rubbed her head and looked at Su Jian with some suspicion. I remember that you were taking my picture and then I fought with you for the phone. What are you talking about? Su Jian's face straightened and he said solemnly, I saw you faint when I saw you. How could I possibly take your picture? What kind of person do you think I am? Su Jiang said he was very sad, and Enro also began to hesitate. Could it be that she had really remembered it wrong? Wang Xiang looked at Su Jian's performance expressionlessly and was speechless. Are you pretending to be a Trojan horse? Enro doesn't know who you are, but I do. You've definitely done something bad. I think this matter can be solved by looking at Lao Su's mobile phone album. Wang Xiang said leisurely, Lao Su, for our own innocence, I believe you can bear this injustice, right? Su Jiang was stunned, and turned his head to look at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Aren't we buddies? Let's not hold a grudge, shall we? I only tricked you once. When will the cycle of revenge end? Prince Yang didn't care about all that. He just wanted to take this opportunity to get his revenge. Enro listened to what Prince Yang said, and turned her head to Su Jiang. If he was innocent, he would agree to show her his photo album. Unless there is something in his album that I can't see. I'll only look at the first 3 photos. Enro extended 3 slender fingers. She didn't want to invade Su Jian's privacy either. Su Jian only needed to show her the first 3 photos. Su Jian's mouth twitched. Not to mention the first 3, the first 30 photos in his phone album are all of Enro. If Enro sees this, she will peel off my skin. What? And, wait a minute. I need to talk to Lao Wang. After saying that, Su Jiang took Wang Xiang aside and whispered quickly, Dear brother, help me out. Wang Xiang gave him a look, you're thinking about eating shit. It's not too late to apologize to Enro now. I have the audio of you screaming in the haunted house on my phone. What? You son of a bitch. Keep your voice down. If you don't want this audio to appear in our class group, help me. Compared to the audio of Prince Yang, Su Jian would rather keep the photo of Enro. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Su Jian to have such a trick up his sleeve. Okay, but you have to delete the audio and not make a copy. Don't worry, you can trust me on this. Deal. The two quickly reached a deal in just a few dozen seconds of conversation.